markets here poised to open much higher than where we closed yesterday. Yesterday's situation where I believe we also gapped up, but then just continued to crescendo to the downside throughout the day. Let's see if we get the same kind of action during today's session. NASDAQ actually gapping up to a much greater degree than the S&P 500. As you can see, the highs here of the pre-market actually surpass yesterday's intraday highs. So looks like we do have tech leading the S&P 500. We'll get to that in a minute. Also in focus, once again, here is the USO, which is also gapping up to the upside. So you've got the market and USO gapping up. Of course, USO in focus as these tensions here between the US and Iran continue to heat up. In terms of housekeeping, we don't have any economic data today to speak of. There is the 8:15 a.m. ADP weekly employment change, but given that it's the weekly number, not one that is particularly closely watched or market moving, it's going to be the monthly numbers that we get once a month. They're going to be more of note here. We did, of course, have some earnings before the bell. Not too much happening after the bell for earnings that you do have Capital One, Financial, and IBKR. But lots of other stuff to talk about here as we head into today's session. NBIS in focus. NVDA reporting just under a 10% passive stake in NBIS as of July 13th. You've got, as I mentioned, a whole bunch of pre-market earnings. Danaher, GM, MMM, all in focus and on the move here. Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk with some legal tensions now forming between the two companies. There's a lot to discuss today. Good morning, Sharif. How are you doing?
Thank you, Adira. I'm doing well. Yes, let's talk about some tech names here. Taiwan Semiconductor gapping up to the tune of 3.25% as they're looking at hiking prices all around by the tune of 10%. Already multiple price hikes this year. This will be just yet another one. AMD also in focus as this one is gapping up 4.25%. Good look for them. They released their Helios platform yesterday. More to speak about on that. Markedly more expensive than the NVIDIA equivalent, but you're going to get open source, so you're not going to get that CUDA lock-in. So that's their pitch there. We're also looking at memory names also gapping up pretty aggressively. Micron and the like, all around 6%, high single digits. Adira mentioned GM and Nebius. PSKY, again, reeling after that state court blocked their merger, at least temporarily. And we're looking at Boeing as well as the air show continues to go on over there. And there's more tensions now between the two continents, Europe and North America, as the Airbus company gets a big loan from the European Union, which is displeasing Boeing a lot. So asking the Trump administration to look into that. And then we got Halliburton and Hasbro as well, Adara, both reported earnings.
Yeah, I saw that story with Boeing there. It was pretty interesting. I think, you're really seeing Kelly Ortberg's poll, this, of course, CEO of Boeing, with U.S. President Trump maybe coming to effect there. So interesting look there. There's going to be a lot to discuss today. But I also want to discuss what happened last night. Here's a look at what we did in Blue Ocean. Once again, just a lot of tech and a lot of memory. Top name here, so largest name traded here by notional volume is going to be that 3 times bull ETF. And as you can see, lots of semiconductor strength both overnight and right now pre-market. So makes a lot of sense here. You know what else makes a lot of sense? Throwing it over to Sean and Neil. Good morning to both of you. What are you looking at today?
I don't know how much sense it makes, but it's something we do around this time anyway.
Here at least, so you might as well throw it to us.
In the seats.
That would be the point.
You got the leisure suit Larry going on. I like
the
comfort.
This is more of a Run DMC kind of a look. Leisure suit Larry had proper. This is Adidas. So, but
that was legit though.
Yeah, that was an absolutely great game. And I actually tweeted out last night, and I had never experienced we went out to see Obsession. There's recliners and everything here, heated seats. So I am all over. I got to trade AMC today. I'm all over the movie going experience, and that was a lot of fun. And Obsession was a fun movie, very interesting. So I'm glad that no one's obsessed over me. That's for sure. Kids NVIDIA. Oh yeah, that's right. What's up, Adam James abroad? This guy's been posting all about kids, and I actually have this kid's stock on my sticky note today too because of $1. Let's just see what we can want. I mean, it's now starting to, that's Intel. Here's kids 100, 250 according to my chart. Hold on so I can change that up. But yeah, there it was. So it's just dollars where VWAP is, and that's sort of what we've been putting down here on the list. And let's just wait to see. Now, I wrote it down, a couple minutes ago, obviously, and now it's broken back down below. I actually just didn't realize we had broke down through $1 now. But yeah, $45 million contract there for KIDZ. So we'll have to see where it goes from here, but lots of shares, 85 million. Notionally, it's obviously not going to be a lot of money, but there it goes, ripping. The volume is here, good level for this. And we, as soon as I saw it on the watch list, I knew that we had seen this before. So boom, boom. We know that eventually it will come back down again. But for right now, man, 82 cents is nice look here on the daily chart. So we'll look at kids, man. Yeah, it should be a fun one. Oh, there it goes, breaking back above $1 again. So, this is one where you can get 5-10% like no problem just by scalping. So that might be the right way to go here on KIDZ. But yeah, the volume's here early on that one. Thanks to Adam and everybody else for bringing it up. And, just in case everybody was wondering about, the watch list and everything like that, it's on the watch list here. Now, whoa, scroll. There it is right here. So here's all the news, man. Here's the 60-month, entering a 60-month, $46 million AI compute service agreement, blah, blah, blah. So it's all right here right now. So, you can get all of this as well as Mobileye, Amazon, 3M with a nice move today, up 6%. I saw Danaher down 10. Salesforce here as well. General Motors on earnings, Taiwan. Crypto, we had crypto yesterday. So we'll see if we can go with another winning trade there today with crypto. That was a good one. We nailed that bottom yesterday. It's up nicely today. SpaceX closes below that 120 for the first time, gapping a little higher now, right? 121. And then, my number one stock today is going to be Intel, and that's just up 5%. So we'll keep looking at that. But that's your watch list. Wow. Okay, we just said you can scalp it for 5 or 10%. Well, there's your 10% basically right there off of $1. So yeah, kids, giving you everything today, volume, key levels, early scalps. Who knows where this knock's going to go? But
it's got it all.
There's another one right
yesterday, of course, AMC was back in fold for sure. And don't sleep on NBIS. Getting an NVDA stake is not necessarily a bad thing, but you also go twofold in the fact that a lot of these names have found like a temporary bottom. Whether it was at the end of last week where you got that low, and bit of a good story here for them after a strong-ish day yesterday. It was more of a consolidative day than anything else. But so many things are just gapping above prior resistance, which is a good sign, right? Like resistance turning into support turning into resistance, that kind of thing is going to be in play this morning for sure. But the one I heard Sharif say that about Danaher, that one doesn't look good. So weak healthcare name. After their report, they're getting shellacked. He said 10%, it's 11% now, and getting smoked. The one that I'd say is disappointing is General Motors. Do something. What is General Motors' big problem? At least do something. Up, down. You don't have to be up 10%, but exactly flat. So it's such an interesting level, just hugging the 200 SMA with a chance to have broken out today. So a little bit of disappointing for them, but there's plenty moving out there. The chips, whether it's SMCI, SMCI, SK Hynix is going to be moving around. DRAM is going to be in play. SMCI maybe, I have no idea whether they're going to be in play or not. But yeah, Shreve, you got to be excited for kids. Are you going to be also excited for AMC Day 2 is the question.
You know what, Neil? I looked at AMC yesterday, and I didn't get to pull the trigger on the midday. So we're definitely going to keep it on for Day 2, see how this one trades today. But right now, my entire focus right now is on KIDZ. This is a big breakout there. Adam, James abroad. Too early of a message, brother. Come on now, man. We see KIDZ gapping up 176%. And the nice thing about this one is the volume weighted average price and the dollar area are essentially overlapping here. So you get kind of double whammy in terms of support. You're going to keep an eye on this. 130 high Adara. There's also SLGB, but that one's selling off a little bit. Popped up here early on, 5:10 a.m. Just lost VWAP at around $1.25, but that one will be on watch if it can reclaim some levels. And there goes UTZ ripping through the highs. This just popped up from $7 into $14. This is just breaking out now. This is the second bar on the 5-minute chart. Everything before this had done absolutely nothing in terms of volume. 88% Adara in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, seems like it could be a good day for small caps. Let's completely flip the switch a little bit and take a look at some oil and some Bitcoin. Both of these certainly going to be in focus today. Both of them also featured on our watch list. You've got USO to the upside here, as we mentioned. This actually is gapping up. You had a decent session yesterday as well. Tensions between the U.S. and Iran continue, with the U.S. continuing to strike Iran every night.
Yeah, they are. What is it, 10 days now? 10 nights in a row, something like that. You have mediators from Pakistan, Oman, and Qatar scrambling to try to get a 10-day ceasefire. just to kind of get the strait moving again. It's not really supposed to end the war, but it's just supposed to create a technical window to kind of renegotiate some of the commercial passage protocols. But yeah, not really much other than to say, just keep your eye on the headlines.
Now let's also keep an eye here on BTC quickly as well before we throw it back to Sean and to Neil. You've got this level of resistance here on the daily around 67.2. Currently we're at 66.3, so really nice bounce here. We're, I think, just over a 1 month high for BTC as of this morning's move.
Yeah, and you're hearing reports now coming out of the White House that they've agreed on certain language for the Clarity Act, kind of potentially clearing the way for the congressional progress and, you know, increased institutional participation. We know Congress is on the precipice of taking their summer sabbatical or whatever they call it. So they got to get it done quick or earlier. And I think they've got bigger fish to fry, quite frankly. They're trying to keep the government funded so we don't get that shut down again. So I don't know if this one's going to make it onto the desk. In the event, whale and long-term buying also on focus. On-chain data reveals that whales, aka large holders, and as well as long-term wallets, they're holding these coins for 6+ months. They've accumulated more BTC in the last 2 months. So that there's been more positive buying from large holders specifically. I'm not saying as a whole, obviously Bitcoin hasn't been strong for 2 months a day, but hey, it's above 66,000 right now. Let's see how it trades.
Yeah, we also know, guys, apparently this last 5 days, we've had inflows for the Bitcoin ETFs. This is the first 5-day streak that we've had since April of 2026 of inflows for the Bitcoin ETFs. So good look there, I suppose, as well. Are you guys looking at crypto or oil today?
Well, oil's always on the radar just in case we get any kind of crazy spikes. I still think the play with USO, and we'll probably talk, we have to adjust that chart. We'll probably have to talk about that because I like the reversions whenever we get those big oil spikes. It's like structurally, it's like wait for something crazy to happen and try to be a little bit reactive to it. Sometimes it'll be that quick reversion. Maybe you get it spiking up and there's a buy the dip opportunity in an individual name. I think that's the way to go with oil until proven otherwise. But with Bitcoin, we're like 68, just underneath 68,000. You look at this downward trend that we're in the daily. That was the last time that we actually turned around, and we're within a stone's throw. So on IBIT, that's like 38.2. So favor it at least until we get up above 38 and start getting to that 38.2 level. I think you're looking at potential reversal at that price, but everything else seems like it's all systems go. I mean, it's not just IBIT that's going. You got a good gap up there in gold and silver as well. So showing a little bit of resilience and strength coming back. The dip into prior highs, it's a little wide today because it's like a full percentage point. It's not unrealistic, but it will have to look more VWAP trend after the open into that 38.2. But that's the key price. I think it's got room to get there. That's the only place I'd be looking for a reversal would be up at 38.25, that 68,000 mark. Because right now we're 66.5.
So don't listen to us, just listen to the trading. Yesterday, we waited for 36.25 there on IBIT, posted on the sticky note. This is what IBIT did yesterday. There's the trade that I put on at 10 o'clock. Boom, 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 boom. Right there back up to the upside. You know, we really, and here it was right here, IBIT 36.25 long. We said it was a great day Friday. Let's see if there's a continued move. And yeah, there is. So here's a continued move. That was yesterday. You know, just pretty patient with it. Even though it was an up day, you did get these dips down in for IBIT. So you got to wait to see if there's going to be that continuation again here today. Sticky note is now out again right now. And so this is today's note. And so are you going to hop on it or not, right? Like, we'll see if it hits it. I don't know if it's going to, but 37 long is what I'm looking at there. You know, we had a banger of a trade there yesterday with it. So I don't see why. Kids also on the sticky note, you can go grab it. But I don't see why we can't get back into sort of yesterday's levels here. Yesterday's high there where we started to get some out was 37.25. So that might be the level that holds. But at the end of the day, I always like to see closing areas. So, you know, yesterday we sort of, we dipped down and we held in and around 36.80 all afternoon, of course. And then that little bump up there into the close where we closed at that 37 marker roughly. So if a dip down happens, we're going to be there sitting to buy some IBIT at $37. And Ethereum yesterday had a decent day as well. I mean, this has just been absolutely crushed, obviously to the downside with a high of, was it $40, something like that for Ethereum, $37 all the way down to 14. I mean, this is you know, like you'd obviously rather have your money, I would think, in some of the AI names that are down 40%. Marvell's down 40%, ARM is down 40%. Those have much more runway than anything in the crypto space, in my opinion. So I would say take advantage of this most recent bump up and think about emptying some of these bags. But again, you know, you got to break above this $18 mark here before we get super excited about Ethereum. But hey, maybe this one's on a turn up as well. I mean, it was just 11, like talk about it being crushed. It was $12, you know, 2 weeks ago. Now you're at least up to 15. So let's see if Ethereum can get going here. But wow, man, I mean, this has not been a nice ride either. So from 37 down to $12, not great, right? As the rich keep getting richer and the poor keep getting poorer, BMNR $17, like is chasing these moves, right? And I look at it and I look at Cardano and Ripple and all these Solana and all these other names. It's like, you know, they had their day in the sun. Will it come back again? I think it's wishful thinking that these come back. There really isn't a base case for many of these crypto names, but Ethereum I could get behind. You know, there's stable coins and they've had their run. Will they come back? Maybe. Are people actually building on these things? I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, these are just names, I guess, now that you sort of put under your mattress. And as my friend Joe over there, I believe it's his grandfather, was saying, you could wish in one hand and do something else somewhere else, and the wish may not come true. We saw Obsession last night. That was an interesting wish there. So if you got one of those wishing willows, you might be able to hope for something more on one of these names. But I like Bitcoin, at least at these levels, 66. It's been holding between 60 to 66. You know, we'll see if it can break out there and get up to 67,000.
Well, I still think there's another level up there that's a little bit better. But at the same time, the thing with Bitcoin is, like, a lot gets made about the halving cycles, and really, you're not supposed to be bullish. That's at least how it's gone until you start getting into next year and then 2028. Like that's where things are probably headed. So you got to watch out for that longer term. Like very much all of these things. And my goodness, BMNR, like that's just in another realm here, BMNR. Maybe it might be up, but look at the daily chart, it'll make you want to puke. But when we do get a bit of a bounce, these can be a little bit outsized. So if ETH were to outpace Bitcoin today, this would be a good place to look, no questions. And ETH did have a good day. Tisha Perkins is also looking at KIDZ, KIDZ, as the level, your first level of interest is 148. Well, when you zoom out, you go all the way back to July 6th, not very long. That last pump did fade in the 50 to 60 range. So that does provide a bit of a bag hold level. And remember, this is definitely the line I like to see. It's a habitual line stepper. So momentum for sure, but it'll do reverse split tank. It'll do pump on news tank. It'll do pump on no news tank. It's just the second part of it is always heading back into the downside. So, you know, most of these stocks follow that pattern, and they follow those patterns for a long time. That's why day trade, enjoy it while it lasts, because typically it's not more than the day or two with KIDZ. Feel if we say kids too much, the phrasing will get out of hand if we keep talking about kids. Right, Sharif?
YouTube gets very upset, Neil. So we got to be careful with that one, Adair. What are we talking about next?
Talking about some Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk. Both of these companies, of course, they're generally in the pharmaceutical space, but lately they've become known for their weight loss drugs, and that's actually what the story is about. Novo Nordisk suing Eli Lilly, saying that their ad campaigns are designed to mislead customers. Interesting look here. Yeah,
this is a really interesting case here, Adair. So let's get right to the details, because details are super important. New Jersey court, you mentioned it, it's federal court, jurisdiction matters here. They're alleging false advertising and unfair competition regarding their weight loss drugs, okay? But what happened here? So Novo's claiming that Lilly's nationwide commercials, right, that they've been running for Zepbound and Mounjaro, they're maliciously comparing the highest dose for those drugs to the lowest dose or lower dose for Novo's drugs, which are, of course, Wegovy and Ozempic. And they're omitting what you could lose if you took the higher dose of Novo's drugs. They don't mention that. That's specific omission. So Novo's counsel, they noted that Lilly's ads that they're running on television claim 50 pounds of weight loss for Zepbound versus 33 for Wegovy. However, late-stage trials, the actual data shows something completely different. It shows that if you take the highest approved doses for both, the gap is much narrower, Dara. 48 pounds for Zepbound and 47 pounds for Wegovy. We're talking about, something within the margin of error. All right, so here's the other deal. Novo had already sent a cease and desist letter to Eli Lilly back in April telling them stop doing that. So what did Lilly do? They just put a little disclaimer there on the bottom of the commercial to say, we're comparing different doses. That's obviously not good enough, and they didn't like that. They've said they've run that ad 700 million times since April. I don't know if that's accurate, but that's what's being said here. 700 million times. Legal remedies sought. They're asking the court to force Lilly to withdraw the ads, to run corrective advertising and pay damages. They want all the profits that Lilly somehow is able to quantify from these commercials paid back to Novo. But just as a separate thing, Adara, this is all moot. Retatrutide is in phase 3, and retatrutide has absolutely a better profile than any of these drugs. It's a 3-peptide agonist, right? And it's on the precipice of being approved. So all this over here is just going to be moot once retatrutide is out.
Yeah, we've had this new Novo Nordisk CEO here, Maziar Mike Dustar, for roughly a year now, and he's really shown that he's a little bit more aggressive. He's maybe, as we saw with the Novo Hims and Hers situation, a little bit more litigious than what we've seen before. So we'll have to see if the strategy actually works for NVO as a company. But I think interesting thing to be aware of here. Are you guys looking at Novo and Lilly? What's the look here?
Well, I mean, not really to trade in terms of Novo and Lilly as a day trade. I know that's up your alley there for sure, Adara, but I do like the pullback in Lilly. There's another aspect of this that I think it's really interesting if we're going to Lilly. I just want to remind everybody, they made a deal to acquire a psychedelic company that's putting a bit of a bid on some other names out there that could get interesting. So it's worth looking at some of the psychedelic names to see if we get further deal making. I know Merck might be making some acquisitions. They already have one in mind, and there's some rumors going there. And I do think it's an acquisition type of year for these. All that being said, for Eli Lilly, just to get back to this stock, it's about the 50 period in this hold of the prior high at about 111, call it 111.20. It's just underneath that. And I think with the way that it's pulling back in, that's going to test this week for Eli Lilly. Novo is a puzzling stock. And for me, it just turns like it's a no-go. I don't like chasing it up here. Right, like I think you want to see this one resist the next available dip. I always lean back into the whole, how much do you trust it if it has that downward sloping 200 period moving average? Like, it did make a nice bottom and curl, but I don't wonder if this is like the trap before it recovers. Because you have to remember, Novo gave up the entire GLP move and is now trying to make a second leg. Like, we know who the winner is in this space, and I think it's really just weathering the next pullback in Lilly seems a little bit easier than trying to bottom pick here in Novo, and that's been true for a while. And I just feel, you just back the horse that's been paying you out. So I think waiting for the next available dip buy on Lilly makes a little bit more sense there. We got some options to go over with our man Joe at the screen. Oh no, okay, we just fixed. Okay,
nice one.
Let's go to Joe.
All right, guys, the schmedium. Hey, I'm all about the schmedium. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the options activity from yesterday's session. We're going to kick things off with IRE and IREN here at this $38 marker, guys. A nice return here in the contract. We'll get into that momentarily. But as for the open interest, we're sitting around 8,200 contracts, still currently open at this specific $38 marker. Now, as for the volume, 4,300 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session. Now, for a $38 name, you're running into a lofty spread here, guys, around $25 or so. But as for our delta metric, you can see that we're closer to we are ITM on this one specifically with a 64 delta, not quite our 1-to-1 just yet, but let's keep an eye out on this. Considering it is closer, it's in the range of between in the money and at the money, and what can happen is that you have the hedges push price a little bit lower, but if this level does hold up, then maybe you'll see some price appreciation because there isn't much supply, there isn't much supply north of the $38 strike price. Now, as for our gamma exposure, guys, relatively cool, sitting around $5. Nothing substantial, but our at-the-money IV up to 144%. Now, let's move forward and take a look at the contract itself. Right out of the gate, the open, so you're going to be looking at $1.37 if you had that marketable limit placed, or if you're looking to get in a little bit later after the open, 5 minutes or so, 10 minutes, you're going to be looking around $1.87 to the tune where it actually gives you more than 100% return on that. If you get in at the open, it's 165%. Moving forward, let's take a look at AMC. Katina Man driving this stock last night. Yeah, exactly, going to the VIP. So here it is, guys, $61 on the bid in the ask, and then you can see a $60 bid. So that's going to be the collector's premium on that side. But as for the open interest, guys, quite a bit of contracts sitting here. 63,000 still currently open, expiring today. Now, as for the volume, 54,000 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session. Now, this is another contract that you can look at, ITM and ATM, $77 delta. So you're getting closer to that 1-to-1 hedge, and then your gamma exposure is relatively high. So for every $1 change, you'll see the delta added on top of your options contract premium, but then including your gamma exposure, and then that's when you can see that exponential return as well. So you're at the money IV sitting at 131%. Moving forward, let's take a look at the contract itself. So, I mean, nothing substantial here, guys, but going from $41 to $61, that's still a 50% return. Not too bad. Let's keep an eye out on the $38 marker and this $2 marker here on AMC. Let's send it back to the desk.
AMC play, IREN, big time move on those. Just absolute barn burner runner for IREN yesterday. And just, we talked about like rounded bottoms, breakouts. This is about as good as it gets. This thing's a rocket ship the same way Randy's toy was.
You know, I was thinking about it on the way in, and I was like, we haven't had sandwiches in literally forever.
No. So Randy, there's renovations going on in the back.
Over here.
So like right now, they just finished the floor. It's a big open space. They're building out the desks. Randy did what all of us should aspire to do. Brought in the RC Porsche and was doing laps, music going. It was an absolute blast, man. That's what it's all about. Live that life, man. Blasting like that IREN is going. Only one banana?
No, there's two. I got mine.
Oh, you got it.
I put mine over there.
Gotcha.
Well, Randy just gonna eat that? Do I want one? Yeah, I want one. You're just literally just opening it right here. I'm smelling this.
Is that sausage and egg?
I don't think there was sausage in it.
Oh, just egg?
Anyways, yeah, there's Randy. Yeah, it was pretty cool, that RC car back there. It's been a while since we've seen that. Yeah, no, for AMC, it doesn't look like anything's going on too much today, but I still, yesterday we were short right here all afternoon. It did break. I mean, we did take advantage. Actually, we had some of these bids down here into the 200 period moving average, just seeing if there was a retracement there yesterday. I was actually surprised that there wasn't more of one. And, if you guys were here yesterday afternoon, you saw me shorting this. Yeah, you said, what was this top? Yeah, 240. Yeah, so 245 was our best fill, and then we got stopped out on a 246 break. There we go. Randy just throwing the sandwiches everywhere. So thank you for that, I guess, Randy. But yeah, there it was there on AMC. So we'll see. I think 250 makes sense. For me, I'd rather play the long on the break. You'll be above VWAP if it breaks. You'll be above the 200 period moving average. So, I like it for an opportunity to get longer there. I don't necessarily like the story with the stock. I think if you do get anywhere near this 280, 290, that's going to be a sell right there for advanced micro cinemas. Below this Catalonian away peeps. Okay, I don't know exactly what that's a reference to. Do you?
I don't.
Okay, so we will blow it away.
Yes.
Here, I know something today we woke up to a little bit of a storm, so we will blow it away today right there. I don't know if the last time Adam responded to something, it was regarding kids, and that seems to be right now just $110. So we'll have to wait to see if that blows a little bit higher right here. I think as high as 120? Yeah, 120 right there. Not doing too much. The reason why I like this, and I've actually posted this. Here comes somebody. Oh, come on, Randy. Yeah, exactly. Come on, Randy.
Exactly, Randy.
I have kids right there at $1, and it's exactly the reason was VWAP as well. So I know Sharif brought that up there. So thank you to Sharif for bringing that up. And yeah, we do like that VWAP situation there over and over again. So if that can happen, man, that dollar, we'll see if we can hold it. I think we'll definitely be looking at KIDZ. And again, thank you for that super chat there from TikTok. We want to say what's up to that. And we do have this consolidated feed right here. So here's Bravely there as well. Thank you for the support for sure on TikTok. And everybody out there, Monarch is here as well. Robe Girl is here. Mike Pete, some guy named Mike Phillip DeRider is here. Never heard of him. What's up to A Day Trading there? Shout out. There he's short. There he's talking about some small cap. That's going to be Luis as well. Thank you to Nightbot. Party YYYYYP. Vegas Dancer is there. Interesting. Very interesting. And then there's Adam James. And hey, Sean, what's up? To Dr. Wynn says, hey, Sean. Two grannies. Okay, I don't know, age has never been a problem for trading. Thoughtful Summit and everybody. So thank you to everybody that's been here from day one, right? And all of you that have joined us recently, we'll hope to put on a good show for you. We trade live stock here every single day, and we're excited to do that. We don't trade CD. No. I was going to say CFDs as well. These are just straight stocks. We don't trade. We'll talk a lot about options and small cap names and all the kind of names, but we just trade equity here. So we'll have Joe talk about options. You guys can put your questions. If you're having a good day, super chat us, let us know. Give us some ideas on some names that you guys are trading as well. Keep the community strong and long. So yeah, man, we're excited. Sticky notes out. We've got the watch list as well, bumping through today. I see Raheem is in the notes, but I don't think Raheem's coming today, unless Adara knows more about that. But
I'm guessing
does not. No, so I don't know. We have a markdown for 8:30, so it's 8:32. So Raheem, where are you at?
It's doubled up. I think it's the wrong day.
Here. Yeah, he might not be here today. So, but anyways, lots to talk about as this day goes on. Intel's been a nice one there. I'm sure it's going to be on our watch list very, very soon. Intel on your watch list, anyways. It's already on ours, but down into $100 should be a great trade here today for that one. And then, Oracle's down 51% from its highs. That could be a trade at some point. I didn't mind that NBIS, the idea there behind NVIDIA taking a little bit of a passive stake there in NBIS, the Neo cloud provider. Probably, I don't know which one's best of breed, CoreWeave or NBIS, but both have been hit quite aggressively off of their highs. So this is a nice little rebound day for NBIS. And then
I'd be curious their debt versus CoreWeave's debt. CoreWeave's debt is like sky high. I think that might be what can differentiate between the two of them. Might make the most sense. Ooh, SkyQ. Oh, it did die.
Quarry?
No, I just remembered this stock from yesterday, but it's not. It failed at $5. Another small capper. There's another small capper from yesterday, but it doesn't look like it wants to go. But yeah, NBIS, I would think, if we're trying to differentiate between them and CoreWeave, I think that's a great way to look at it. You just had recently, like, that Century bond for Alphabet is down like 7 points since the inception. So if you're starting to worry about what you got to pay out and the ability for the hyperscalers to go out and raise money, and there's a little bit of question or there's some pressure on their bonds, like, what does that mean for everybody else down the line? Like, it's not the end of the world that the 100-year bond for Alphabet is down 7%. But what does that mean for CoreWeave? What does that mean for Oracle? What does that mean for everyone else that has higher debt loads? I think that's why when you're making the comparisons, you're going to start to think about it a little bit more. Microsoft and Mistral to expand AI infrastructure in Europe. Microsoft moving on that one.
Okay. I don't know. I really like Microsoft. I think that's,
it's not moving on the headline, but
I put that in the portfolio there for our little challenge. I mean, obviously we were in Microsoft for a minute. This has probably been the longest time, since the basically inception of SpaceX that we really haven't mentioned SpaceX yet, and it's 8:34. So welcome SpaceX to the conversation. I know I mentioned it that it closed below that 120. Again, another note that's on our sticky note. I think that's worth watching out today with a little bit of a bump higher here. I know we really ran that short. I mean, yesterday we were short SpaceX, and that was killer. We've been short SpaceX the last little while, and it's been really amazing. We got stopped out at 123.50, then we pushed it back down in on 123, and then that wound up being like that $3 there at the end of the day. But wow, SpaceX again today, trying to go for a lift off here off that 120. We'll have to wait to see when it comes back into there. I believe we will test into this area again. So I'm not super excited to get long right now on SpaceX, but at some point there. Oh, there it is. Sean, the market. Okay, so this is, I guess he's explaining here what was going on. Yeah, Neil and I both. Market cap is 4 to just under 500,000. New deals for 8 million plus per year for 5 years. Let's do the math on that one. Okay, so 8 times 5 is 40. No reason not to absolutely fly. Well, again, we don't know. I mean, just because you get the deals doesn't mean that that's even covering up your expenses. Like, I don't know what that balance sheet looks like. I don't know what their expenses are. You just mentioned there that they had the 465,000. Was the market cap? So it's tough to value based on a contract. They need more of those contracts. Well, and the idea is that maybe they get bought out or something like that. I think as a longer term play, but yeah, maybe looking more into the kids.
You've seen this before, like where you'll get a multi-year agreement announced, and you really got to look under the hood to see, okay, well, how much of that is going to be guaranteed, and so valuing it on the first day can be a little bit tricky. But to your bigger point, like the 460,000 float, no, it doesn't really make a difference ultimately because it's such a small float. The number I see is 2 million, but tiny float is tiny float. It doesn't really make, again, it's not that big of a difference whether it's 400,000 or 2 million to the overall trade. But ball doesn't lie. If you think it's fundamentally like this should be 4x, well, you've got to be pretty convinced and dig into the details of that contract. That's the important thing for sure. Because again, nothing is absolutely guaranteed at all. One thing that is guaranteed and inevitable, that is we will be right back no matter what we do. I feel like every time I pull up USO, it's just creeping. It's not screaming. It's not like there's not crazy spikes, but it felt like this yesterday. Like oil is just slowly gliding higher. And now we've got more concerns because I was telling Shreve when I sat down, I'm like, what, did we just go back in time? Like there's now a new choke point that could threaten oil supply. Now tariffs we're back on Canada. Like, did we just hit in a time machine back a few months or something? So yeah, you got to watch out here because we keep creeping up for oil. Well, that could put some pressure on the market that we're not really paying too much attention to. I don't know if you just heard this. I just heard they're talking about the Clarity Act here. Coinbase getting a bit of a spike. I wasn't able to catch the exact headline, but Coinbase spiking here on, well, I guess I didn't hear it exactly, but probably the Clarity Act and some positivity towards that. So crypto again remains strong. Coinbase looking very good. 5 points today, and finally getting off the schneid. Look at that. Coinbase, knock on wood, might have made that 140 low. We'll see.
All right, we can go back to the desk, man. There's not too much going on right now. We'll keep talking about all these names as we go through. I was looking at SpaceX again and that Sky Quarry moving around as well. And then I just tempted to look at Oracle a little bit just because of how beat up it's been. And then on that NBIS deal today, I do think that there is a chance for Oracle to try to find a base down here. I mean, look at this chart for Oracle. It's just been like, wow, to the downside like crazy right there. Wow, just I don't know what to think about this name. If you would have asked me, I was actually long initially, which is amazing, where we were able to get out. We've told that story a couple times. I was long back at this $100 level before this sort of move happened and couldn't believe it on the upside. And now it's almost like just as unbelievable on the downside here. But look how good Oracle potentially could be at these levels. You're going all the way back to 2024 here. And the thing about it is like it's shown us it has the ability to do this. So this is not like something where, you're just hoping that a name like SMR can get back to 60. That's not happening anytime soon, right? Oracle on a good report, now whether or not they have a good report or not, and good mega cap spend does have a great opportunity to get back at least to the 50 period. I'm not trying to think we're getting back to 200 and change, but if we can get back up to here, I think that's a really great return if this is a good earnings season. So Oracle is something that I think is worth looking at just because of how much it's been beat up right there. Republicans and Democrats are set to meet today to discuss the final details of the. Okay, so that was the whole news there. Neil just mentioned there Coinbase and what was going on there. We've actually looked at a little bit there with Bitcoin and Ethereum earlier. Another one that would benefit from all of this could be Circle as well. This would be the one that I would think would be going up the most, 65 up to 68. So we could see Circle. Their IPO was around this $60 mark. So interesting to see catching a bid here with news now for Circle. So I think that could be something here to look at today if you are looking in the crypto space, Coinbase and Circle. Two great names, as well as Bitcoin, which is now 6666. Right there for crypto. So 66.6 right now. We'll see where it winds up going. Looks like Circle right now could be a long based on some of this news that we're seeing just hitting now. So, but yeah, good start to the day, up 1.2%. Microsoft, the NASDAQ.
We get that Clarity Act thing, and it's like, where does the brain go to? It goes to IBIT or ETH, Coinbase, Circle, BM&R, not MSTR. Like, it's just what? Oh, is it Left for Dead? Is that all it is? It feels like that's a yes. And we were talking about the problem with all the hedging and whatnot. So it's like Bitcoin long, MSTR short kind of deal, which does put some pressure on it. But all of that said, like maybe, because if this finally goes, it's got better squeeze-ish potential and unwinding than some of the other crypto names. But it's 4% now. It needs, what does it need? 105, 106. Would be that prior high. So it's about 4% for sure. But like this, it just feels like it's absolutely been left for dead. And like if we even show like BM&R even trying to catch a little bit of a bid in this thing, can't get going. And MS Stone, I see you in the chat. MSTR under book value is wild. You know what? Sure, it's wild, but the ball's not lying on it. And that's sort of the thing. Like you can look at fundamentals all you want, but sentiment tends to win out sentiment can win out a heck of a lot longer. Like the whole saying is a market can stay irrational longer than you can remain solvent with any kind of a bet. Ultimately, the ball's not lying with this one, and they're just going to continue to punish them. What I do want to do is just a quick reminder, a little bit of housekeeping, because it's something. It's kind of important. A lot of kids this morning, KIDZ and SpaceX. But if you're typing symbols into the chat, first of all, thank you for being part of the community. If you're not in the chat, hit the sub. If you're on TikTok, make sure you get in there and post your comments. But every time you use a $sign in front of a ticker, it just ends up on the board, which can let us know what the big names are going to be that are trading. Obviously, KIDZ, NVTS, NVIDIA, ZYBT. We already mentioned SpaceX. SLV, that's been on the mind for sure the last little bit. MSTX, BE, Battle. We'll throw your symbols in there. Let us know what's moving. Maybe there's some upgrades and downgrades that'll pique some interest and cause people to look at some new names.
All right, guys, welcome back. Let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here from this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. Live Nation, guys, going from a positive to a neutral weight here, but we're getting a price target increase to $186. That's up from $181. We're down about 0.8% here, guys. Now, Adobe also on the downgrade side of things, guys. Morgan Stanley downgrading them from an equal weight to an underweight and reducing its price target to $240. That is down from $365. We are down substantially here this morning to the tune of 5%. Shopify, the Canadian name, down 3% here, guys, 3 1/3, going from a buy to a neutral weight with a $130 price target. That is down from $160 from Rothschild. Now, Wix.com getting the downgrade as well, too, guys, going from an overweight to an equal weight and almost getting its price target slashed in half. $60, that's down from $112. Morgan Stanley giving them that downgrade. Moving forward, we'll take a look at some more positive things. Robinhood getting the nod, guys, with a buy rating, but we're also going to be increasing our price target to $123. That is up from $97 from Needham. You can see we're positive here this morning. Now, as for Five Below, guys, a little bit more than 0.5% going from a market perform to an outperform with a price target of $250. That is up from $247. Bernstein giving them that nod. Now, as for Ralph Lauren, guys, getting the approval this morning, Market perform to an outperform. You're up 1.8% here today. Raymond James giving them a $410 price target. Now Fortinet getting the nod, underweight to an equal weight, and a substantial price increase, guys. $80, that's up to $133. You're positive 1.4%. Morgan Stanley giving them the approval here today. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. And I know you saw like those downgrades. Insert software name, and they got a downgrade this morning, basically. Because you could add Datadog to that list. You could add Salesforce to that list to the downside there. And what are you going to do? They're just further out of favor, doing a little bit of a, we'll call it a right turn. You know, the market's going that way, and we're headed down into the right, I guess. So it's not really looking good. Maybe a bit of a trend trade forming back into the downside on Salesforce and some of these other software names. On the better side of thing, though, with crypto going higher, Robinhood's bouncing the 200 period again. It was able to pretty cleanly hold 9,900 yesterday. It's not breaking out, so it's got a weird diddle in the middle kind of deal where it's not breaking the 104 even with some strength in crypto. I know it's not only a crypto play, but I'd like to see it break in 104. Otherwise, it's still setting up for more of a support trade than anything else. But yeah, I'll say yuck today to almost all the software names that I saw. They're all looking pretty bad. And I think every time we see renewed strength on any dip in the chips, and now also you're getting it in crypto, it's just, oh, software is back out of favor. Like that's the place where we're not loving it for sure. So yeah, the IGV, short till it's not. There's a couple of names in there that have been showing some signs of strength. Palantir was a good example, but for the most part, these guys right back into some lows.
Look, I like the retail name Five Below. I mean, every time, like I said, there's a few stores that we have to go to when we're in the States. One of them is Five Below. One of them is Target, of course. Now Chick-fil-A is not a thing because we have Chick-fil-A's all over the place here now. But yeah, down into 170. Great little hold there, it seems like anyways. And just a name with a 21 PE, a retailer that's been working. I mean, you want to see Target's chart and things like that. I think Five Below here on quite the huge run from that low, just getting upgraded right now. Feel like it's at a spot where it could turn around. So watch out for Five Below. Even if it does turn back into this $200 mark right here, you're going to be supported by the 200 period and the 50 period. So I really like the chance for Five Below to get back up to its all-time highs around that 250 marker from here, which would be about a 20% increase. So, like I said, it's pretty unique products there, pretty cheap. And, a lot of heading into summer months is which right now should be a good quarter for that. Parents looking to buy, little trinkets and whatnot. Then you have back to school coming. So, I think this is a name that continues to work. I mean, look, I've had Costco my whole life. I'm not into Walmart, but, the one stock that I've bought and, done pretty well on. And I hope that you guys have followed this trade. Like, we're long targets here in the low to mid 80s. And we did sell out a decent percentage of our holding here at 120. But there goes Target. I mean, it's been such a monster move. And not only that, this is a 3% dividend. So, we've been getting paid to hold this thing. So it's been quite awesome. And we've been up here to one. The reason why I'm bringing this up now too is obviously we just talked about Five Below, but I like this area here for potential sell now, maybe sell the rest. And then we can get out. And if Target does come back down in, but it's like, I don't really want to sell. It's such a good winner right now. I think I have about a quarter of the position left as we continue to go higher here on TGT. So, I couldn't believe sort of the move that we had in the first place. Thought we were going to be breaking back down below this 50 period, but you can see now we've now tested it numerous times on the way up and held every single time. So, instead of getting out now, maybe you set something for like a 125 break. But yeah, Target right now really working to the upside with a dividend, one of the better names in the retail space. I was commenting the other day that we had Costco. I was in Costco and it was absolutely jam-packed. They've gotten hit too, and so has Walmart. Walmart's been pretty bad this year. It's actually down quite a bit year to date, I guess. Well, not actually. It depends on where January actually starts. But 120 down to 111. That's actually not that bad. It did have a move up to 134, obviously 140, and now Walmart's just getting crushed. to the downside. But, we did hold out at that 108 here where Joe sort of called a little bit of a bottom there. Let's see if it winds up holding. It is looking like, now our charts don't extend out because it was NASDAQ, in NYSE over to NASDAQ, but we'll wait to see if 108 to 110 here holds for Walmart. Obviously, it's American staple. Just like I mentioned, for the same reason why Five Below. But why would you own Walmart instead of Five Below? I mean, Five Below is a much better looking chart. You want to play this one for just to grab something down here and hope that it does retrace back up. I don't really see why that's not a possibility there for Walmart. I mean, they're everywhere. I don't need to tell you guys about the Walmart story, an American story for sure. But so retail space is what it is. Look at the NASDAQ though right here. I mean, the ES right now up 0.4 is nice, but it's the NASDAQ that's really starting to get going one more time right here. Anyone buy the dips in the NASDAQ? I mean, there's lots of opportunities here. Look at the triple Qs. We won't look at TQs. Let's look at the Qs right there. NASDAQ trying right now on the daily. Looks like it's bouncing here off of, again, another level that we've seen numerous times down here near that $700 mark on the Qs. Made it back in May, made it back in June, making it back here in July. And then here's the move higher. July is typically a pretty strong month. So I'll wait to see if July can help this market get back to the upside. We're pretty down this month already though, right? If you go back into July 1st, 735 down to 700. So you're down a couple percentage points here. I think we end July positive, right? But it's all gonna have to start tomorrow with Intel and with Google and IBM. So, with those names, that's what's gonna start the Qs. Hopefully the engine to get fired up back to the north side. I still remember when Google was down 10% on one of their recent earnings calls. That could happen again, and if it does, we'll try to scoop some up. But so that's it, 852. We covered a whole bunch of names there. And thanks, Joe, for the upgrades and downgrades. Let's go back over to the desk. Yeah, let's see something else.
I was gonna say, you mentioned retail, and it's just anecdotal, but I can't remember the last time we talked about retail without there being some kind of someone in the chat always brings up Lululemon.
It's the same person.
It's oftentimes.
Yeah.
But you know what's interesting? That wasn't on the board, but Nike actually got an upgrade today.
Okay.
So not sorry Lululemon lovers, but Nike was actually able to get an upgrade here today. And probably performing not much better, but at least a little better. See that thing called the 50 period that Lululemon's allergic to? No, Nike seems like it's trying a little bit better to have made a bottom, but these names have been so depressed. It's wild. There's always more interest anecdotally in trying to catch bottoms than there is on buying the dips on the stocks that are uptrending. I think it's a psychological thing. You always want to feel like you're getting a deal, right? And if you're buying the stock which is pulling off the highs, it's like, oh, it was just at highs. Let me find the bottom of something. But you know what? Historically, that's a much tougher road to hoe. That is for sure. Someone who I know likes Lululemon, but probably is never going to trade it, is Sharif. But someone who does is Adara.
I like that intro there, Neil. That's a quite succinct and accurate way to transition it over. Before we get into the rundown here, we're just about 8 minutes away from that starting. Let's talk about one more stock here. TSM, Taiwan Semi in focus. Nikkei reporting that the company could be raising foundry prices starting in 2027, so next year.
Yeah, so the base rate is going to be between 5 to 10%. That's going to be on essentially all products, but it gets a lot more nuanced than that. So let's get right down to it. So in the agreement, if clients demand HPC, high performance computing, okay, or AI chips beyond their initial order, they're going to get clipped with another 10%. So you got to make sure you're crossing your T's, dotting your I's, and you know exactly how much you're going to need. Otherwise, you're going to have to ante up as much as 25% per wafer. So up to 10 to 15% increases, and then you're going to get hit with another 10% if you miscalculate. All right. Now, is it on everything? The answer, sadly, is yes. So unlike typical chip cycles, where kind of the older nodes, we're talking about the 12, the 16, the 28 nanometer, they get cheaper as time goes on. That's not going to happen here, okay? And so who's that going to hurt? Well, it's going to hurt the people that are using the older nodes. We're talking about the automotive companies, the industrial companies. Think of dishwashers, think of microwaves, right? And consumer Internet of Things manufacturers. Typically, this is borne by your Apples, your NVIDIAs, companies with higher margins already. But these companies here don't necessarily have high margins, so they're going to have to rethink this. Last but not last, I've got a couple more points here. Why are they raising prices? unlike the RAM companies or the kind of NAND companies, they're not doing it out of pure greed. More on that in a second. They're actually having to cover their own costs. Taiwan, one of the most expensive jurisdictions when it comes to energy usage, and they're having to obviously front that cost alone. Now, your boy C.C. Wei, of course, he's the CEO of Taiwan Semi. He took a shot at your SK Hynix, your Samsungs, your Microns, and says, look, those guys are increasing prices 4 to 5-fold. We're not doing that, even though we can. And so, trying to differentiate himself between some of the RAM companies there.
Okay, interesting tack there for CC Wei. Lots to talk about here with TSM.
Yeah, you got to be like that. This is something that can get a little bit inflationary, and I think, as Sharif mentioned, this is the kind of thing that's going to bore. It's going to raise costs for it's the automotive companies that you're going to worry about. Those consumer electronic products. I think you start to have a little bit of worry, because if this trickles down the line, it can absolutely build up. It's just like a little nagging things, whether it's the creep up in oil or, again, here, the passing along of prices. You've heard about Apple having to raise prices already. So it's that kind of a thing that still puts that fear of inflation. Now, I know we've gone past the point where the expectation is rate hikes, so the Fed might not be as concerned about as they were 2 months ago. That's a positive. But it's still in the back of your mind, and that conversation about inflation still looms true. It makes you a little bit hesitant about, again, we've been talking about debt, about the companies that have a little bit too much debt, but it would also make me think about the Russell and some of the small cap names, like those EV names that are bleeding money, like the Rivians. Do they start to come under pressure? You're getting a bit of a test here on the Russell. It's made this interesting, I don't know, kind of rounded top kind of deal. If this loses the 50 period, I think it'll be because of these concerns that the I word is rearing its ugly head, although I guess it's been doing so for quite some time. As far as the trade TSM, I don't think that's not really much for the trade today. It's going to change things. We're still going to be looking at DRAM in the same way that we would have before, because I just want to play momentum as it is. You've had your downtrend. Yesterday was more of a consolidated day than anything else. The breakout through 55 wasn't one. It effectively is now gapped through that level. But anytime I see that's a huge reversal on what was an obvious downtrend, and you had resistance at 55, multi-day resistance, and then a single day of support. Well, let's make it two. Looking for dips in DRAM. But I think on the wider time frame, you really do have to be concerned. The prices, they're not abating anytime soon. And that could weigh on some small cap names, that's for sure. Small, middle cap.
There is, just watching out for this kid stock again. Now it's at 131 million. We first talked about it was 80 million. So it's doing a lot of volume here in the pre-market. And you can see here we're holding that dollar. So, we've broken down a couple times on there, got down to 95 cents. So, losing 5 or 6% on the downside, gaining, 10% or so as top scalps on the top side. So I think you can almost keep on doing that back and forth until we get, of course, some of the imbalances, which right now won't have any NASDAQ names on them. So you're going to wait to see if KIDS shows up there. We got to wait till 9:25. So we still got about a half hour until any of the NASDAQ imbalances show up. And I just wanted to, because we're talking about the IWM a little quickly there now, we are 8 days, 5 hours, 2 minutes, and 3 seconds away from potential rate hike. 17% chance right now of a rate hike. These numbers probably, we don't have any numbers today. Like I said, we're just over a week away. It's always on a Wednesday. So, between now to then, we won't get any more CPI or anything like that. But it looks like this will be pretty standard. It was 2/3, 1/3 back before we got those cooler than expected CPI numbers. So right now, this has been pretty standard for the last 3 or 4 days. So, I think that's pretty awesome that there's at least a chance. We'll see as it gets closer. I could see this starting to shrink down a little bit as we get closer to next Wednesday. But it looks like we're going to hold steady on the rates, right? Which should be better for small cap names than an increase would be. So, just talk about that IWM, as many of these markets are at all-time highs. And, obviously rate cuts would help the IWM, but also as does a firming rate as well. If we can stay where we are until the next one is September. So you get a break in August, which is real nice. So if the market is happy with a stand pat there, then IWM should mature up, as the next rate cut is not until, or the next rate decision, September the 16th. Palantir, definitely a name to look at. I almost added this to the 6-month sort of plan there. You know, breaking above 130, holding, you know, a software name that's not really getting hit when these software reports are coming out anymore. I think people are understanding the power of Palantir and what their foundry means and what it means to be involved, you know, in the data collection and then the use of that data, the privacy issues that Palantir handles. I like the stock. I think there is an opportunity for them to get going here, PLTR to the north side. So let's pay attention to that one as this day opens up. It's 9 o'clock right now, so we can start going through our rundown, and make sure you do grab the watch list. It's free. Shreve's Morning Note is there for all subscribed members. We have over 1,000 of you now that are members, so go grab Shreve's Morning Note. And I'm sure we're going to talk about all of that back at the big desk.
742, guys, is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We're $3 above that right now, 745 and change, up 0.41, but we're still locked within that range, guys. Take a look at where we found support yesterday. We found support in the 740s, where we had found support prior on the 8th of July. So we're going to continue to say that 740 area is going to be support level 1, but by the same token, Adair, we're looking at 750 yet again as resistance.
We're also looking, as we look every day around this time, at our daily watch list. It is free. You can find it at either this link that you have in the description of the video, or you can type in the URL you're going to see in front of your screen. It gives you access to a whole bunch of earnings info, stuff to be aware of, economic data on watch companies that people are going to be looking at, traders are going to be looking at to keep you in the right headspace and prepare you for each trading day. Let's talk here some of these semiconductors. I have Intel in the chart. There was just a bit of a spike here. I'm still looking if I see anything on this move to the upside. I'll let you know. But INTC here with some job cuts, and AMD with its advancing AI event kicking off tomorrow. There are a lot of different catalysts in the semiconductor space, and all of these names looking pretty good this morning.
They certainly are. We covered Taiwan Semi. We know the memory names are bumping, but I want to get to AMD. Adair astutely pointed out Advancing AI 2026 event. And what did they do in anticipation of this? They released their Helios rack. Now, this is their first shot at this kind of data center scale product, right? So it's 72 GPUs per rack, and I think about 26 CPUs. It costs 5.5 around. This is speculation because the company hasn't disclosed this. Analysts are thinking it's about 5.5 million per rack. That is $2 million more than NVIDIA's Vera Rubin stack. Something to think about. Now, while you pay more here, you also get more flexibility. So we know CUDA, the software system that comes with NVIDIA, it's a closed sort of network, right? It's proprietary. It's not open source. You got to use it the way NVIDIA tells you. Not so with ROCm, right? ROCm is AMD's version of CUDA, and that's open source. You're going to be able to customize it a lot more. So how will this work out? We don't know, but the biggest customer they have for this Helios rack is Meta. And we don't have to wait long, Adair. They're going to start delivering in early 27, and we'll find out pretty quickly whether it's good or not. With respect to your Intel, there was an endless upgrade with that as well, but that was earlier on.
Yeah, there's a lot of different angles, as you guys can see, when it comes to these semiconductor names today. AMD likely in focus all week, and same with Intel with that Thursday earnings report. Which of these names are you most interested in this morning, Neil?
We went over DRAM for the memory already, so it do like that. But Intel, look, remember when the earnings come out, just remember we want to think about yield. So it's not going to be, top and bottom is going to be fun. We'll see the reaction, but you want to hear them talk about improving yields because that's going to be a big deal for them. I think that's the kind of thing that can spike it higher for sure. Again, still not, I know Adair is going to be looking for it. Feels like there was something maybe a minute or two ago that caused a little bit of a spike. It's giving it, not giving it back's the wrong word. Yeah, it's pulling back just a little bit off of that little spike there. But it was yesterday when it just couldn't take out that 100 level. I said in the morning, I liked it over, closing candles over 100 on the 15-minute would make it a long trade. So it's gapping away from that. I feel like this, same way I felt about Robinhood, where it was like dip 99 hundo. And yesterday that was the case. It feels like the same thing. And there's the story. Intel and Fortinet collaborating to advance cybersecurity innovation and strengthen global supply chain resilience. Hey, good. good for both of them, and pretty good for Fortinet. The spending, we already know this. IBM even told you this. It is all cybersecurity is where a lot of the money is going. That isn't straight up into data center and compute. It's going into cybersecurity, and unfortunately, names like IBM are getting the brunt of it because they're not getting their piece of the pie anymore.
Look, I have the number one trade today is going to be Intel. It's 99 long here for Intel. That looks kind of like an 8, but it's 99 longs, right? I mean, up yesterday morning, up yesterday. We see it up today as well. There's the move that we were sort of referencing that happened right off the jump there yesterday. So we'll have to wait to see if it gets going. But Intel, I'll put this here. I'll put my handle and you guys can go follow it and check out the note there. But yeah, over 7,000 of you checked out the sticky note again yesterday. Thank you so much for that. But yeah, dropping into $100 could be something there. This, you know, again, I write these notes down. Minutes yet to properly chart this, but looking at 99. So if there is a way for Intel to make a more dramatic move there, like I said, yesterday's move was 97 up to 101. So that's $4 right there. So if this pulls back anything on NASDAQ weakness, and I mean, we were short yesterday, the TQs, and you know, you saw how that sort of worked out. It worked out actually really great there all day into the close. Intel actually faded with the rest of the market as well. So although it's strong today, it doesn't mean it can't show weakness. We've seen AMD get absolutely crushed off the open, as we've seen Intel as well. I mean, here's a good example. This is $93 2 days ago to Intel, down to 90, and then V-shaped recovery back up completely. So let's just, you know, not think that that's going to happen, but, you know, it is possible. So we'll wait to see Intel dip buying, my number one idea today. Where will the levels be? You'll have to watch me trade live at 9:30.
Yeah, well said there, Sean. Let's get right here into NBIS, NBIS. NVIDIA reporting a 9.3% passive stake in this company. We know they previously announced plans to invest $2 billion in NBIS going back to March. So nice update there for NBIS, sharply to the upside.
Absolutely, yes. 9.3%, as you mentioned. Let's talk about what this money's earmarked for, guys. The entirety, almost, I should say, the entirety of the $2 billion here that NVIDIA is investing is earmarked for the Blackwell GPU. They have to buy the Blackwell GPU. But listen to this, Adara. They're also going to procure the H200, a chip we know designed specifically for China. They don't have enough buyers there, so they got to sell it to the to American companies. So essentially, we need to talk about the circularity of this, okay? Because the entire $2 billion is going right back into NVIDIA's top line vis-a-vis the Blackwell and the H200 purchases. And it's going to build a data center in Greenfield. They're going to deploy over 5 gigawatts, if you believe the reports. It's going to be over in Europe and the United States. But let's talk about NVIDIA's position. Over 90% of the 21.07 million pre-funded warrants that they acquired through this $2 billion investment, these warrants have a strict contract clause. NVIDIA cannot sell, dispose, alter, or in any way change their position until September 11th, 2026, meaning that, you know, if the market becomes volatile, they can't do anything about their position.
Yeah, lots of interesting aspects about that deal. That H200 purchase, also very fascinating. We'll have to wait and see what happens there. In the meantime, NBIS, thoughts?
Randy's going to come here. We came in to see Randy, boys with toys, and Randy has his remote control car there and was going crazy in our other side of the office here, as it's all the desks have been gone, and now it's cement, right? With epoxy, it's epoxy on top. Is that what it is? Yeah. So it's now all nice and looks pretty smooth over there, to say the least. I think I was saying, like, it's like a bowling alley.
That's the perfect
get over there.
Perfect.
But yeah,
and you gotta have fun. You gotta have that fun.
Yeah, you gotta do something.
Because the desks are going to be up there in like a matter of time. So, you know, we got the open space. You might as well use it. NBIS
putting together desks.
Well,
so you got to take a break.
Oh, look at this.
That's pretty tedious.
Yeah, they're maybe a quarter of the way through that.
There, yeah.
Well, speaking of a quarter, NBIS has a quarter of the relative debt from relative to CoreWeave that I was able to find. So I think that's a definite positive for them going forward. It's got the gap up. It's got the catalyst. It doesn't have a tremendous amount of early volume. Like if I zoom this in on the 15-minute, like you're gonna see this is not even better volume than yesterday in the pre-market. That's the one thing that I think holds us up. That's if you wonder like why memory names and NVIDIA and Intel and like those types of names, it's the consistency of good volume. Whereas NBIS, good story, good move, pretty good looking chart. Right now, not a lot of extra volume. Like it didn't have this catalyst, and it's not really doing a ton of extra R-vol this morning, which would be it's just a little bit disappointing for me. But overall, I think it just comes down to I would prefer this to CoreWeave just based on the data. I think that's something you have to look at as a differentiator. There is some room for it to rally. Maybe this is when you come back if we get a bit of a dip, and then once the opening range has been set and you see how much R-vol we truly have, you can try to hold like this 190 level, the prior. Forget about the wick high. I don't care about that. I care more about like this 190 that it was holding at the opening range top on that 15-minute candle. But for now, this one's a pass in lieu of some other names.
Look, I think it's a little, and I got to give a shout out here. Where is it? They're talking about you liking. Here it is right here, Dr. Will. I'm going to put this up. I think this is a pretty important point, and I wanted to make the same point about Intel there. These guys are reporting tomorrow, so although NBIS has obviously secured their spot as an AI infrastructure build-out play, $27 billion contract there from Meta. They just raised almost $1 billion, 3/4 of it in the public markets. Getting hit to the downside to support their business. But I think you're right here. Don't mess around with anything here, Dr. Wynn. What's up, Dr. Wynn? If you do like the stock, let's make sure that Google and Intel, don't wave a white flag at this AI trade. They're not going to. But let's just, you only have one more day to see what Intel says and again. They're not as important really as, like Meta has a deal with NBIS. So you're sort of looking for that. You're looking for, cloud plays, which is going to be something that's important for this whole build out. So if Google can still run things tomorrow night after the close and Intel can purport more demand, then, I do like NBIS for a bounce. I mean, another name that's been 300 down to its low was 160. We're bottom picking like crazy to call it cut in half, but it was pretty close. Now you're just like that, you're back up from 165 to 195. These names are just so volatile that I almost think it's a bad thing to buy it up. Like if you like it, why not buy it down? So you could wait for a couple more days. If there is some negative news in the market, you will get a 160 opportunity for NBIS. So I would say buy it down, not up. But if you're going to start a position because you like it and you like what's about to come here, might as well give it a go. And I'm just going to check one more time here when NBIS's earnings are. I wish there was almost a faster way to do this. But if I just go here and I go, what's up, Randy? And I go to market events and I go to earnings, right into there, I'm going to be able to see that it's August the 6th. Right now for NBIS. And look at this revenue growth, 600, 300, 500, 700. So we know what's going on here, but they still can't make money. They're still estimated at minus 69 cents. Not great there. I don't really want to be investing in companies. And this is why we've, Big Bear AI losing money still, all these names that are continuously losing, not a great moment for investing, I don't think. Wait for it to trade down on NBIS. But hey, man, up 7%. We'll take it all the time. Thank you, Randy. What percentage of the desks do you think you have built so far?
Oh.
Right there. We are having, normally we have the rundown on the board, but we are having a couple camera issues over there. I want to thank Andre for working through it as he is the sole body back.
Makes it seamless.
I see. Back there, so. Oh, what?
No, this is yesterday's rundown.
Oh, yesterday's.
Yeah, that's yesterday's.
Okay. That's okay. All good. It's not updated. Oh, has it not been updated today? Who knows? Oh, it's not updating. Okay. So anyways, that's the rundown, but we're just going to go through the names. We're just going to listen to whatever Adara tells us, and we're going to cover those names. Exactly. So I think that's the easiest thing to do.
What'll be next?
Well, here, let me see what I have on my list today. I think we could go for probably Bitcoin.
SpaceX.
Let me see what Adara wants.
Let's see.
One of the things that you guys just named will be on the rundown, but it's not the one we're currently talking about, and the other one was already discussed today. So let's get into GM. I think very, serendipitous timing that we had. Brandy just visited us here because we know he's very into the auto space, and GM here, chart kind of your chop and churn here as we digest these earnings report. But, they beat on EPS and sales, raised their adjusted EPS guidance for the year, and that adjusted EBITDA growth, worth noting. Yeah,
there's some good in this, but there's also some things that, are a little eyebrow raising. You got a top line beat, 48.03. It had the 47.09. Great look there. Adjusted EPS, 357 ahead of the 318. But let's talk about the nitty gritty here. We always want to make comparisons between GAAP and non-GAAP, right? Adjusted all the time. And while EBIT surged 30%, 3.94, and adjusted EPS surged 41% as well, when we look at GAAP, net income dropped 31% year over year, down to $1.3 billion. That was driven by a severe $2.3 billion charge that the company had to take because of their EV manufacturing restructuring, as well as the write-downs that they had to take there. So in actuality, they're not actually profitable. Let's talk about the share buybacks. They have good free cash flow here. Adjusted automotive free cash flow rocketed 78% year over year. They have over $5 billion there. That's going to help with their share repurchase program, which has been quite aggressive lately. And then China. We've been talking about a lot of weakness for Western automakers, Assassino, in China. That is not the case for GM. 16.9% surge in that country year over year. I think they made $83 million in actual profit, not revenue, profit. That's up from 71. And then Adara, their North American operating margins did quite well. It expanded by 250 basis points. A lot of the press wants to attribute to this to Sierra and Silverado. Had nothing to do with that. Their warranty was actually seldomly used, so you didn't have as many warranty items with there, so they didn't have to expend as much money on that. Good look for GM, but kind of a mixed report.
Yeah, lots of interesting aspects of that report here. Are you guys looking to trade GM this morning?
If you're pretty much exactly where you've been for the entirety of the last week going into earnings, and you're still the same price and not really threatening like it wants to make any kind of a move, it's got to be a no for GM. It would have been so much more interesting if they had like more of a clear, strong report, and maybe that would have got this breakout above 79. Because you can see, like, it's coiling like it wants to go. But until it gets back above $79 and gives you a chance for that next leg, 79 to 84, this turns into a bit of a nothing burger. The good news is, hey, it's 9:15 in the morning. It could be 10 o'clock. You could see that starting to break out that level. It could be tomorrow. Give it the 3-day rule. Maybe it's that. The other thing, too, is GM's also got, some levers to pull. Like, everyone's talking about, like, whether it's converting some production to help out with defense, which is something the administration's been pushing for sure. But then you weigh that against what TSM was saying. The cost could be going up on some chips, making it a little bit more expensive. How much can they pass on to the consumer? You worry about the consumer as well. It's just entirely too mixed here. So unless it gets above 79, this one ends up being a pass. Maybe we trade it tomorrow, but it doesn't really look like it's going to be much today.
Yeah, I was looking at just looking at Tesla and Rivian and all like the sort of the usual suspects right here. Tesla's on the way down too. They're going to report tomorrow night as well. So we have a lot of things to talk about here in the car game. And I mean, if the pure play, obviously with GM not getting into, they have the Equinox, they have a few different EV names. They're the Cadillac as well. But you could see Tesla, a little more interesting to me here coming into this 360 level. If we do get dumps into like that 364, 365 area, I think Tesla's going to be a buy just to see if we hold right there. That would be 363, 50 or so. So, Tesla does have the sort of the cadence and the ability to do huge moves, especially right off the open. I mean, this thing was 386 yesterday, and then by the time we sort of blinked and it was 10 o'clock, you're down $12, right down there into 374. Good bouncing areas. There's that low of 370 that we were sort of just hinting at there. I'd like to see it test in and around 365. So if there is a dramatic move down for Tesla today, this to me is a little bit of a better name for day trading. You can use TSLA. I believe that's the one that Joe will trade as well there on Tesla. I'll look at Tesla proper, but TSLA, a great tool there. Ford up, which is nice. And I think this is a good level, to be honest with you. So if GM does falter here today, why not look at Ford coming back into not VWAP, into the 200 period at 13.25. They're Tuesday, July the 28th. So you got 7 days. So a week today, it's Ford time. So if this can drop into 13.50, I like Ford here. I think Ford had a great quarter. They talked about energy, an energy play as well, building up some of those similar to Caterpillar, not turbines, but energy like big batteries and whatnot for Ford. So that sort of got that going. And we were lucky enough by getting some out right here when it first bumped up around $15, and then just in a matter of a couple of days, it bumped into 17, and we got something out. I think either just below 17 or in this area on the way back down. So I think it might be time to get a little more Ford in your life if we can hold in and around that 13 and change area there. I mean, imagine Ford and GM, like they're all looking better than Tesla right now. So Tesla getting some SpaceX heat as well, I'd imagine. So all right, that's what's going on with Ford and GM right now. We can always guess, but apparently we're both wrong. So we'll have to wait. I guess maybe SpaceX might have been the one that might be on the list. I think Bitcoin could be, but it's 9:20 right now. Only 10 more minutes left till this market rocks and rolls. And then in 5 minutes, we'll have the imbalances as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, I considered putting Bitcoin on here, but we talked about it earlier today. It's also something that we didn't really get a lot of, requests for in the chat. So we're going to talk SpaceX right now instead. Neil was, in fact, correct here. Couple different headlines here. I mean, we know obviously from a technical standpoint, this thing closed below $120 for the first time ever. But some news out of the Singapore exchange as well for SPCX.
Yeah, I saw that SDR. I don't really have much information on that. I want to cover this right here. So we know it closed below the IPO price. It's also 45% off its post-debut high near 226, give or take. The business does remain decent. 10 million customers for Starlink. They're raising prices. Long-term catalysts like direct-to-phone connectivity. We know Starship expected to launch on the 23rd, so a couple of days, Thursday. Deutsche Bank also launching coverage on SpaceX with a buy rating and a $225 price target. They've kind of view the sentiment-driven drop as a potential buying opportunity for what they call patient buyers. But, a drop doesn't mean necessarily that it is a value target. It's still trading there at 84 times sales, making it, a high conviction, high volatility growth play. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, just be a little speculative here, Sharif. Do you think this thing gets to 100 first or back to 150 first?
It's hard to tell, Adara. This is super volatile, and I think there's a lot of passive buying. We know that the lockup period is coming as well for some selling. So we'll have to wait and see. Maybe that $100 acts as a good support level. Let's see.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and find out here. It's worth noting again that lockup period is actually staggered, as we've talked about a couple of times. So it starts, I believe, in August, and then it'll kind of continue through to, I believe, December of 2026. Just to touch on the Singapore story here as well, so people are aware, the Singapore Exchange announced they're going to be launching depository receipts for not just SpaceX, also Grab Holdings and CSE, which will basically allow investors to trade exposure through these companies in the Singapore market. So kind of an interesting headline there. SPCX, guys.
Yeah, I think 100 first. That makes sense, especially with the lockup coming up for SpaceX. Yesterday, 128 and 130 were two levels that got hit when there was that spike up on Friday, and it didn't even remotely threaten those. It just was an absolute dump. I think there's a better chance at a bounce than here today, so I'm still going to be looking at 24 and 26 range, like this high, and then into that high, just underneath the 125 for SpaceX, going to favor the short. Probably at least up until 100, or it can break out the 130 level, will give you more juice. Just very quickly, I know there's another small cap removing. This one's an oil name, VIVK. Expands physical crude oil marketing platform to over $700 million with 4 new recurring commercial transactions. So that's the story with Vivicor, VIVK, up around, 2 days ago, it was right here at 440 before it dumped off a little bit. So it's basically at its bag hold level, and it's a reverse split that's breaking out the reverse split price as it just takes out the top. So Vivicor, your latest small capper, but this one at least is in the energy space. So could be good if USO goes.
Yeah, good to trade some of these small cap names. We looked at, I was in Sky Quarry yesterday. We'll see if we get into some of those today, including that kids. But yeah, I mean, wow, down now 50%. From its highs, right? I mean, its high was 225. So you're back into that. I mean, I don't know what exactly, 230, I guess. So will we be 50% at 115? Maybe as we come back in. And I actually like the 120 long. I feel like that's, I don't know, like why are we not? We closed below it or in and around it anyways. And I think we did close below it, looks like, just at 120. And the fact that we're up here today makes me think that, hey, if the market really wanted to sell this thing off, they would, and they're not. So I would think that a sell-off could happen back into 120, and then I kind of want to look long in this area. So yeah, I'm going to fight I'm going to fight I've already paid for shorts. You guys know me. I mean, yesterday we were long 123 until it broke, then we went short, which was a great trade. And then we had shorted again in the afternoon, which turned out to be fantastic. So even though I was thinking long early, we flipped into the short. So this 120 breaks, we're going short. So there's no doubt about that. But let's give it a shot down here if it does come in, and we don't want to really get involved with SpaceX probably until the first couple minutes, right? Just let it do its thing. I always feel like I'm getting way too excited too early all of the time. The Rocket Lab getting absolutely smoked. I mean, Neil keeps telling the story about his brother, but we made it very public that the days leading up to the SpaceX IPO was when you wanted to bail on all of these names. And, Rocket Lab, I think, is a more interesting name now, down at $66, that has been chopped down 65% from its highs. So I like Rocket Lab as a much better investment right now than SpaceX, just because we've seen the move higher. Long term, probably, I mean, if we believe in Elon Musk, and like I said, beside him and Jensen have been the two guys that have printed the most millionaires, I'm certain of it, in the stock market there. I mean, we could go back to Bill Gates maybe and Microsoft and whatnot, but that's, to follow Elon has been a good trade. And if that's going to work, SpaceX, then I think Rocket Lab should probably work as well as AST. So AST Mobile, Astis, a good level to look at there as well. Micron Sandis going today.
Thank you.
Was the dip in? No, I mean, the dip was in, but considering the run that they both had, both these names, I mean, I was expecting to see, and I almost made Micron a choice there. I did make it a choice, and I pulled it back from the next 6 months, just because I thought if there was a problem with this next coming earnings release, that maybe, and Micron reports late, they're very, very late, but if we start hearing some problems with CapEx or whatever kinds that comes through, I did think that Micron was due for a little bit of a ride back into the $700 mark, but is the dip in? I mean, if you're going to look at levels, I think maybe. I mean, you had a nice little retracement there. I'm no Fibonacci guy, but 1250 down to 840. It's probably a nice level there to bounce off of. So I would say you're probably onto something, man. Up another 7%. The DRAM ETF, the drama. There always has drama, so you can look at DRAM or these individual names themselves. To answer your question, I think the dip has happened. You've gotten a nice 20% back in on that name, but it's just cautious worries of what is to come over the next couple weeks. The market doesn't seem to be too worried. I don't see the NASDAQ going down. It's going up. We did get the release rate now. There's Sky, so that's SK Hynix right there with a bid. Look at all of these B's, B, Bayside. Does anybody know where that is from? I know
we know.
I know we know where it's from, but do people in the chat? I bet the one with the sell right here. So it looks like they're starting to go, there's SpaceX with a buy. Okay, so, a couple buys here early on. There's IREN, yesterday's darling. That's pulling back a little bit as well. All right, 3 minutes left. Those are the imbalances. They look to be all Bayside buys.
I have a fun one for you guys here to end the rundown. I chose this because I'm seeing a lot of people mention these names in the chat. It's small cap time. These are making big moves. A lot of our viewers want to see them, so we'll get into these here. KIGZ, I think, just to kick it off, probably one of the most noteworthy movers, especially early on today. You've got that $44.6 million 60-month enterprise AI agreement. Interesting look there. There are a couple others, though. I know that SGLB, I believe, was what it was, that VIVK. Which one of these are you looking at?
We can look at all three. I mean, it's not going to take long to look at them. I'm not really liking the look of Kids Jib right now, losing the dollar a dare, losing volume-weighted average price, unbroken lower lows, lower highs. It's putting in a bull flag, so there is a chance, of course, that it takes out that pre-market high, which is right around $1.30. Look for that. Look for the reclaim of $1 as well. VIVK, I was yelling at Joey about this. When I saw this move live from 350 into 550 in like 30 seconds, okay? So it's obviously got that propensity to rip. It obviously has sellers at 5. There's 2 topping tail candles right now on the 5-minute chart into $5, so it's struggling with that. And then SLGB, this is not bad. It broke out yesterday in the aftermarket, which is not in and of itself a bad thing, but it had a very aggressive pre-market move very early on at 5:15. Sometimes that puts a bit of an overhead weight on the price action during the midday. $1.90 is the pre-market high. Look out for that.
Yeah, we're all about to be saved by that opening bell here. We'll send you back to the guys in the meantime. Good luck.
Yeah, with a minute to go, I think that VIVK gets even especially interesting if you actually get moves on oil today. So I want to make sure if we see something in USO, forget about Battle. I think you go over to that one. Kids is back underneath that dollar level. It's going to do 1 billion shares today, so volume I shouldn't say that. It's already done 150 million shares today, so it's got a really good chance of crossing the 500 million and doing extraordinary volume. But it needs to get back over 1 in VWAP to get a little bit more interesting. You're already getting a bit of a pump. We were just talking about memory names. There goes DRAM breaking through the highs. So it might not be dip first on this. It could only be rip. Going to have to look at pre-market lows because filling in the gap might not be in play at all. As DRAM heading upside, it's probably because Micron and SanDisk. There you go. Micron at the high of the day. Probably got a small buy and balance. Almost everything's a buy and balance.
Yeah, there goes Intel up to 103 again. As we mentioned, that some of these buys coming in. Now with only 15 seconds left, we want to thank VinFast for once again sponsoring your opening bell. Go check them out, VFS there. VinFast, an awesome way to play the EV space. All right, I'm looking at Intel for dip buys. I'm looking at iBit as well for dip buy opportunities here, just in case this market drips just a little bit. We're looking for iBit, we're looking for Intel. The level for iBit we wrote down was 37. I mean, we're gonna have to change that as it's quite nicely ripping here early this morning. We'll have to see if it does pull back just a bit. iBit now up 2%. Intel was the first look, but that's starting to really go right there now through 103.50. Trying to take out some of the highs right now is Intel, and it's doing a good job of that. That is for sure. Tesla, we looked at to see if we got a 365 or so, and Tesla's going the other way. The market's trying to pull back a little bit. Look at Tesla. That's a nice move there up to 375. So here we go, man. If you're looking to fade something, that's a nice move against the market right now for Tesla. No real levels until 377, though, TSLA. And then the other one we had that we didn't talk too much about, NVIDIA dip buy opportunities, but that's not happening either, as there goes NVIDIA ripping right now northbound. But yeah,
bye, Vivek.
Some of these names going. Yeah, I don't know about kids. I got a bid on that.
VIVK just hit $6.50. If I say Vivek, I mean VIVK. Maybe that's even the name of the Vivacor, whatever it is. But that small capper is going absolutely ham. You said kids is going too?
No, I didn't look at that one yet.
Okay, yeah. Oh, boo. Why can't they both go? Kids just lost that dollar. That's the thing. You need to be holding the dollar level
in and out
after the open. It gets right back into 85. It has a very distinct downward trend that it can break. You guys can see that very clearly. So all you got to do is break this trend. And I think that takes you above that $1 level, but it needs to happen. Going back over to SpaceX, is that going to give us the pop and drop? Well, so far it looks like it's only giving you the drop. If it does something like this, like yesterday, then that look underneath VWAP might be the first play here on SPCX. Yeah, so nothing. I mean, Bitcoin's pulling back a little bit, but Bitcoin's not really moving a heck of a lot either. It's just SpaceX on my board that's doing much of anything.
We're in kids here at 90 cents. Well, we'll wait to see what winds up happening there. We took it the first time, got out at 88 for 2 cents. So we'll have to do that again. If it breaks lower, we took 90 cents. There it comes. It's going to break again. So yeah, this one's getting hit there. Sorry, Adam James. I tried to go long here on kids, and I'm talking about it for you, but it's not going anywhere right now. Long at 90, almost taken out there at 90, at 88. So we're going to try to go 3-1 here. So I'm waiting at 96 to see if that happens. All right, first real trade in now. NVIDIA 206.50. So I like the stock, and I said I would wait a little bit. 2 minutes is not necessarily waiting, but I like 204, 205 coming in right there. But here's a little dip buy in NVIDIA. Let's take that out for 50 cents or 30 cents, 40 cents there at 90s. We'll see if NVIDIA wants to rip back up into that 208 level. But so far, so good there. Just buying it back into the breakout level of 206.50 basically there on that break. So I'll take out one more piece now that we're above or trying to get above 207. That might be a little bit of a magnet for now. Hopefully we do extend through it. Ooh, we just missed it. We are trying to get out of 10%. There we go. Now we're out of 10% of NVIDIA as hopefully the next little area for this is 207.50 or so. So let's put another bid there at 207.50, offer, and see if we can get it. I basically don't want to get out of this until we break, well below this 205. So we'll hold a little bit of this right now and see what winds up happening with NVIDIA. But the market is on quite a nice little pullback right now.
Bitcoin's holding really well relatively because I'm seeing NASDAQ pulling right back off those highs. Sorry, let me zoom in so you can see it. There's the NASDAQ breaking out early, pulling right back into the volume-weighted average price.
Position
right
board,
off the
I think
open.
we know is not.
And then right away, there's just no drop whatsoever in this entire move over here on Bitcoin. So I'm gonna. Oh yeah, right. But is it working? No.
No,
Well, I wasn't in
was
position. Okay, yeah, I didn't see yours either. Okay, so I just jumped in when we just had this little candle holding the volume weighted average price. I want to give it to about like that mid to low 50s level right in here, 37.52. Because as the market heads lower, this is showing some signs of relative strength. DRAM's not doing anything. Still, SpaceX hasn't even tried to pop. It could see 240. We might see 240 or 120. Sorry. Before we get any kind of a pop here. I'm still sitting, that's now above VWAP as it continues to fall lower. But yeah, SpaceX, it's got to come up a little bit for me to want to short that bad boy. So just in IBIT, as we'll get the position board working, want to play this to the high and then look for reloads off VWAP because 38.2 on IBIT corresponds with that resistance on the daily in Bitcoin. We're at 66.5. Obviously, that would take us well above 67 first. I hope we get there. But 38.2, to me, that's a short level on IBIT.
All right, I'm going to drop out. Yeah, Intel's coming back into 102 right now. For me, I wrote down 37 long for IBIT, so I'm going to try to be patient, but that's not going to happen. Doesn't look like it. Just for NVIDIA here, the market is pulling back quite nicely. Maybe we should go along the TQs or the Qs. But, there's NVIDIA came right back in. We only have out 10%, so, we have out 12.5%. The first one was 5. The next one's a little more than that. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a losing trade if it does break. So I'm actually going to get out of this if it breaks 205.75 right into here and then play the levels that I actually was thinking about. And that was, 205 to 204. So if the market does dip down too much further, we'll take another fill here at 206, but we'll be patient and try to wait to see if this NASDAQ wants to bounce, which it looks like it is trying to do. All right, Palantir, not doing a whole heck of a lot there. Just trying to find out what's going on. That's a 5-minute chart. Okay, nothing going on there. Here's Palantir. Just trying to see, I like the name. Had a nice dip down into 131. Now right back up there to 134. So a nice little level there. Yeah, here we go, man. Can we get it going now? Let's go proper on NVIDIA right now, ripping to the high side. There goes NVIDIA at 78 cents now in the money. So we like that one. We'll see if we can get out and see if we can get this position board working for you. But we are long right now at 206.50 on N. Wow, there it goes, failing through 207 again. Let's put a piece out at 99 if we can. I was waiting at 207.40s there for that out there on NVIDIA, but it looks like it's coming right back in. Making me think that Intel might be a trade for me today. Now see that had the same dip buy opportunity right there into the close, into the opening range of 102 change right there. Did we? No, we didn't get that out yet. Waiting for another tick up, and then we'll see if we can get a piece out at 207, and then hopefully that will update the position board. Neil long IBIT, I believe.
Just IBIT.
And I'm only long in NVIDIA right now waiting. And then we could take a look at kids. I mean, this has been a stock that you guys have looked at here this morning. I don't know why that should have maybe been a halt there. I don't know. If anything, maybe it should halt down. But we tried it at 90 and out at 88. So, real quick hitter there on kids and not successful, but it's dropping back in.
It's Vivek you think would halt.
Watch the dollar mark. Yeah.
That went 5 to 7. That went like a 40% move on the first 3-minute candle. But
the ZYBT has halted again, by the way.
Is that one?
This was that name from yesterday. That we had said that it was going to go hard right away once it reopened back up, and it did. And then it was just like whoosh all the way to the downside, $3. And all this name has done now is halt all over the place.
Sorry, I meant to hit the flush.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's.
I didn't mean to hit the goat for a stock that's halted down twice.
No, yeah, two down halts, but we'll see. I mean, it was doing this yesterday. It basically didn't stay open at all. So we'll have to wait to see. But there's another name that is on the halt watch right now. I'll take a piece out here at 80 just to see if the position board is going to work up for us for NVIDIA. I want to see everybody to see it. No, Andre, I just got to fill and it's still
probably needs to. I think it's the restart.
Yeah. Okay. So nothing going on there.
Another small cap, just very quickly.
SpaceX.
AMC broke that 250 level. So while everyone's looking at Vivek and kids and ZYBT. AMC day 2 looking pretty good. There's that 250 breakout. Should have put this bigger to the top of the list. As long as we can hold over the prior high, this could be a nice one. So it had earnings. It's not this is not just like the whole ape thing. They actually had earnings, and it was a good, strong move yesterday that was able to sustain it pretty well. Like it dipped into prior highs, it continued, but it was a false break at the open into a dip. So I think if it does the same thing, you're probably looking more at got to hold 230, got to hold 2 quarter. kind of deal. DRAM, we're not getting any dips. The market came in, right? And you're thinking, okay, you're going to get a dip buy, you're going to get a chance, but this really didn't happen. It's only been upside here for the memory chip name. So I don't want to chase the move. I want to try to see if we can get back in on the trend here at some particular point on DRAM. Again, it's just still going to be IBIT for now. And that's pretty much it because Robinhood's gone. Robinhood, by the way, went to 106, up 6%. Robinhood, right off that 200 period moving average. That's why we like the 200. Good stocks bounce off the 200 period moving average. It's just what they do.
Yeah, I've been such a crazy stock, down 20% in like 2 days there. Obviously back up now is nice as well, off that 120 mark, down in just a little bit. I was still trying to find some Intel love here today as well, but there's NVIDIA, man. It's rocking and rolling. We'll see if we can have those hands of diamonds once again. We're long at 206.50. We're rebooting all of our software right now, so
I think it's working
hopefully. Okay, good. You have a position. Good. All right, I'll get an offer here and see if I can activate the position board for myself. But there it is. So it looks like it might be working now, Andre. So that's good. All right, SpaceX. It did make that move into 120. We said we liked that 120 long, but we wanted to see what it did when it got there. Well, it didn't get there. It got to 120.50 and then bounced a buck. So there's a level for us to maybe look at right now with SpaceX, right? 120.50 right now, making its way back up to VWAP. We have the 50-period moving average right here is the pink line. The next little gray, it's gray on my screen, is their 25-period. Then you've got VWAP right here as the blue. And then we've got the 200 period as the green. We got some questions I noticed in the chat before about what kind of levels are we looking at on my screen. So that's what it is there for sure. Meta dipped down to 644. Man, I know I'm going to feel silly there about Meta not getting some out there at 690, but or 680. 680. We'll see what winds up happening there. It's still early days for this one. Interesting to see what this might be the most interesting conference call once earnings hit, and we can talk about some of their new business models. They've recently instituted the subscription service. They've recently talked about some of their compute and having too much of it and trying to sell it. They talked about opening up new data centers here, including one in Alberta. So we'll see if Meta has sort of that get up to it behind the cloud now that this appear to be selling some of their wares. So that could be a good opportunity for Meta. So very, very interesting talk there for Meta once their earnings hits. I don't know if Meta is this week or not, but no, it wasn't. We looked at this week.
No.
They're not this week. NBIS, just kind of boring right now so far today. Honestly, we thought they'd be up 6%. Well, they were up 6% earlier. They're up 6% now, and they're just hovering around VWAP. And now, if anything, trying to go lower. Here go the market.
Remember the lesson about RVol. NBIS didn't have that great volume in the pre-market. That's one of the reasons it didn't stand out.
Yeah,
much.
It's not.
Gap news, no volume.
2 million shares, not huge there. All right, so we're still going to wait for another fill here on NVIDIA. Get some more out here. I'm long right here at 206.50 proper. So we've just been getting a few outs above, right? Our best out right there is 207. 30s, I believe. Yeah, 207.30. So here it comes, though, man. It's the NASDAQ right now that's getting turned upside down a little bit. There is no earnings. There is no economic numbers today, as Adair brought our attention to that one. So we just got to do light work on that and try to play off of some of these levels as tomorrow, big time earnings come through, right? We had Charles Schwab today. They were actually doing okay in the pre-market, but again, not too much volume there. So we didn't cover it, but they were, okay. So up to 105, now back to 102. So not much going on there. And then of course the beleaguered Netflix continues to hover underneath that $70 mark. So an interesting level there for Netflix, although it just got a bump for some reason. That was interesting. All right.
Silver and gold making some moves down.
Yeah, it's
looking pretty weak here.
Yeah.
So yeah, I got eyeballs on this. It was near not the top of the list, but it was more down the bottom. But if the market is holding VWAP and we're losing bid here, then I'm going to like this one to the south side here on SLV. I'm just sitting in front of the 53, and I would give it to the volume-weighted average price. No fills yet, but if it gets to 90, just realized I didn't have my stop in there. I can always put my stop in before we get in position. But if it pops into the 90, then we want to make sure we can grab it. DRAM, still not much of a dip. I'm seeing so many things that are giving you dip buys. But DRAM not really pulling into some of those lows. It could end up just being a bit of a VWAP kind of day. And whoa, here comes SpaceX.
Yeah, I was looking at that earlier. Was it breaking through 120 yet again?
Well,
122.50. Damn it.
Yeah, SpaceX is really starting to get up there. This has a chance to get into that resistance from the afternoon. So, yeah, SpaceX, I guess, catching a little bit of a bid. It doesn't really do this very often, but when it does, it's typically been a short afterward. So I want to be pretty patient for some of those tops. Don't want to be diddling in the middle. It's either get to 124 and press into this high, or we get another topping tail at 23 and we try to short it back in through that 123 level. Vivek hasn't halted or anything. It's just holding the top. So for that small capper, it's not really giving much indication that there's much to do with the trading. And Kids has yet to really break the trend. The other potential play for this on Kids is to just see if it fills the entire gap and try to bounce off the prior low. That's another way to play this. If it gets down to like 45 to 50 cents, 50 cents is the psychological level as $1 on any small capper in my books.
Right, yeah, great work, Andre, right there. Oh, I don't know, another name that was halted. Now it's above $1 right now. MWC. I wanted to bring that to your attention as well. Halted early on the way down. Opened up at $1.70, went down to 80 cents. MWC might be your next one there. Thank me later on that one. Okay, so Intel now. Man, I thought it was actually moving around. It's not doing anything. I just got an alert, but it was just a VWAP one again that were hovering around here. So I was thinking if Intel does look at the pre-market lows, could be an interesting spot there of 102 and change there for Intel. But right now, not a whole heck of a lot going on. We've seen Apple make some different moves in the market lately, as you know, it's sold off when the market's been strong and gone up when the market's been weak. And today, Apple doesn't know what it wants to do again. I never apologize for the market, but there's really not that much going on right now for a lot of these names. I mean, the market looks like it wants to push lower. My guy over here in NVIDIA has been a good winner, man. I mean, we've just been getting some out here now in the 80s again. We'll see if we can take 30 cents back and forth. We haven't been buying these dips because I'm waiting for more of an extension downside, but we'll take another 83 out. And hey, man, maybe let's put a little bit back in then. In the 50s, right? We'll put a little bit back in at the same price if we can get it. It's just been bouncing around the 50s. I don't want to be right there and then get out of everything. I'm out of 30% so far of this trade, trying to hold for a little higher. 208 and change there would be nice for this trade. So I'm looking at 207.80 here. I have another offer at 40, and then we'll see if we can get a little higher on NVIDIA as it's trying to go. So this is the only thing we have on right now. And while the market's a little slow, I know, we're going to talk more and more about this, but what's up to Alfred? Thank you so much for the gift there on TikTok. Thank you to Ozan for being here, Ben being here, Noma being here. We could do a little bit of a roll call, but we're not going to take too much time. We're going back to the market. What's up to Showtime here as well? There we go. The Upside Down is here. Juan Padilla, of course. Daniel, thank you so much. Angry Wife, hi, how are you? Zero Zone, nice to see you. Soul Wiz, thank you so much for the gift again, and welcome to TikTok neighborhood as well, says Steven Jackson. Right there, you're a good Indiana Pacer, Steven Jackson. As we keep on going, Mix Master, Brooke Trades, good to see you, Brooke, as well as Bob Dad Dog right there. So yeah, just a little bit of a shout out there. Everyone watching us, Neil and I are always, and all of us, watching the chat for some ideas and to say what's up to our friends.
You got robbed of a finals MVP, S. Jack.
Yeah, too bad. Sorry about that, S. Jackson over there. I'm sorry, Ms. Jackson. Where is LeBron going to sign? Nobody knows.
Whoever his daughter wants.
Is that what he said? Okay, I think it's going to be Miami. I don't even think it's going to be close. So we'll wait to see if he goes over to Miami.
That makes too much sense. But then it also makes sense for, you'd think that's where the kids would want to be too. But let's be real. He's not driving the bus anymore. I mean, as long as he's cool with that, he can win other shit.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's the key. Well, there's nothing too, like I said, there's nothing too crazy happen. I'll just go back over to, just to give you an update on Bitcoin. It's still holding the low, still holding, trying to get to VWAP, play to the high, and then once it makes the high, look for the volume weighted average price. But it's like these little micro moves. USO's doing absolutely nothing. SpaceX, I'm glad we haven't stepped in front of it, because it hasn't shown any signs of slowing down. SpaceX now above 23, then above 24. You're still getting a lot of strength in this name. Now it tries to get into this high here, 124.8. That and 126. Those are the two big levels to watch for this one to make a little bit of a curl. And I still do have eyes on Kids. If it continues to fall, I think getting down into that absolute low does make a little bit of sense. 45 to 50 zone. If it just trends down, even like a scalp trade, it would be so far from VWAP, even like a 10 to 15 cent scalp at the low has got to be on the radar for sure. I mean, if fundamentally everyone's saying the contract is so big, do you see it going close to red or close to where it was? yesterday when it was chilling out. It's hard to imagine this giving up the entirety of the move, but you don't want to step in front of it just yet.
No, NVIDIA's falling back in. Remember, we're going to try to take a little bit more here at 206, and then let this thing go if it breaks through 206, like 205.75, just making sure, yeah, that's where my stop is. So we're going to give this name about 50 cents of where we're long in. You know, it hasn't gone upside. I mean, the market's coming back down in. Was really expecting NVIDIA to hold. It was pretty strong. It does go through these, it does have these moments though, right? Where, you know, you get washed out. It was just the other day where we lost on NVIDIA. I think it was a 207 or 2 something. And then it absolutely ripped the rest of the day. So we'll get out if it fails, and then we'll regroup on the bottom pick that we were looking at there on our sticky note for NVIDIA of 204 to 205. Intel's still doing its own damn thing right here. SpaceX as well, 204 and change, so not a whole heck of a lot going on there, except for straight upside right now, 124 right now for SpaceX.
Bye-bye.
And we talked about that long at 120 there, but we wanted to see it. It just didn't really come in to those levels. And not that I would have taken it anyways. It was literally in the first couple minutes of the market being open. And, you know, we've seen SpaceX make moves before and really hurt on the way down in. But here we go, man. It's NVIDIA time. We waited for this one, and bang, there we go, man. Let's go. We're now in the money, 50 cents. It was 50 cents worth of risk. So, hey, man, your number one trade idea from myself today. I mean, we have other trade ideas, but the only one that we've been in here is NVIDIA, and it's Rip City right now to the high side. As we said, there was a chance that this name, you know, would have a little bit of a dip down there when the market goes back, but I don't know. I'm still not in love with this. I feel like it should be going further than where we are right now. So I'm going to take out another piece here if we can. See, there it does. Pull right back in. Man, that's this stock may not go up. Doesn't look like it has the legs there. That was a little bit of exuberance there to the upside. So let's take, there we go. Get another piece off there at 50s. And here we go again with NVIDIA.
Yeah, we take what we get, and we try not to be upset as East meets Westy Bestie likes UiPath. So why not? Kathy likes it too. I don't know. Maybe she does, maybe she doesn't. I used to follow along. I just don't really care anymore. But if she likes it, then it's definitely a good one here today. But watch out. You gotta break out this top. It's $13. The last time we called this up, I probably said exactly the same thing. Good stocks like the 200-period moving average, and this one resists the 200-period moving average at $13. So yes, up. 13 is a big breakout level on that stock. Watch out for that for sure. IBIT did just tag the high, so now we're looking for pullbacks into the volume weighted average price. We like the pre-market low and the gap fill. You're not getting the gap fill, 37.2. And then you're not even getting the pre-market low. So pulling into VWAP would be the next plan of action. I'm just looking up SpaceX at $125. You're kidding me. SpaceX is absolutely on a tear. SLV, which we liked to try to get short in front of VWAP, it's not really getting close. Silver's still looking very, very weak here relative. I shouldn't say relative to the market because it's up 3.5% gapped up and the market's up 1.2, but it's trending down, like pretty clearly trending down here. If it holds that trend line, I don't even care about the trend line. If it holds underneath VWAP, I think it should be a bit of a short. But I thought we'd be in one of these small cappers looking, and I'm just not seeing anything. The kids, again, gone. AMC doesn't hold 250, so even that one doesn't look good anymore. I'm going to have to pass on AMC until this can prove it has some kind of a bid. It did this yesterday, and then at about 10:15, that was your bottom. So you can be patient with these squeezers. They can always go later. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it looks like NVIDIA's going to give itself back up. I think it's been a hard trade unless you've really been short some of these names. Like the short has just been easier. You know, catching these longs is like you get lucky catching them and then it bounces back to the upside. So very, very difficult. We should have been looking maybe at a name, you know, which we were looking at. It was SpaceX. You know, this could have been something that we had, you know, maybe focused a little more on there this morning, and it just kept on going to the upside. You know, playing this game of trying to catch bottoms and whatnot, it just doesn't seem to be working out. And there goes NVIDIA. Now we're just going to wait for the levels that we actually talked about there, that 204.50 and whatnot there for NVDA as it's coming back down. Yeah, 204. Let's go to 205 almost proper here. Look, I mean, we just got stopped out. We got to put a stop out. We got stopped out at 205.80 break. So that was that. We're going to put another bid down here at 205, then another one at 204. 70 or so, see if that one can come in, and then we'll watch out for a break through 204.50. And if that does happen, then we can scram out of that trade. But that's going to be the new one there for NVIDIA. Just waiting for it. I did pay for SpaceX shorts. That was a nice move up. I mean, I'd rather see it fail first, but it doesn't look like it wants to do that, as SpaceX just going straight up to the upside now. SPCX, so good mover there for anybody looking at it. That's for sure. Intel would be the next name that I want to look at. I mean, we do want to look at IBIT, but I can see it's not doing a whole heck of a lot. It's going higher, which is nice, but nothing for me right now. NVIDIA is still at that level where it's trying to think about it. Other than that, man, what else are you guys trying to do? Intel's trying to figure itself out. We could check out what AMD is doing. That's been a big runner as of late. We could check out some Micron. Yeah, there goes AMD up 5%. So that's a good. We got some out at 495, if you remember, not too long ago. Friday, I believe. A name that I've been talking about that I like is Qualcomm. So that could be a name that maybe we look at. Okay, NVIDIA is now 205.50. Qualcomm down or up 1.5%. Right now, I'm just trying to look up here to see if there's anything going on my charts. People talk about IREN.
Relentless. VIVK, you know what? Sometimes it's not the first small capper. It's like if something else kind of steals the thunder, it's almost as if it was destined for KIDZ to be it. And then the second VIVK hit, it's this one up, and then the other's seemingly not as strong. It hit 850, so the squeeze is well beyond. It's now 2x from the breakout on this reversal, the reverse split that we have going on here. So remember, this has been a habitual line stepper, but congrats if you got it. Smoke them if you got them. This one is going absolutely ham. Looks like it is the best one. Much to the chagrin. It didn't really give, some people in the chat saying it didn't really give many dips for entries. I tend to agree a little bit. There were a couple, but the way it would sort of bounce off of those dips would just be very, very violent. So it's almost like you had to be sitting in front of a level as opposed to trying to take that hump. SpaceX still hasn't put in a red candle, still hasn't put in a topping tail candle, has shown zero signs of slowing down as it creeps into these tops, but it's starting to here. It's at least decreasing in terms of its velocity to the upside. That's about the only thing that has me looking for an entry into the short. As we already said with IBIT, that took out the high. 38.2 is the next level if we don't get a dip. I think it's a short at 38.2. Up there, that's just going back up to here, which is June, middle of June. 1 month ago, it made this same high and then pulled back. So we're just looking at that top. I think it's just shy of 68K. I think it's like 67.7 or something like that. So another 1,000 on Bitcoin, and you're going to come into some of those levels for sure. All right, SLV, this could be the turn. This is probably not going to get to. What's going to happen is I'm going to concede and no longer try to get VWAP and just grab the short on the lower high and give it to 53 even. But the market's pulling back in, and this looks like it's trend down to me, trying to fill in some of the gap here on silver. Would have liked it a little bit higher, but we'll just take it here.
Sometimes I get the question, why don't you just trade the market? And so we're doing that right now with the TQs, and here it goes, man, 25 cents now in the money on this one, shorting it underneath VWAP, and there it goes. So yeah, we're starting to push a little lower right now. My stop is $70.40. So, we're starting to, okay, here we go. Now you're starting to get a little bit of an extension, and whoever told me that in the chat a couple days ago, it looks to be accurate. We had some great trading on the TQs yesterday. Let's see if it can happen again here today. It's still relatively early, but we're approaching 10 o'clock. So with no economic numbers, there shouldn't be too much standing in our way. We'll just try to play some of the momentum names right now to the downside. But at the same time, we're shorting the Qs, waiting for we're waiting for a better price, first of all, which is why we're trying to get out right now. I still think that there is some upside potential. So $70.30 is sort of where I'm looking to average into if we were able to get like a real, little bit of a bigger position up there. That could be something. And then we get back into NVIDIA. So let's take out 15% here at 40s if we can. So there it is. We're long now at 205 quarters right there. We said we would look for 205. This is the name that that's the levels that we had written down, 204 to 205. So we'll take a little bit of a bid downside right now on NVIDIA and hope that there is some get up back to it. But, who knows? This name is getting whacked a little bit. Take out 15% right there, and now wait to see if that next fill at 204.50 is going to come through. And if it does, we'll take it, and then we'll get out of that one if it breaks through 204.50. So here it comes back in. NVIDIA is making the move lower once again. We're short the futures, but we're long NVIDIA, so that doesn't make too much sense. So we'll wait to see what ends up happening at 204.50.
Well, to that point about the Qs jumping on the trend there, says Nick W. Hey guys, clear trend on the Qs to the downside on the 3-minute. You're saying short till it breaks out of that downtrend. Been a good winner today. No questions asked. Tina Man's over there on the short, and the market it's up 1%, but it has been trending to the downside.
Look at that, kids. Ugh.
It's spicy. The small flow and all that stuff. It's consolidating here and not at the lows. I know I said like 50 cents, 45, but it's at the exactly at the 75-cent mark. The way it respected the dollar here, like look at the nice chop, and when it failed the dollar, it just went that 25 pennies. It makes you think if it can break away from 75 cents, then you can retest that dollar. So if it doesn't get down to 50, I do want to have a look at it, at least maybe look at the attempt here on kids breaking through 75. I like the consolidation. I just can't, it's not going to sit here. Kids is not going to sit here in a 5-cent range for the rest of the day. Either it breaks lower to give you that 50 shot. I didn't even pay for locate, so at this point I can only go long. It would have been worth it at $1.
Oh, at
for
kids?
kids.
Oh,
but
we
like
don't have
here,
shorts?
like I don't want to short it down here. I'd rather look for some kind of a recovery long. You need to short the dollar level, so I'm not going to pay for the locates. I didn't even price them out. My guess is they're probably super cheap.
I mean, now that I'm with you, because now that it broke $1, it's kind of like I'm not super excited about it at all. Here comes NVIDIA. Let's go. Kathy Wood bought SpaceX. Did we know that? Is that what you talked about with Kathy Wood?
No,
I'm just hearing in my ear that I
path.
think it was a Kathy Wood situation. Derek can confirm that if she sees anything on SpaceX, but that wouldn't be a surprise to me. It would fit, the ARC Innovation ETF, I would think, right? I mean, if there's anybody innovating right now, I mean, they're trying to mine asteroids.
So it looks like she might have gotten involved last night, as far as I can see. She increased her stake. So it's not
There
even...
we go.
So, and this is, again, not new information. I hadn't seen anything. I just looked into it because you guys mentioned it. But this was not something I was seeing circulating at all.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, but that would make sense.
I thought she was already in.
If she bought last night and increased her stake, I mean, that would make sense why we're going upside. Okay, man, it's funny because we lose on the TQs because that just ripped upside, and we didn't really do anything else. We got some in at 30s there and got out at 40s. So we lose a little bit on that one, but we do appreciate the move higher here in NVIDIA. But that looks like that might go the other way here as well. I'm going to try one more time to the upside here, breaking through 70.50. I don't want to be that guy that just keeps on, trading the TQs until, they ruin our day. So we're just going to wait now, give this a little bit of room. If it pulls back, great. I mean, that was a shot to the upside like crazy there in the futures. So maybe it's a little overdone, but hey, now I kind of feel okay about it. We have the NVIDIA long and the market short, but these prices make me feel a little bit better as we're near the pre-market highs. So there's a little bit of a dip down. We'll take some profit there. I think we just got a 20. I don't know what fill we just got, but it just went to the downside there. All right, well, you know what I'm doing right now, shorting the market and trying to figure out this NVIDIA trade. It's been a difficult one today. Let's go back over now to the desk with Miss A.
Here's the S&P 500 right now. Kind of a choppy first 30 minutes of the day here. These first 15-minute candles. First one, you get a touch here of the pre-market high. Then we drop back down. We find support at the pre-market low. So pretty range-bound trading here for the SPY. NASDAQ also range-bound, but this gap up for the NASDAQ was a lot more significant. So this actually still kind of hanging out near the prior day high. So highs from yesterday's session. Whole bunch of comments here from both Scott Bessent, U.S. Treasury Secretary, and U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer on a whole bunch of news channels this morning after President Trump announced those new tariffs, including tariffs on Canada. We also have the oil situation here still in focus. Here is USO. Nice pre-market move up right now, though, actually falling in the first couple candles of the day. Here is CRCL. Keep an eye on crypto, guys. We know that we're seeing some speculation. We could be getting Democrats and Republicans meeting to discuss the Clarity Act today, following a whole bunch of meetings about the Clarity Act, including those with President Trump that occurred last week. SNDK in focus. Again, a lot of really strong performance here from some of these memory names. Here is SKHY. Here is MU. These right now struggling to hold their early strength, but gapping up along with a lot of these semiconductor plays, following strength in the overnight session in Asia. And last but not least, earnings in focus. GM, choppy pre-market action, decent action here off the open. This report, they beat on EPS, they beat on sales, they raised their adjusted EPS guidance for fiscal 2026. Generally a decent look here for General Motors. Make sure to hit the like and the subscribe if you enjoy the content. We'll send you back to the guys.
You keep on losing here on NVIDIA, but this market is, I was just saying, someone was like, yeah, just trade the futures, but just went down into 69.80. We take a couple good fills here as we got stopped out and got right back into this as the trend has been our friend, but then we lose the bid there on NVIDIA again after taking, at least we're able to get some out there on NVIDIA, but yeah, this name continues to fall down. Probably a better look, I mean, we got stopped out right here, so it's okay, but probably a better look maybe with Intel. We'll have a look at that after we talk to you about Trade the Pool. Markets have been extremely active lately, and for traders, this kind of environment creates, of course, opportunity. And I do want to thank right now Casey and everybody that's been dropping the memberships in the chat. To take advantage of this dip in the market and this volatility, you have to have discipline and access to capital, and that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what we call, of course, limited risk trading, and you need to take advantage of that with Trade the Pool. Go visit them, tradethepool.com, scan that QR code that you see live on your screen right now. It'll take you right there. So thank you to Trade the Pool for all of that. And again, we had some super chats, we had some gifts before. I don't know if I can find them. And I just want to see who it was. Shout out to Ninja there, SMR to the moon. I'm going to talk about Casey in just a second. If I can find it, what's up to Nick W? Yeah, you just focus on that. Someone else dropped some super, I don't know if it was you, maybe it was Casey, but again, thank you so much. There it is, Casey526, 10+5 memberships right there. Go grab it. You get Sharif's morning note. And thank you to the individual who dropped them before. If you put it in the chat, I will obviously call you out one more time, but we were just busy with some of these trades, so I missed it. But yeah, so far so good here. This is a big position. Our biggest position was in NVIDIA, but we do get a nice little dip down right now on the futures with the TQs. And NVIDIA just didn't hold any levels. That was kids, by the way, now 73 cents. NVIDIA didn't hold. So we tried it. Every time we got in, we were able to get out. So, you know, it's a little bit of a hit, but could have been a lot worse if it had not turned around. But yeah, we'll take advantage of this move down here in the futures and just wait to see what winds up happening here with the broader market. Take another bid here if we can get it. And again, thank you to everybody for the kind super chats and Tesla popping. So yeah, another.
I feel like it's like the chip pull back and Tesla and SpaceX decide to go to the upside. Like what is this, like the reverse rotation? I guess it has to be, but you know what? As the market goes higher, it always seemed counterintuitive, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
SLV, that's not in. Apparently, it is a symbol on .cn. So there you go.
Okay.
That's one of my pet peeves. I don't like it when you have, if it's dual listed, it's dual listed, but it's not the same thing. It's literally a different company here in Canada is SLV. So you don't want to keystroke that. But we just broke above the volume weighted average price. It wicked it and then took out the VWAP. If it closes back under and I end up with a topping tail wick, I'll jump back in. But the fact that the market's still weak and IBIT's holding on to this trend, there hasn't been a dip in IBIT yet. So it might just run all the way to that 67.5-ish level, which would be just above 38.10, in between 38.10 and 38.20, if I'm right. And then maybe we get that pullback into VWAP. But the other thing I want to respect, let me zoom this in. I don't want this losing. Here's the break of the high. Since it did that, here's like your pretty tight upward trend line. Like I will hop out if it breaks this trend and then look for the VWAP dip. So like IBIT works, silver doesn't, but I don't want to give this back all the way into the volume weighted average price. There's no point giving it all the way back into the low. And spoiler alert, kids did not end up breaking to the upside there. I don't know what to tell you. Like it looked like it wanted to break out. There's nobody buying above 75. So keep in mind, just because a level breaks doesn't mean anyone buys above it. 75 cents broke. There were no bids above that price, so no one stepped up. So there's nothing to join. The stock just might be dead today.
All right, we have a first look at Intel. You know what? Like, I don't know, guys. I don't know what to say. Like, I'm taking it light now until we get back into this 101.50. There it is. We just get it there. So, all right, man. Now I'm into Intel proper. If it breaks below 101.50, we got to be very, very difficult. We got to be very careful about what we're thinking here with Intel. It's dancing around here. I thought it would have been actually a little bit more of a move higher here on Intel. It doesn't seem to be giving us the goods right now on INTC. So let's just be careful with it. Right now, if it breaks below that 101.50, that's going to be a target area for me to be concerned with this move. So we did have more layoffs was part of the story here today for Intel. I thought that was going to get them a little bit more, efficient, but maybe not, as it's still up 5% is a good one, but it just really hasn't been able to go. Our first little take was there. Now let's see if it can break above 102 and maybe get back up into VWAP like 103 and change the market, though. It's a good thing we're short the market, but it's not a good thing to be long, apparently, some of these other names, with including my biggest loser today is NVIDIA. So we're back small into that long just to see if it holds off of our levels of 204. I want to give it to 204 this time. Not just keep stopping out every single time we take the trade. So we might stop out again, though. 204 is, wow, NVIDIA is really getting smoked right now. So yeah, we picked the wrong story here with NVIDIA today, it looks like. That long is not going to work. I thought the market did have a chance to go here, but I feel like maybe they're selling it off here ahead of major mega cap earnings coming later this week. And here goes NVIDIA. Looks like it's going to break. Looks like Intel's pulling back quite aggressively now as well. We do have news with Adara. Is it Intel news?
Yes, it is. So here's the thing. We already knew this. It was actually on our watch list this morning. This isn't new. But just be aware, guys, Business Insider reporting that Intel is planning layoffs within its data center group. Again, not a new headline. It was reported as early as last night by CNBC, but people talking about it again, Intel pushing lower. Back to you.
Yeah, it's still up 5%. I think that's where so gapping up on that news and still going to be relatively strong. But Rafi in the chat here, Coinbase looking like an absolute rocket. But that's where the strength has been. I turned around, I was like, what the heck is Webull doing? Webull is strong, yeah. Robinhood is strong, Coinbase is strong, IBIT is strong. Probably this is the screen cap this moment, everybody, because BM&R might break out the top and head to the upside. But Tom Lee probably shouldn't be too happy because I bet AMD is going to the downside. Yeah, there you go. So AMD, which is his better call. Intel. Everyone always talks about Tom Lee like it's all about BM&R. No, man, like the guy's best call, hands down, was AMD months and months ago, and that went absolutely ham. But no, the market's coming back in. It really does feel like it's only Coinbase and crypto names. That's why I'm looking back at that setup and saying, if the market was weak, like why was I trying to come back into silver? Like silver and gold are probably going to pop if it's only chips down and everything else is showing relative strength. Sams, I appreciate you. You don't have to ask us a couple times. It's all good. Make sure you throw the $sign. Tag us if you want to ask questions. As far as Tempest, I know you're looking for thoughts on Tempest. I didn't see any catalyst for this. The stock is downward trending under both major moving averages and up 2%. My thoughts on this is I don't really have any, because it's everything about it still looks like it's weak. It tried to go, didn't hold the 200 period on any kind of a breakout, still downward sloping 200. Show me the catalyst for this, and then we'll believe the trend break. Or just hold above the 200 period moving average. But that's been out of favor for a hot minute. What has not been out of favor this morning is SpaceX. All right, it's finally...
Is it pulling back finally?
Well, I'm the only good thing about the SpaceX trade today is that I haven't tried to short it. Because I feel like usually I would have forced the action here at 23, but now it's actually showing a bit of a trend trade here off 127. It's not at a level. The level would be 128 and 130, but at least here it's trying to show a little bit of red underneath 126 and a half. Consecutive red candles. It happened here before, so if it doesn't confirm underneath this 126 and a half on this candle, it's probably going to be a bit of a no-go. Still pretty crazy action here on SpaceX.
Yeah, we're finally making some money back here. We did get stopped. I mean, we've been trying the long in the space, man, and it's just like, it's too bad because our Intel is now finally starting to go upside for us a little bit here on some of that news. We are still into NVIDIA. That looked like that might have been a good take there, but we can, I don't know, like I got to get stopped out because it breaks levels, but then it's like, I don't want to get stopped out at the very bottom. But here we go, man. You know, what was a pretty disastrous day to start with has now turned itself around with this NVIDIA long down at, what level do you think, man? Exactly where we wrote down, 204. Like, we got to be a little bit more patient with what we're trying to do here. You know, the real trade was 204. Like, I wrote down 204 to 205. So 204.50, I think, is the better play, which is what we're trying to basically hold on to right now and see if that wants to work. It's really too bad. I really do like Intel, but I don't really want to get involved right here. This is basically where we started to buy it. It's too bad that we wound up losing on it. But it was, our big position was there at 63s, and then we got out at 35, or that low break was 50, so we got out at 30s there on that break, and now you're seeing it starting to go back there to the upside, and we were able to get out of the futures down here as well when they made new moves down. So I do like what we're seeing here, but we don't have Intel, which really should have been held on to. That would have been a monster right now for the win. But okay, right back up to the 200 period. Now I just need NVIDIA to get some of that Intel juge behind it right here. So if that can go, right now we do have our biggest position of the day on NVIDIA, which is why I'm trying to get it out. Like, it doesn't even look like it wants to go. We'll take another 50 there. Hopefully we can bust a little bit higher now on Intel. Here we go, on NVIDIA. So we're long at 204.30 right now, looking for more on NVIDIA. But hey, man, if we drop below 204 again, then that is that. Good thing we got out about half right here. I'm going to get out of another piece. Like, it just keeps on struggling. I know I'm going to look back and wonder why we got out, but you know, you got to have rules. So let's see if NVIDIA wants to go up to the upside. I have no more offers. We could put one here at the 25 period at 205. So let's just do that. Hopefully that will fill, and then we'll work on it from there. But yeah, NVIDIA right now trying to go upside when it's Intel was potentially the one that we should have not dropped out. Kid still doing its own thing, and then SpaceX right here as well. Wow, Kathy, okay. Wish I would have sort of looked at that story a little bit more, because there it goes. That would have been a great pre-market high break.
Well, the problem is, has that been a catalyst lately?
Well, I never heard her buying it before until right now.
I remember it on day 2. Like, I feel it was like really early on. Like, we heard about it day 1, day 2. But outside of that, like, I don't know that the whole Kathy Wood buying thing has been too much of anything recent. But 127, like, it just continues to go high. I look up, and it's like we could be at that 128. And remember, I'll go to the chart in a quick little second here for SpaceX, but the kids finally found buyers above 75, only for a little bit. So we got in at 76. It tagged 78 half, almost into 79. But I want to play this it's like 85 and then 90, because really this is underneath VWAP and looking pretty weak there on kids. But as far as SpaceX goes, I'm going to stop underneath, not the prior bar. I want to give it to this wall here at about 71 and a half. I just think with this looking relatively weak, you don't want to give it too much breadth. SpaceX could see 128 2 days ago on Friday, actually 128 at the open, and 130 in the afternoon on that. Elon said it's more valuable than the Earth. The company, whatever. He can like it all he wants, but those are the 2 key levels. It's already double topping here, however, at 127. So this is the first place that it's actually checking up. So there's another check up at 127. Hold under 126 half. It's not doing that, then try to jump into like a scalp short for SPCX. Unbelievable how strong this has been. But you know what? Go zoom out the chart. This is nothing. $6 to the upside one day. It really doesn't the trend break is the best way to put it. Like look at this thing on the 15-minute. Like, you've got to get above $128. Otherwise, what have you proven here with SpaceX? Not much. You might just rope some people in at the bottom, really, more than anything else. So I'm not giving up on it, but I'm not trying to force the action on this short. It hasn't really given you any kind of a setup.
All right, shorting a little bit more, or getting out of the short, on the TQs here as we make the bottom take one more time here, it looks like there on the NASDAQ. So we'll just keep on getting some more out. I mean, obviously that bottom is 60s, but we'll just keep on getting out a little bit more here at those levels. We've reloaded in NVIDIA a couple times and gotten some more outs in the 40s here. So I'm doing pretty good on the scalp back in. Oh, I did want to say this. Shout out to Ozan over here. Let's put that up and look at Tesla. Again, apparently you pulled a Katina over here, it says. As mentioned, 375 was, as I mentioned there, 375 was a good level. Yes, it was, Ozan. Look at it going now for Tesla with US trade there. Slightly smiley face, you pulled a Katina move. So yeah, great scalp there. And you just mentioned there you made, for a 5 US trade there with a 1 US risk. Okay, I mean, yeah, perfect, 5 to 1. I mean, if you're able to do that, then you are quite good. So there it goes. Congratulations right there for my guy Ozan one more time. And here you go, Ozan. We're friends again. Nice move higher there as it starts to blow up. All right, another reload down there, man. We got to do it. We're going to see if we can keep on doing this for you here. Go higher, my guy, with DJ Khaled and NVIDIA as it just keeps on moving higher. Yes, let's go. All right, man. We're right back into it right now with NVIDIA. All of this turning positive momentarily here on our NVIDIA trade. So let's see if we can get back up into 205 and changes. There goes the market. The one that I'm going to lose sleep over, which is going to be none of them, but would be Intel right there, getting stopped out at the lows and now about $1.50 higher than where we got stopped out at. But here we go. Dollar clubbing goes NVIDIA, and a couple good outs there on the TQs as we make our way all the way back up to the upside now on the TQQs. It's NVIDIA right now that's cooking with gas.
Yeah, the market is absolutely cooking with gas. DRAM doesn't want to get above VWAP. That can't seem to go anywhere. The memory chip names are just looking incredibly weak. It feels like maybe they're not the jam. AMD's looking much stronger than them as well. Looking up at SpaceX. I can't take my eyes off SpaceX.
Oh, good.
Because it's now you're going to get 128. Like, give me a break. Thank God we are not short this stock. Almost 7% to the upside here on SpaceX and not really showing any signs of slowing down at all. I didn't really like Intel, but if you're getting everything else up, then I got to look at SMCI here today. This is one of the chip names with some squeeze potential. At no point was this breaking or threatening the lows when the market was breaking the lows. God forbid SMCI would be relatively strong. 24.8 potential breakout. If I see the Nasdaq breakout and this goes with it, I don't like the stock. But if you're going to do a double top breakout at 24.8, then it's got to be worth it. Let's go to the small cap recap with Adara. Kids is still trying. It's right at 75, so it's right at our entry level and trying to go. Let's see what other small caps might be moving.
Yeah, let's go small caps.
Yeah, kids, KIDZ, they're not going to be on the small cap recap because I wanted to switch it up a little bit. So good point there, Neil. I want to start here with Vivicor, VIVK. This name pulling back a little bit now, but sharply to the upside, announcing 4 recurring physical crude oil purchases and sale transactions with 2 unnamed clients. Cumulatively, these contracts are going to be worth $289 million per year. And actually on oil briefly, just to go off the small cap train for just a second, we're getting some comments here from the JMIC, which is an oil-related association here, talking about oil, saying that Hormuz Strait commercial traffic fell to a 3-week low. The situation is still classified as severe. For VIVK, you've got a $4.5 million market cap and a 400,000 share float. SLGB is up next. Here's Smart Logistics Global. Couldn't find a news catalyst for this one. I've seen them rally in the past, though. They do have a $43 million market cap and a 3 million share float. Last but not least, HIHO, a name that I saw some people mention in the chat. Decent volume this morning. This is a day 2 earnings play. They reported earnings before the bell yesterday. You did have year-over-year growth for both EPS and sales for Q1 26. $5.8 million market cap, 3.23 million share float. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Darren. That Vivek, that's such a disappointment here because it's going to lose VWAP, and maybe Luis will be thinking about shorting that, although this was the best runner, no questions asked. You're not going to if you had this one early when we brought you guys the news, it did do a couple of dips. I know some people saying these were tricky dips. Look at the bottoming tails on this were like almost a 70 to 80 cents long, which are pretty wild. There goes the movement to 85 for kids. It's trying to consolidate. I'd say this is a disappointing stock, just given what it did at the dollar level. But so 75, 50, those are the 2 spots. I'm going to like 50 way more than this. It's already starting to check up here in front of the 85 level. Now the follow through is just not what you would like to see. So it's breaking, but we'll take the scalp. It was to 85, but the best we're going to get is effectively like 75 to 80 on KIDZ. This is more likely a short at some point again. but I'm not going to pay for locates until we get closer to that volume weighted average price or threaten to break down the 70 level. IBIT, that's starting to come back into VWAP, so we'll trail out of that. I said we'd trail out of IBIT in here if we lost that trend from the ups right in here. So that trend to the top, we'll trail out and then look for the VWAP bounce here on IBIT. It already took VWAP the first time. If we can get it the second time, fantastic. Let us know what else you guys are watching in here, because to me, not a lot of things are setting up the way we like, and thankfully, we haven't fought this SpaceX. This is the biggest reversal candle it's put up yet. Come on, just do not make if it makes another high, there's nothing to do here if it takes out 127.5, but if it can close under 127, that gives a short entry with a relatively tight stop. But the thing about an entry is it's not giving you that yet in SpaceX. The buying's been relentless all morning long.
Yeah, I'm going to, I'm setting it up here, a break of 126. I'm going to go short. So let's see if that winds up happening. Right now, you never know what's going to happen. So we're going to be all over that one very, very soon. That's going to be SpaceX. But yeah, NVIDIA, TQs, I mean, we're still doing the same thing with all of these trades and looking for that SpaceX number. And what's up, Salvador? Yeah, I mean, it's been, obviously, we talked about NVIDIA and what that's been doing today. So we'll have to wait to see if that one wants to calm down. What about IREN? IREN's was a big name yesterday that we had favored long. And today, I mean, the long would have been good again off that dip, but you are coming right back in. Rob is coming to save the day. And of course, he's got the red cups. Thank you so much, Rob. As Randy's still busy doing the GT race with his Porsche there and his little video game remote control car is what I was trying to get at right there. RC, that's it. Okay, so yeah, thanks, Rob, for that one. IREN back to VWAP could be a little bit of an interesting look there as well. So something to look at there. And then yesterday we had Kimi and everything like that with China, and it doesn't look like there's too much going on today with some of these names. But Alibaba now down 2%, and you know they had a great move yesterday, down today with Alibaba. But it's Adara at the desk with an update.
You mentioned Kimi because they're actually going to factor into this story here, Sean. So Moonshot out of China, of course, they are the makers, I guess, of this Kimi AI. They're reportedly in talks on a pre-IPO funds at a $50 billion valuation. Now, we already heard they were going to go public via IPO, but Alibaba is worth watching here, guys, because if you're not aware, they have roughly a 36% stake here in Moonshot. Now, of course, the stake could already be or could be in the future diluted as there are more investment rounds. But keep an eye here on BABA as we hear reports that Moonshot out of China could be going public at a $50 billion valuation for its IPO. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Adara. I just realized I don't think there's any
billion?
big ones here, but let me double check for the week. What day is today? The 21st. Not any.
IPO no. China.
I just realized I hadn't checked the IPOs for this week at all for myself. So there's nothing this week. There's something next week. Oh shoot, Jersey Mike's is next week.
Oh, okay, that should be fun.
I'm looking at someone like, yes,
Jersey
Mike's. Next week we're gonna get Jersey Mike's IPO. I want to say on Thursday. It'll be interesting because it's over.
If anybody works at Jersey Mike's, you could send us some subs. That'd be great. We'll talk about the IPO.
It's not an AI play. It's not a nuclear energy play.
That's unbelievable.
Maybe not in the most exciting, but it's over $1 billion. And as long as it's over $1 billion, it'll be interesting, at least for myself, for most of us to look at the trade. Maybe not an opening print kind of deal.
Jersey Mike's is awesome.
Yeah, why not?
See, I'm talking about without even getting the sponsorship, guys. By the way, SpaceX.
It keeps going higher. All I can say with this
I'm going to cancel that request of a short, I think.
Yeah. It's just ridiculous.
And they were cheap to pay for shorts.
I paid for locates. I haven't used them, which is about the only thing that's good about the SpaceX and looking for it. But if I stare it down, you'll force yourself into a trade. Let's just go back over to the memory names because DRAM doesn't break the low, doesn't do anything to retest like prior highs. But there's your reversal off the bottom. Let's see if we can get and hold above VWAP in here. We close above VWAP, I'll take the first shot here and then. But IBIT's still pulling back, so I think there's a decent chance we can get into VWAP for a bit of a reload there. I just want to double check to make sure underneath the hood, if you're looking at DRAM, Micron a bit weak. That's not necessarily ideal. SanDisk showing a little bit more strength, but that's a little bit better over there in SanDisk and SK Hynix. Those are the big three that obviously we can watch in DRAM, SK Hynix making up the difference by being strong. So there's enough strength to pull DRAM a little bit higher here, led by SK Hynix. The name that I feel like I thought there'd be way better
NVIDIA.
way better volumes on SK Hynix relative to SpaceX, but I guess it's just not as big of an issue. So trying to get just filming on the bid here, DRAM above the volume weighted average price for the first time today. It's trying to break that trend to the downside as the market flies higher. Yeah,
so the only name we'll be red on right here, I mean, we just got to get NVIDIA to 204.50, which is where my offer is. I don't know, we're moments away from that. Is going to be Intel. And yeah, that's kind of sucky because we got stopped out at the low, and I'm glad we picked on the name. I'm glad that we were looking at it there because it was right. You know, you can't fight. Like I said, man, you're going to be going through, and this is why trading, you know, is one of these kind of jobs where it's just like, you know, difficult, needless to say, and sometimes mind-boggling because you get out at the very low of 101.25, and now it's up $1.50, and you could have made your whole day right there with this one trade. But we do it on the flip side anyways with NVIDIA. So we bring it back. It's going up. I'm at 205.48 right now, despite losing this whole way down. Oh, I mean, we didn't. Like, this was good. We were up. It was the only stock we were trading. Then it started to fall in. And then every single one, like this one we lost on, that was quickly through 205.50, but at least we got out. Then we re-engaged at 205.25. Good outs there on the upside. I mean, one of them's 80s, but then we left it to go all the way down to 204.40. So that was, you know, about 60 cents probably worth of a hit. And then most recently, dip buys have been working, but now you're starting just to pull back just a little bit. So I'm going to take an opportunity here, get some more out as we're sort of fading off of the 50-period moving average right now. We haven't been above it since we basically broke it right here. That was at 9:48. You're now about an hour that we've sort of been riding the momentum to the downside. Still okay, man. The 25 period is starting to turn up a little bit, so I like that for some dip buys, maybe at 204. I'm not going to do it, but 204.75 right there. So it's another good out for us, as now you can clearly see that it's starting to pull back down in. So we do what kids was, just to talk, you know, not to say that we only have one negative name. This was negative, but this is like a cup of coffee. You know, the Intel trade is an actual risk on trade there that we lost on. And then the Qs, we made money. So that was good. I mean, our only out is right there. So that was a good one for sure back on this name. So we really like what the TQs were giving us there as far as an opportunity. Now we just wait for NVIDIA. Come on, man. If this can get to that 204, 205.40, man, then we're laughing. Shout out to everybody that's doing this with me. We're now in the money, more than $1, but still just trying to battle back into Greensville there. But okay.
Luis Suarez has bitten into the IPO offer in Jersey Mike's. 21 to 25. Jersey Mike's is that good. So you got the issue. Congratulations to you. Probably easier to get that one than it was to get SpaceX and SK Hynix, I'm going to guess.
I would say so, yeah.
Probably. We'll double check to see how oversubscribed that is. I didn't really read anything on it just yet. We'll see the pricing next week. You'll probably actually start to see the pricing on Monday or Tuesday for that IPO. Vivek is trying to hold VWAP, so congratulations to anyone that kind of stuck with this one at $6. It's doing a much better job than some of the other small cappers out there. There was also that ZYBT that did poorly, and then of course our good friend KIDZ for sure. So like DRAM's trying to get back into the highs. We want to respect that high, that HOD at 57.4. Remembering SK Hynix is strong, but Micron and SNDK, both those two names are, like, one of them's under VWAP, the other one's well off of those highs. So you have a kind of a mixed board when it comes to the memory name, but there's the VWAP break looking for that high and then a potential breakdown to be able to get back in at the volume weighted average price. Okay, here's, believe it or not, SMCI is breaking out. Believe it or not, the stock is not dead. It's not the one you would expect, but it's the one that has a pretty good short float. But volume not very good up here on that breakout. That feels like a let it false break and pull back into the dip. You want to see on a breakout, see how volume's decreasing? Yeah, volume decreasing as it breaks the high. It's a trap. I don't have my it's a trap button. So I would let this one pull back in and maybe retest the volume weighted average price. And Salvador, I'm glad you got that pun with Luis Suarez.
Do not be, yeah, I took a bite out of it. I thought it was more of a Jersey Mike's thing because you're biting into a sub, I thought.
He's a footballer.
That would have been good. Yeah, I know. I know.
Yeah, oh, yeah, you know.
He bit the Italian guys.
Yeah.
You know, if you can't beat them, join them.
It's about as underhanded of move as you can make.
I would think so. Okay, so here we go, man. NVIDIA. I'm going to take out a little bit more upside right now. It is having a problem with this 205.50 area. So we'll lessen the offer there and put something in the 30s now, as we've been just getting out here. It's having a problem with this 50 period moving average and not getting above 205. Like I'm at 205.48. So it's hit 45s a bunch of times when I thought I was going to get them, and we did not. So, we're going to have to get out a little bit more of this trade. And I've traded thousands of shares today on NVIDIA, so I can't tell you how many shares I have left on this trade, but percentage-wise, so I don't know. Probably a third maybe on this. But here comes, oops, that's Palantir. Palantir, nice, flat on the day. I don't want to trade a stock that's flat on the day. I was actually going to look at SpaceX. Looks like it may be pulling back off right now of the highs. So finally, we had some red candles there that might have given you some thoughts. But the reason why I'm not like exactly excited about what we're seeing right now is the fact that this move hasn't broken the 25 period moving average yet. So that's been something for me to look at, and it just hasn't been that exciting yet. So SpaceX right now has to break below this 25 period moving average, which is why back here I put it at 126. Thinking that if we broke it, we had some bottom wicks there, and then boom. But instead, we went down to 126.50 and took off back there to the upside, making that trade invalid. So now we wait. Maybe a 127 break now could be something there for SpaceX. But again, I think it's better to short something high side than break it back down. I don't know if this is going to actually move lower. Tesla, talk about not knowing something. This name is just, I don't know if it's riding on the back of that SpaceX or what, but it is absolutely taking off there to the upside now. I mean, Sorio's and you were long at 375 and out at 380, but great trade there, up to 383 right now goes SpaceX. Look, man, at least we're going to have to pat ourselves on the back a little bit there, give some hydration nations going on as you see me drink some water, some coffee. But it looks like NVIDIA does fade quite nicely off of that level. So now I don't feel so bad getting so much out. We'll take another piece right here at 205 and now just cancel everything and wait again for 205.50. So that's going to have to be the trade. We're out of enough now. We will reload this down at 204, but only 204 and nothing else. NBIS, I just wanted to see what you...
NBIS is blasting higher.
Finally. So, we talked about this earlier and it wasn't doing anything. We were like, wow. And you were saying, well, yeah, of course it's not doing anything. There was no relative volume.
And then after
but there it goes now. It's up double it was earlier. Right there was only up 6%. Now you're up 13%. As all you needed to do was break that pre-market high. It fake breaks it, which is the problem. Like if you take that first break, you're screwed. So waiting for VWAP wouldn't have worked either. It would have only been, and I'm the only one using this right here, the 200 period moving average on a 1 minute chart has been pretty gold there once it starts to develop. So it was really good there on NBIS. So I think you want to look for different catalysts and different technical indicators to get going. It's 10:35.
There's a halt down on one of the
good.
small
Yeah,
cap right here. So I just very quickly, it's not looking very good for CPHI. That was another one that got a little bit popular and it was ramping. It broke $2, but 113. This is going to threaten the dollar break in the wrong way for anyone that's looking long. So yeah, watch out for the dollar. It was a 91-cent stock yesterday, but at the close. But there was all this chop in and around the $1 level. So I would suspect that $1 might have some bit of a bounce to it. At least if it tries, that's worth it. But the volume not nearly as good as, what's it called? KID, Kids. Mm-hmm. Kids has way better volume for the same price, so there's just a little bit better action in there. AMD is absolutely churning. We're kind of cresting that top here in DRAM. I said it was VWAP to the high. A little bit of sellers there, so we're going to stick to the rules and not throw a stop order out. Try to get filled at 39s, right up top. All right, we'll move to 38 and see if we can't get the fill. And we'll look for the VWAP hold again, because this could consolidate, break out, it could consolidate, drop, give us a 57 even area one more time. So again, just want to follow the rules on this. And we might have missed the entry in SpaceX. It was absolutely churning to the upside. That was it. But it's a heavy secondary candle through 128. Like it goes all the way up to 128.8. This candle here is not really getting you in at 128 near the top here, and then flushed down like $1. So that might have been the opportunity in SpaceX. But if you chase this down to like 127.5, suddenly to top wick, you're $1.25, even to like a reasonable stop, you're just giving it a lot of room. And giving it a lot of room when you're against the trend is not the way to go. You want to give it more breadth if you're going with the move. When you're against it, I'd rather look for an entry with a tight stop. So we'll stop the fail on SpaceX, so we didn't even try it today at all. That one's been absolutely on a tear. AMD, double top. So DRAM double tops, NASDAQ's double topping, AMD double top, IBIT also double topping here, potentially at 37.9. Never got to VWAP to get me that reload, but still putting in lower highs. So structure is still making a shot at a lower high to get us back in at about 37.7. Just got to wait for the next one. It was silver that was the dog for me, but the other ones have been okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna say NVIDIA. There goes NVIDIA right now. I'm gonna show you the chart in a second, but that's NBIS. There goes NVIDIA finally. So we said we were gonna wait for that level. So that's really good, man. NVIDIA will be, again, we have a run red stock. It's Intel, and it's about $2 in the money from where we got stopped out. So that's a shitty one. But that's all right. We'll look at the broader market just real quickly right here. Some names that are still red that could go. I mean, we've been talking about Walmart for a minute. Don't really love that name, but that's down 1% there today as well. Home Depot, some of these retail names downside. We talked about Target. That's also down 1%. So they can't really get out of the way today, as, you know, interest rates, very key for that sector. That looks like we won't get a hike. Right now it's 85% or so chance that we do nothing next Wednesday. So I think retail could get going off these levels. I like Amazon in this space, obviously, but that's because of AWS, not because of their retail side of things. Nice to see JP Morgan higher there today. Schwab was higher. There it is, yeah, 0.3. So not much going on there right now for that most recent earnings report. Charles Schwab now up 0.42. The bank's doing okay. There's Robinhood, of course. That name was at 120 a couple days ago, so still down a little bit, but nice day today, man, breaking off that $100 marker. So that was a good little look there for sure for anybody that bought the $100 marker. JP Morgan again, that high was around 244.45, so that's going to be good, right back to all-time highs for JPM and company. But, you know, pretty mixed today. You know, we haven't talked too much about the energy names. You know, nice to see tech up, NASDAQ up 1.3%, ES up 0.5% as well, NVIDIA up $1.30 now, we're going higher, and energy also up today, which is really nice to see, as we saw USO closing in on, I think, a month high level for USO. And we got the super chats earlier about Micron. Congratulations there. If you believed in that name, you're a winner on that one. And in fact, you're not just a winner, you are a chicken dinner winner there for Micron there today. Sandisk 9, WDC 11. So this Corning, love some Corning, man, but that's down to 160. Great. Talk about a name that's been getting crushed. GLW, should have put that one as a pick. But other than that, man, yeah, Vertiv's a good stock too, $300. That's been going well. But it's the big dog over here, NVIDIA, up 1%. That's helping carry this market just a little bit there today. And I'm not sure what Apple was doing, but there's Intel going higher, and we're just waiting for NVIDIA. Like I said, we're back to positive here. Just need to get it going a little bit to actually make some money. Looking at VWAP up there at 206. And before we go to Neil or to Adara, whatever you guys want, Apple starting to get it off the bottom as well. Yeah, 322 there for Apple. But all right, without any further ado, it's 10:40, and it's probably happening now because I just did it. So let's go over to Adara at the desk, who will do a much better job than I did.
Yeah, you're correct there, Sean. So I really appreciate Sean's overview here of electronic technology and finance. We're going to not go over those two sectors because I think those were handled really well there. So I want to talk about some sectors we haven't discussed yet and dive more deeply into those. Consumer non-durables, you've got Philip Morris reporting tomorrow before the bell. They're down about 1% today. Fellow tobacco player here, MO Ultra, they're reporting next week. They're also down today. You've also got weakness in the likes of PG and Monster Energy, as well as Mondelez. So consumer non-durables generally weaker. Also generally weaker here, utilities, industrial services, commercial services. Retail trade getting hit really hard here with the exceptions of CVS Health and O'Reilly. Everything else here pretty bleak. Health tech, on the other hand, you've got strength in the likes of Eli Lilly, Johnson & Johnson, AbbVie, though you have DHR here, Danaher pulling back almost 14% on earnings. Stay tuned on Exit TTV Research for an infographic on Danaher coming this afternoon. You also have your strength in producer manufacturing, strength in consumer durables. And let's talk about tech services, because as always, I find this sector to kind of be one of the most interesting. It often doesn't have everything, performing together in the way, for example, you see electronic technology all to the upside, tech services kind of all over the place. You have a lot of weakness here in some of these cybersecurity names, even as Fortinet announces a partnership with Intel, and Palo Alto Networks is named the top pick for the quarter by one of the analysts today. That actually did happen, right? You do have a strength, though, in the likes of Cadence Design Systems. They report next Monday after the bell. You also have AppLovin to the upside, and Oracle trying to bounce off of that 120 level, currently up about 3%. So mixed look as always for tech services. You've got a lot of strength, a lot of weak. It really depends on what area of the market you're looking at. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara, for sure. And yeah, it really depends on where you're looking. It's still been an inside day overall in the market. Threatening to break out is that DRAM. But remember the other breakout in the chip sector that we're tracking? Well, SMCI did go. It got that, like 10 cents after that break of the prior day high. But the dip ends up coming back into, again, the prior day high and current day high in here. So yeah, joining the trend would have to mean taking a shot in here at the 80s the second time through. So I'm going to jump in. And it just comes down to not split adjusted charts, so we'll ignore that for a quick little second. Like breaking here, like prior day high, having room to 25.2, the trend being up from here. So I just want to try to get long in the 80s, give it to about 70, 72, 73 underneath that quarter, and then try to drive into that top. DRAM is another name we're going to look to jump back into if we can, as that's actually taking out the highs as well. So DRAM going, Micron, obviously Micron, SanDisk, and SK Hynix, at least a couple of those names are going to be blasting. So next available dip, and we'll look to re-enter that bad boy. But yeah, SMCI looking like it's going to be the next opportunity for me. As quickly as we just jumped and saw this curl on the bid, it's already at the high of the day. SMCI flying, and Casey, oh, there was another halt.
Oh.
I thought, I've been on the halt scanner for the small cappers, but the problem with this one, and we had this conversation with Juan, DFNS is halted up. It's only done 600,000 shares, so it's just started. It just started now. We have a super chat from Adam James abroad. DFNS, boom. Yes, it is going crazy. That's very light volume, but it is picking up. I didn't see or hear a story for it, but bag holder levels are non-existent because you guys can see the chart. Basically went down to penny status from 250 and reverse split breakout. It looks like to me here, or yeah, looks like a reverse split breakout. So there's like a hedgy strategy where they just short every pop on these, and sometimes that'll give you these types of moves. But less than 1 million shares of volume, that's crazy work.
We are into SpaceX, and I want to talk about crazy work. Let's see what winds up happening here with SpaceX. We're out 50 cents right now, a quarter of a unit, man. We do not want to mess with too much of this fire, if you know what I'm saying here, with our good friend Elon Musk and company right now. He could roast the shorts at any time, as we all are very aware of. So I'm keeping my eye on this SpaceX trade. I will stop out at 129, looking to get a little more at 128.50. I put another half unit there at 128.50. Okay, so just so you guys are understanding what I'm working with right now, what we're working with is yes sir. So NVIDIA goes right to the top of the board right now. Actually, I'm up more on the futures on the TQQs than we are on NVIDIA, but that was we just got a great fill there, 76s or 75s, I guess, right there. So a good little look there for NVIDIA on that print as we get the 200 period moving averages. We continue to watch out for SpaceX right now. Where will SpaceX land? I am not sure. Potentially more for SpaceX. We'll give it a go right now, but that's NVIDIA upside, and SpaceX back to flat-ish of 127 and change. Let this one sort of just chill out for a minute and see what we can get going here on SPCX. Just want to see a pullback, right? If we're going to give this name, on average, we would get 128.50s there. So our average price would be about $1 worth of a risk. Obviously, we'd have more shares if that were to come through. So, we would lose a little bit more than what we would make right now. So let's see if there's a pullback in. I don't really want to take anything out there at 127, so we probably won't do that. But, a little bit of a move down into 126.50 or so, giving us that $1. That's kind of what we're looking for here on SpaceX. So, we'll turn our frown upside down, obviously, on NVIDIA as that's starting to go. And we're just going to wait and hold out for SpaceX move down. It's too bad because I was at 128.50, so we were basically 5 cents away from having quite a nice little winner on board right now, but we didn't get filled up there. So let's see if that spikes up one more time. I was there before this spike up. I thought we were maybe getting it, but it doesn't look like it. So this might not be a great trade. It's what we're working with right now, SpaceX. Let's give that a go. The other name, Eli Lilly. Good opportunity to maybe dip by. We talked a little bit about AbbVie and some of the other names there today as Adara ran through that sector watch. But yeah, down into there, 1130 coming into the 50-period moving average, just made all-time highs, a week and a half ago of 1250. Really like this name, AbbVie. I'm talking up my own book here, but I don't see any reason why not to. And then NVO is Novo Nordisk, as they sue. Today are looking at, hey, maybe there's some misrepresentation about the GLPs that Eli Lilly is posting up there on some of their wording of, I think it was the wording of the side effects or something there, but.
No, it was the word, I guess the comps they were doing to their drugs versus Novo Nordisk drugs. They were comparing their best dose to the weakest dose of Novo.
Oh, wow,
and
that's
then,
a
I
problem.
think a bit of mentioned here, but Lilly just responded basically just saying that Novo Nordisk doesn't want to compete product to product. I checked, Lilly's not doing anything on this.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lilly just basically saying, yeah, Novo will fight you. We don't care. Nothing's happening here.
Fight. Yeah, be careful about the fights.
Usually you want to back the heavyweight in a fight against, light middleweight.
Yeah, you would think so. So we'll wait to see what happens here with Eli Lilly. But both names should be bought. I think, especially Eli Lilly on Novo Nordisk has already been basically mooned from its lows there. You're catching 40% upside right there on Novo Nordisk, and Eli Lilly, the one trying to do some more work. And NVIDIA now up to VWAP. We just touched out to 206, so I'm gonna put another offer there, and then get out and then see if we can run this one the rest of the day and see if we can get a 207.50 or so. But so far so good here on holding out for NVIDIA. And then honestly, man, the one that's gonna kill me is this one, man. This is we actually have the low print of the day out, so not a good one there. But at least we were looking at it. We marked it down. Intel was going to be a top trade for myself, but when we wrote down 99 long, I really did think that this market could have potentially kept on going there. So we did short. It's fine. We lose more on Intel than we make on the futures, but at least we were able to take a little bit of advantage there. And then that gave me an opportunity to get more into NVIDIA, which turned out to be okay. So yeah, just a little bit of back and forth talk there about NVIDIA and Intel as we're getting up to 1050 now. And of course, we don't have the what's for lunch. Both Neil and I won yesterday because I've already transferred out of the tilapia, and now we get salmon every time there's tilapia.
Salmon was a big win.
Yesterday was tilapia.
Shout out to Adam for sending the pizzas in.
Big time.
Unfortunately, we were both gone when the pizzas came in because we were gone on our walk. So I know the team enjoyed it for sure. It's welcome when
Fabian took home the leftovers.
Yeah, it's welcome when it's tilapia because the tilapia is not always the best.
Fabian, there was one pizza left, and Fabian mowed that down, so that was good for him. I'm glad that it didn't get put to waste. So
I'd watch out for that Vivek or anything following energy. There was a little bit of a spike to lose VWAP in this upward trend on USO. It's holding on to it now. So if this turns into a bottom tail, there was nothing in my ear, nothing too crazy here for USO. But VIVK, Vivek, as Vivacor. It's not really going. If you see VWAP go on USO, this might turn into a bit of a short. It's just consolidating for sure. DRAM's still hanging out. There has been no dip yet to try to get us in at VWAP, and that's the same thing with IBIT. So we're just looking for one of these to pull back on trend to get us in. But we're going to go up, and probably a good time to do so. Have a look at the US dollar and other currencies as we have, money talks with Adara.
Sorry, guys. I just also want to let you know, Press TV in Iran reporting that the IRGC in Iran has hit a U.S. radar at the Jaber base in Kuwait. So more tensions here between the U.S. and Iran. Let's take a look here at the U.S. dollar. This is its fourth straight green day on a week where we really don't have any economic data to speak of. You've got some PMI prints, again, not a super closely watched metric by any means on Friday. Next week, though, you get a lot of interesting stuff. You're going to be getting on Wednesday the FOMC rate decision. On Thursday, you're going to be getting some PCE data as well as GDP data. And then Friday, you're going to be getting the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment print. So lots of stuff to watch out for the economy and that data next week. This week, not too much to speak of. In terms of other currencies, as Neil alluded to here, we'll take a look at the CAD to USD. As we know, more tariffs here coming out against Canada from the US. And so you've got the CAD running into some resistance here at this 0.71 level. This is its second straight day to the downside. Let's take a look here at the CME FedWatch tool ahead of, as we mentioned, that rate decision that's going to be coming out next Wednesday. So a week from tomorrow. 80% chance that we'll get rates held, 20% chance we'll get a 25 basis point rate hike. Now, if you go to the probabilities forward, this gets interesting. As recently as yesterday, I believe we were seeing, you're going to get that September rate hike, which we're still seeing, and then potentially another 25 basis point rate hike in March. Those odds have been actually moved to January. So we could be getting 2 rate hikes. Again, this kind of changed around and oscillated around a little bit if we're going to get 1 rate hike or 2. Right now, we're seeing 2 rate hikes, and we're seeing the second hike taking place in January 27, following that first 25 basis point hike in September of 26. Back to you.
Yeah, hikes. I don't know.
Hikes, schmikes.
Hikes, schmikes. There's still some concerns about, as far as I'm concerned, there's still some concerns about inflation and whether or not you believe it. We're not past the hump just yet. You still got renewed concerns in the Middle East, and then now all of a sudden this TMC story, which would bring a few other names to the episode. Should we be saying what happened with the TSM story? I should have said, because they're raising prices, and that's going to go down the line to a lot of consumer electronics. What has been falling all morning and broke the trend finally is AMC. That's why I said TMC, because I have AMC up and I meant TSM. No, finally broke the trend, holds the quarter, so fails the 250 break and holds the quarter. And if this one isn't any good, then the $2 level, I guess, would make some logical sense. But I'm hopping on the bid here at 230. Look to play it back to the quarter and into VWAP, which is 240. AMC day 2 earnings. Remember, it's not just going up because of the good box office with the Odyssey this weekend, which apparently blew things out of the water. People are saying good things, people are saying bad things. You know what? If it's polarizing, that just makes more people interested in it. So all the haters out there, and more people are talking about the Odyssey, but it's also that they had some strong earnings out of AMC. So we're going to look to see if this can get back going. You just had to wait for it to settle down as it's finally breaking that trend. And maybe if kids breaks the low, I think that's what takes it down to 50. I'm thinking the same thing down here as what we tried at 75. Like, make that bottom down into the prior lows. Here, we'll zoom out to 15-minute. As you can see, like, it gets to 60, there was support, and then down here at 50, there was some chop. So these are the areas to look at. It already tried to bounce at one of these consolidation levels and just wait till the next and take another shot at kids. Its volume it's still very good. Despite falling off the cliff, it's still 220 in volume, million shares. It's going to do $500 million at least.
Yeah, my Marissa's waiting for the kids to come home before we go to watch Odyssey. So we will be apparently checking that out in the Katina household at some point. So, and we want to do it while it's on the
you better be that's 3 hours
and all that
so that's
stuff. Yeah, we'll do it
for that.
Hopefully there's a 3D version. My kids like to do the D box or whatever the
I don't know if it's
special options are. As long as it's more expensive for me, they're down for it. So, okay, I was talking about that yesterday with Marissa.
Make sure you get the candy on the popcorn.
The minute you spoil it, it's a problem. We had a nice little chicken flatbread last night, truffle fries, and then I had, of course, a nice cold beer. And Marissa had a citrus sangria. So that's what we're doing at the theater, by the way. So yeah, we're trying to live our best life as the kids are away at camp. And then tonight I've got baseball practice tonight, baseball game tomorrow. So I've already apologized to the wife for that one, although she'll come and scorekeep for us, and we will move off of that now. Oh, okay. Just looking at SpaceX, just quickly, looking to break down. So we took the short. It only went against us. I mean, that was one spike there that went against us, I guess, almost $1, I guess. Looking to get more short, just too bad we didn't get it. I'm going to take a little bit of a fill there at 28 if it does come up, but our stop is still 129, which may get run today. It's looking more and more like that it will get run. So let's just give that a little bit of time now for SpaceX to develop into something. This one I think is well worth the risk to reward. We're only going to trade it with, at most, right now we have a quarter of a unit. We're going to try to get a half unit, if not a full one, and then just give it that buck, right? If it runs 129, we're out. So our average price, we're going to take a 128.50, and then a little bit of 128. So our average price will probably be 40s. So we'll give it about 60 cents there to the upside and see if that winds up breaking through 129. That's going to be the ultimate play for me up there, and we'll just give it a go. We didn't look at USO too much here today, but as I already mentioned, I thought it was at its month high for sure. The highest it's been in over a month, as the last time we were up here was June the 11th. So yeah, now starting to extend out a little bit, which is great to see for those of you that were long oil. And at least we had talked about it down here and thought that it was overextended. You know, I had Brian Shannon on here, Steve Tileman, I asked them all about this overextension there in USO. No one, of course, calling bottoms or anything, but that's a good move right there, back all the way up. I mean, that's from 103 up to 128. So we like that. I was happy enough with it. I exited out of my XLE trade. I guess it was Thursday or Friday of last week. So right here on this bump higher there. So we'll be out of that trade now, but good extension here on XLE as well, back up to the upside. So, you know, a big congratulations to people that are looking over there. And we've got a $1.30 now on NVIDIA. So we're trying to let this one sort of get there back to the upside with Google reporting tomorrow with Intel. Intel's going to be my most read stock, but the one that I actually felt that one of the best about until it broke the level. Google down 1%. That's not good. When the market's up 1.5 right now, let's go NVIDIA right now. But when the market's up, you know, Google should be up too. So it's not. We had some Gemini worries as traders now, maybe taking some profit, but yeah, we're at an interesting level as we get ready for earnings tomorrow night.
They're also taking profits on Vernova this morning. They report before the opening bell, so I think the only major tech name that's going to be before the bell tomorrow, and then they matter because it's powering the data centers. That's all the new rage. So this is one where it's more about what it means for the overall market. And with the strength that we're seeing, it's not coming back into this name. So that's your Vernova, your Vistra, your who am I forgetting?
Vertiv is a good one.
Yeah, that's another one. And what's Constellation? That's another one to think about here. So those are all going to be in play tomorrow morning for sure. Coach says that Intel looks really good. Well, anything can happen going into earnings, man. Like it's hit the bottom, hit the top. Can it actually take out some of those highs? Another interesting. I'm going to take a second shot SMCI. The first time when it ramped off this level, the 24.8, didn't actually get the fill coming back up. This time we're going to take a shot and see if we can't get it. Got to close green. You want to make sure it's actually holding that 24.78 level, or you're waiting for the volume weighted average price. And Coach UB, I don't think it's strangely up on Intel. That wouldn't be the way to describe it. The market's higher. All of the chips have gapped up today, and there was lots of chip strength overnight. And cutting costs is still going to be a positive. I just feel as if the big headline for them is going to be the yields. Continuously improving the yields and positivity coming from the conference call on that front is going to be a big deal for them. Like I think that's what I'm going to care about in the call probably the most, and we'll find that all out tomorrow after the bell. Let's be real. So go ahead.
No, NVIDIA is just absolutely ripping right now. And it's too bad. What's up to Coach and everybody and Neil and everybody there, because Intel was my #1 trade idea, and it turns out to be my biggest loser there as we were trying to go long right there on Intel. We wrote down $99, and so look where we got stopped out right there, a break of 101. And again, like, too bad, because that was at 10 o'clock. Just thought that we were going to lose it. Now it's huge up to the upside. There goes NVIDIA, man, just breaking through. So finally starting to get, there's some news about NVIDIA, about their processors are, run. It's the NVIDIA processors are better, some sort of benchmarking better than AMD. So there goes NVIDIA right now, lots of volume, starting to get going right now. There goes NVIDIA. Yes, sir. Hit it, Sharif. It'll be your #1 stock here today, mine anyways. There goes NVIDIA to the upside. We are now $2.50 in the money on NVDA as the party won't stop over here. And there goes SpaceX. Your boy is starting to cash now, baby. Just as it's time to go over to the midday show, we're starting to do a little bit of work over here on SpaceX and on NVIDIA. NVIDIA now $2 in the money. SpaceX now 50 cents in the money. Take a little bit of a bid out right there. But here we go, man. Now we're cooking. Thank you to everybody. We'll go to Adair, then we'll go to the midday show. It's been a good one. Thanks, Neil. Thanks, everybody, today. We'll see you later. Go NVIDIA, go SpaceX. We got it.
Yeah, we'll talk about NVIDIA and AMD in a minute, but I also have to talk about this Google headline. GeoOGL and the move, the companies announced that they are testing their Gemini 3.5 Pro with their partners, and they aim to release it widely quote, once it's ready. They also announced Gemini 3.6 Flash, Gemini 3.5 Flash Lite, and Gemini 3.5 Flash Cyber. Now, why is this significant? Because we know last week we were hearing reports that they might even be delaying this Gemini 3.5. So just it sounds like they're ready to release this soon, so that's going to be a bit of a change of pace. They've already apparently begun training for the Gemini 4 AI model as well. Now it's time here to talk about NVIDIA and AMD. So here's the headline. NVIDIA just announcing that their Vera Rubin AI platform is on schedule with customer testing underway. Apparently, they said that the new Vera CPU outperforms AMD's Turin and that their platform remains on schedule for a rollout in AI data centers. So again, just NVIDIA basically big upping their own platform, saying it's better than AMD's. That's really all we have here. And then just to recap that Google story one more time, Google providing a whole bunch of AI updates. Back to you.
Boom, 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 boom. Hook. Greetings, salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. Darwin's back. Darwin the Trader. That's your boy, Joey Options. I am Sharif, and we're long. CPHI, Joey. And guess what? We're caught in an up Hulk. There goes CPHI into the high of the freaking day. I like that one, Joe. Up 160%, but that's not what we're here for, man. We're here for the roll call, the shout out. Shout out to who else, man? Tatsu. We got Rex Banner, John McCracken. He's cracking these trades, man. Shout out to Mike P. D. Ryder, 11-2, 11-2. T, what's up, yo? Boom, right back at you, baby. We got Juan. We got Danny Day Trizzle. Shout out to Green Saber and Anon Purse. Purse? Yeah. Crypto. We got Big Wig Energy. I'm gonna say that wrong one day. I just know I'm gonna get fired. See ya. Money Clip, yeah. We got Dark Side, Ichiro, my man. Options and Deep. Andrew Chow's in the house. Shout out to Georgie 22. Ozan, we are here for the 69 cents. Shout out to my man Ozan, who's not nearly as sarcastic in person. I did say that, but I want to remind everybody. Zen Zombie. Trading Ritz, Roger Noonan, Buffalo Soldier. We got Capote and Taylor Batty, Byron Hart. Shout out to my man there. VPN, Mike P.D. Ryder. We already mentioned that one. Coach UV. Who else, man? Red Potato 007, Mr. Janky Stock Assassino. And I'm going to do one more. Otherwise, Assassino is going to get very upset.
Do it.
We got Pug Life 77.
Oh, my God, Pug Life. Yeah, it's really nice saying Pug Life. Consistently back in the chat. All right, guys, VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Refrain Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS, and you know we're not going to. Again, I said neglect is a strong word, but we're not going to forget about our boy Bravely over there on TikTok and all of our big viewers there, guys. We have DJ Vinny. Hey, DJ, what's up, DJ Vinny? Nada, what's up? I know a Nada. Fred W, what's going on? Fred, I hope everyone's having a good one. Sophia Schaff, what's up, Schaff? Burnout, Dan, chat Bravely Burner in the boy? Chat as well, too. Not Burner Boy,
my bad.
Burner Son, from here to there. We like that one. Arno and Jerbear, a couple more. Entrepreneur Bunny. Kim Jong-un is apparently in the chat.
Oh,
Natty.
He got around the firewall?
Yeah, he got around the firewall. So now welcome to the show, the family. All right, Trinity. And who else? We got Drew 1969, Patrick Brock, Bitcoin Trader TV. Oh, okay, all right, we like that one. And that will be it for the roll call via TikTok. Now, guys, let's see what we got going on here today. A couple attempts on NVDL, but nonetheless, they didn't work out. So we abandoned ship on this one. It did start to base out. I posted up after this base was formed, but then I wasn't fortunate enough to catch any fill. So we took a couple of losses like that. But you know the kid style.
Oh yeah.
When I'm down a couple, it only takes me one trade to start partying once again, and then we're fully live. But unfortunately, we take another loss there, Sharif, so that's not the scenario this time.
Okay.
It's a little bit different. But we had this one trade right here that eliminated the majority of our losses, all right? So keep that in mind. Sharif's got something going on. We're only one trade away from eliminating everything and then going big time positive. We got to find it. Sharif's got something.
Joey, there goes CPHI into 290. Give me my money, man. Here comes limit up again. 294 limit up. We got 234 on this one. There it goes into the high of the day. No, false halt, back down into the 80s. It needed 10 seconds. It only did like, I don't know, 7. 88 showing up. Limit up now is 330. There it goes through 309, 320 limit up. We're going to 330 limit up. There it goes, Joseph. In the limit up again on the Amex network, man. This is a bamboozler in chief. Watch out. It can turn on you in a minute. I have to say that, and I won't get bored of saying it. Because, you know, when we have newer traders, they come in, Joey, they think that, yeah, I'm going to stay in this, you know, for I'm minting, right? And then it gaps down and they're out of the money.
And then they're out of the money.
They're out of the money. There it goes, Joseph. Options into $3.30. We are halted. But if you know the Amex network and the New York Stock Exchange Network, the NYSE and the Amex.
Tell them about the NYSE and the Amex.
I'm going to tell them about the Amex and the NYSE. I have to, Joey.
Yeah, tell them.
Because we're going to be flying blind during the halt, my man.
Tomfoolery these guys got.
Tomfoolery, absolutely. He's not wrong at all. And the tomfoolery he's referring to is the theoretical auction price that we will not know during the halt. And that is the case for any name trading on the Amex network or the NYSE. You will only know the theoretical auction price on the NASDAQ names, okay? So we are caught blind right now, but we've got a big boy cushion between our entry and our exit. Long 234, halted 330. What a move up. Big Wick Energy.
What's he saying?
Dropping 5 membies in the chat, man. Thank you very much, Big Wick. Gaurav got one.
Gaurav finally got one, man.
He did it live.
He's been waiting, man.
He's been waiting. Get it, Gaurav. Gaurav's an OG, man. Broken Arrow, 1973, Mr. Kevin G. No teeth. Oh, my days. And look at the number after that. Oh, my days. Black Hole 7V also got one. I'm going to start singing again. You guys better watch out, man. Black Hole Sun. I see that name. I start thinking, you know. Black Hole Sun, 11-2. That's my man, Mike PD Ryder. All right, so let's shout out everybody there. Thank you very much, guys, to Big Wick Energy for the 5 memberships there. And I would be remiss if I didn't tell you that you are now able to get my morning note every single morning. Assassino, let's switch accounts over here. Let's flip back to Trader TV Live. So this is the homepage for Trader TV on YouTube. Mosey on over to that page, and then you're going to see tabs on the top: home, video, shorts, live, playlist. Click posts right there. Google, scroll down. There she is. Members only morning brief. Hit read more. A lot of you guys have been asking, I can only see the picture. I can't actually see the link. You got to click read more, man. And there's the link at the bottom there. You click that monster. You get the morning note every single day. You also get the Katina Mans and the Neil's special members only videos regarding trading setups. You are going to want to see that. I've seen them recorded, and they are quite useful in terms of trading strategy. So make sure you are getting those every day. Thank you for that again. So Joey, halt time, 11:07:15. Current time, 11:10:03. So we've got about another 2 minutes and change before CPHI first opens. So keeping an eye on that. Zen Zombie, good luck on getting CPHI at 290 last minute. LOL. I didn't get it at 290. Oh, right there. You see that. Well, I didn't actually want to take it out there, to be quite honest with you. I wanted to take it out at 3, but it zigged and zagged, right? So we had to take it out at around, I think it was a little bit higher than 290, brother, but I'll double check. In any event, keeping an eye on this one, but there are more. It's not just the CPHI show. GRE is making big moves. We got Vivek Ramaswamy over here, VIVK. We're going to call it Vivek the rest of the day. We got ONDL, which is a leveraged name. We got ASTX, another leveraged name. NXXT, this is not a leveraged name, but it is also south of 50 pennies, but it's at the frickin' day high, 33 pennies. NXXT, bottom right of your screen. We got NUAI, which is a holdover from yesterday, putting in a decent bull flag pattern, where I perceive a flat top break brewing here between 570 to 575. And then we got HOVA, HOVR. Yeah, Young Hove, Katina Manuel. It's coming back in a little bit, but that's all right. Still above the 10 EMA. So, and by the way, these 8 here, it's a non-exhaustive list because I just couldn't fit all the small cap gappers showing up on my scanners. But the pickings today, they are certainly not slim, Joey.
All right, man. That's good. That's good to hear. So let's see what we got going on here. I mean, as the NASDAQ approaches the high of the day, and here's the triple Qs. Now, as for NVDA, a little bit of a choppy session, but what we did have here is the majority of this gap up filled. So you can see in the blue ocean session there, ladies and gentlemen, that you had a nice little day. So 203, open up around 204.70. Nice quiet PA, gives you a little bit under $1. Now we have this inverted hammer candle. So we had a catalyst step in here.
Apple news.
And then sure enough, bang, it goes. Is Apple moving? Let's see if we can figure it out.
There's news, yeah.
All right, is it moving? Is the question?
Kind of. Yeah, it's okay,
did the volume step in? Is really what I want to see.
It's that high a day.
Is it? Of course it is.
So should we send it to?
Yeah, of course, man.
Keep an eye out on Apple here, climbing to the upside at the moment. Apple will be launching Apple Upgrade device leasing program. So for iPhones, iPads, Macs, and Apple Watches in partnership with Klarna, just again, huge uptick on Apple over here, climbing on the day. Apple will be launching an Apple Upgrade device program for iPad, iPhones, as well as MacBooks and watches, Apple Watches in partnership with Klarna.
We like this headline, Sia, because we know that Apple's raising prices on essentially all their products, right? Because of the RAM and how much that's costing, memory costs. So I do like the fact that they're going to give you a method or two where you can kind of subsidize, where it's not subsidized, but at least, you know, you don't have to fork over everything at once. To be quite honest with you, though, I think, you know, these programs, good from Apple for doing that, but we already have the Affirms, the Klarnas, all that kind of stuff. I know a lot of the telecom industries, they also do in-company subsidization. So we'll have to see if this moves the needle, but you know, when you have price increases like this, it's not really bad to offer the consumers a different option.
Yeah, for sure. I couldn't disagree. I mean, I couldn't agree more. Here it is, SpaceX. Let's see what happens with this name. We know Kathy Wood looking to, or has added to her position here. Now, if this closes as an inverted, we can go long some SSPC to see if we get a move back in towards the volume weighted average price. Other than that, man, it's hyper focused for me. I want to turn this day around. And with that being said, there's going to be minimal but more precision trades here for the kid. So my thesis on Bitcoin was a pull back below the volume weighted average price for that additional leg higher. We're not getting it. We're still hovering around, and you can see that this resistance zone that's currently acting as a support system holding up relatively well. So if the momentum picks up a little bit here, then I like our chances for anything south of this specific indicator. Now, we do have multiple touches up here in this neck of the woods, 37.92. With that being said, let's see what $38 is bringing us on the options chain. We're going to go through a couple of names right now, and one of them is going to be NVDA, that's for sure. And we can take a look at Apple, considering they just had a catalyst hit. But yesterday, it was up there in the top volume names, but it wasn't anything crazy. 38,000. Oh, okay. So maybe we climb up to $38. Maybe we climb up to 38.50 here, because I believe this can be absorbed here on IBIT. Moving forward, we have NVDA. Let's see what this bad boy's up to. Why are we rejecting the high of the day of around 208.75? So 209, 210. Is there anything substantial? Ozan. There is not, my friend. Look how much cooler this open interest in the supply is from a short interest is how we're going to look at it. 90,000 contracts at this 210 marker last week, not necessarily the case this week. So what this tells me is that one of the larger float and one of the most liquid underlying assets in the market, I think we can absorb some of this and maybe make a move higher. We do have an all-time high before we send it off to Sia. What is our all-time high on NVDA? 238, I believe, or something along those lines. We'll figure that out right now. 236.
Yeah, you're pretty close,
yeah, I think we can get pretty, not saying this week, but in the near future, I believe, especially after earnings, I think we can move in that direction. Leading up to earnings is going to be really important via options and open interest. See ya.
U.S. President Donald Trump saying, and USO falling a little bit here, that we feel very good about Lebanon and we'll make a lot of progress with Lebanon's president, Joseph Aoun. And he's saying that Lebanon has a very good relationship with the United States. USO just falling over here. Keep an eye out. Lebanon has been hit hard for many decades. Relationship with Lebanon, very good.
Case, I was just about to message you about whatchamacallit, DFNS. Okay, so this looks really good, Case. So it's a multiple halter, obviously, which means it's right down your alley, Case. Yes, we halted up initially, 1031, rips up. into about 703, 739 high, halts down 652, halts down again 516, ripping now into 693, knocking on the door of 7. This is the 1 minute chart on DFNS. Sorry, I didn't throw in the ticker. I apologize. Let's throw that on now for everybody. DFNS. We're suffering from price action below $7 right now. Couple of topping tails. I have to mention that at $7, a dual whammy. The whole dollar resistance, of course, and the halt level was like 702 or something like that. So be on the lookout. Looks really good here, Case. I like it. I think it is a little spready, though, which could put it on Uncle Sheriff shit list, but we're going to find out. Let's have a look over here. DFNS, NQ. Not bad, Case. 9 pennies for a multiple halter opening up to 50. Now there goes. Wow, I'm going to get caught in up halt again.
That's good.
Should I let it go? I'm just going to let it go.
Yeah, ride it.
I'm going to let it ride. Let's go. CPHI, here comes another up halt again. 397, limit up. 3, 2, 1. Let's go, man. One day I'm just going to get it right. Boom! Into another up halt. 397, limit up 336%. Bang. CPHI is Rip City right now. It could be on the way to $5. You know, you get that close into 4, we start thinking 5, right? So we're going to keep a close eye on that one. I've got a new trade alert over here. Shout out to my man, the Katina man. We're looking to wet the beak here on NXXT. Let's take some profits there as it flat top breaks through 33. We're looking for more. I'm thinking, 35 to 37 pennies. Let's see where this one ends up going. It's not up big. It's only 22.25%. But it looks fantastic. KC 526, dropping more membies in the chat. 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Case, there. And I know why she's dropping membies, because DFNS is ripping, Joey. It just ripped again into another close high a day. 736 Case, limit up, high a day, 739. Now it's 748 limit up. So we're going to take out the high of the day, it looks like, momentarily. And there goes the high of the day into 740. We're talking about 748 limit up here, Case, on DFNS. And it's like right out the door. So keep your eye out on this one. There's a lot going today in small cap gapper world. I made that abundantly clear when I said I couldn't fit all the names onto the 8 side charts. So it's a day for the small cap traders. Trade them carefully, though. They can turn on you in a second. So beautiful look here. Case, 766 now limit up. It moved up from 48 into 66. DFNS, bleeding its own blood in the inverse.
What happened to kids this morning, man? This thing has the most amount of volume. Yeah, I know. I feel when they get too crowded, this is when you get this tomfoolery starts to step in. Like, this has 224 million shares traded here on the day. And as soon as it cracked that support level, so you have this failed ascending wedge broken, and then it's just boom, AC Slater to the downside on this bad boy. Too much volume, in my opinion. I don't know, maybe I could be wrong. You guys trade that a little bit more than I do, but I love the momentum style play. There was a couple opportunities and a couple of names that I was looking at not too long ago. Vivek, I guess we can call this one, $9. If we get that break, that could be a good opportunity. But Shreve's got the right one here. Beautiful halts, especially at that high of the day. So there's a 1030, we'll call it roughly, pivot high of around $2.10, and then it just breaks through with volume, and then now it's on its 3rd halt. So that's a pretty good look. What's the top on this bad boy? Is it?
We can't know,
Joey. It's Amex, right? Is that the one? Yeah, fair enough. So we're going to stick to our guns over here and see if we get this set up on Bitcoin for an additional leg higher. Now, I do suspect that it's going to take a little bit of time for it to turn around, which is totally fine. We're patient. We got plenty of time, man. I ain't going anywhere anytime soon. So, yeah, we got another 2.5 hours here, Sharif. So let's see if we can be patient and wait for high quality. Joey. Yeah, well, I wouldn't call it stuck. But, yeah, we're here. That's for sure. Oh, Katina Man's still here, too. He's summing up. It's
good, Katina, man. It's just humid as hell, though. But you're
good. Yeah, because of the rain, man.
Well,
it was the rain. Is the sun out? Is the sun out?
No, you're not going to see the sun till tomorrow.
You're not seeing the sun. We're not seeing the sun into black gold. So I've seen Assassino had his lunch already fired up here this morning, so maybe we'll get that figured out here momentarily. But this is the key level, 37.75 right here on IBIT is where we're going to get that prime time entry. There could be an additional opportunity here for NVDA, but why bother right at the volume weighted average price when we could have had the lower end of the range? But what we do have is the NASDAQ continuously putting in new highs of the day. What do you got? What do we got? Oh,
the jerk, eh? Okay. What's wrong, Joey?
Boy, anyways, hey man, you know how it goes around here, these neck of the woods, Sharif. We got to find another trade, my brother. I don't see anything right now. You got the small cap land really working out for you right now, and that's what we want to see. Momentum is my thing. Palantir, how you performing on today? I don't like anything right now, man. So yesterday wasn't in love with anything, walk away with a small green session. Today, the exact same narrative. And we're heading into earnings. So I do believe for leading up into it, so when we get those big names to report in a couple of weeks after, is when those high quality opportunities really start to display themselves. Right now, I got nada.
All right, I'm in my third trade here. We're trying our hand at DFNS case. I see some buying at 8. All right, it already got stopped out. All right, I gave it too tight of a stop. I still like DFN. Okay, well, actually, it's putting in lower highs. So the buyers are stepping in at 2/3, okay? So maybe I can bottom pick 2/3 and weasel in there, or I can get in here and give it to 2/3. So I'm looking for a move. I almost had this one through 7.5. It got close. It got to like 42 or 43. Didn't quite drop down. There goes CPHI into another high day, and I get out before limit down. 445 high. We took out 4. Limit down now at 320. Watch out, guys. CPHI. Limit down now into 320. We need another few seconds. Boom. You know what, bro?
What?
I should have had that 445 there, man.
Which
I was going to put 433.
What did you get out at?
4.
Oh, I mean, hey, man.
No, man, that's a mistake.
Not really. Like, dude, look where you got out right at the open of the candle, pretty much.
You know, can I say something?
For sure.
I was focusing on the other one. I was trying to get into DFNS.
Right, well, blame DFNS.
Yeah, and there it goes. Options, man. It's okay. Let's go to see you.
Or a couple comments coming in from U.S. President Donald Trump saying that he's announcing Israel is redeploying some of its forces. Trump stating that Israel is currently withdrawing from Lebanon. So there's a lot of this statements going on. He's also saying that Israel is in the process of withdrawing from Lebanon and is in the process of redeploying other sections. If anything more comes in, I will be sure to let you know. But USO currently climbing a little bit here.
Why though? That's good news. It's so bizarre, but whatever. Thank you, Sia, for that. Good to know. You know that at least maybe there's some sort of semblance of, well, who knows. In any event, I'm watching here DFNS. I had a feeling this was going to rocket. And there it goes into another high day. So DFNS 787. I ain't talking about the airplane that's delayed. I'm talking about DFNS into the high of the day. Here comes 7 again. Does it defend 7? There's buyers here in and around 7. It's got some higher lows. Let's give this one the old college try. We're going to give this one into an area high. We're looking for 787. I stop out below 2/3. We're going to go back up to see it.
Keep an eye out again. U.S. President Donald Trump still speaking, saying Iran wants to meet. We have no interest. I have no interest in meeting Iran until they are ready. And Iran wants to desperately meet. But USO is still on the climb at the moment. And we're going to take a look at how the market overall is doing right now. SPY currently trading up on the day, 0.75%. You have the triple Qs as well, that climbed a little bit. U.S. President Donald Trump still talking. When and as he speaks, I will update you if there's anything important.
Go ahead.
All right, man. Yeah. Let's head over and take a look at some of these names that are up double digits here. This guy, I mean, like SK Hynix, there you go, bang. Blammo on that one, 14% off that all-time high. So we're going to be looking at this at somewhat of a discount. Now, SanDisk was an additional name to the tune. 45% almost from peak to that local low, starting to find somewhat of a bounce. But I do believe that this downtrend is still intact, guys. Just be cautious, right? Like, it's not going to be, even though this was pretty quick, I don't believe it's going to be a waterfall style play where it's just like, okay, in the span of 2 months, it's just loses 60% of its value. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. Just be cautious of these bull traps. Okay. Western Digital, 12% to the top side. Now $800 all the way down to $400. So that was cut in half. I mean, it makes things so much more difficult. And I've been saying since day one, as soon as I seen this stuff, just like day after day, 10%, 15%, 8%, you wake up, it's gapped up 7%. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. Continue to do what you're doing. It's unfortunate that I missed the initial run, but there's no chance that I was going to chase it. And if you were patient enough, you get it at a 50% discount pretty much, right? Instead of just being, oh man, this thing is, and getting the FOMO and one day after the other being like, I'm missing. No, patience. And then you slowly start to dabble. Next thing you know, your average price is as close to the lows as you possibly can, and you fully allocated your position. So that's where I stand when it comes to this memory name. I don't think that it's completely done. The numbers are supporting it, I'll tell you that. And I believe that we have this longer runway where we can continue to appreciate. Right now, let us take a little bit of a breath because it was too far too fast, in my opinion.
There goes DFNS, man. We got the $0.25. We just took out 8s. 827 case, limit up. We're having trouble with 8, but we have a lot of support at 7, man. You can just feel when it's a small cap day, man. It just, you can tell, because there's just a lot running on the scanner, right? I think that the scanner is the dead giveaway here. Looking for an aggressive move above 8. The high of the day is 813. I'm looking for 8 1/3. Limit up is 827, but that could change. There it goes, 810. Looking for a little bit more, right? 813, we're right back into the high of the day. Somebody's selling in and around the 8 area. We're taking profits, of course, right? Looking for a big move on the bid above 8. We're seeing the ask move above 8. We're not necessarily seeing both sides of the level 2 mosey on up. So a little, I don't want to say concerned, but alive to that. Looking at the bid here. So look at the bid. See how it stays in the 90s? The ask moves above 8. The bid does not. Here we go. We have our first opportunity. It did move above, but it didn't hold. Looking for a little bit more here. So still selling at $8. Nothing for me to do here other than to watch the price action fail or take out my level. So just continuing to watch. I've got another trade on here that I have to manage because we need to wet the beak here as well, right? So we're going to take off some here on NXXT. Let's take that out there. How we doing here on DFNS? Can't look away from this one too much. Bleeding its own blood. Does it hold the $0.50? If it loses the $0.50, I'm out, right? So where are they selling now? There's the $0.50. I'm gone. Out there, watching. Does it come back up? We're still putting in higher lows on the 5-second chart. Just by way of example, I want to show you what I'm looking at. So this is the 5-second chart. That's why it looks so sporadic. But the fact of the matter is trend is holding, but that is being put into question now because we're right into that 740 area. To me, though, it's still holding these higher lows on the 5. So it could be a possible reload opportunity here in and around the $0.50. Keeping a close eye on this one. DFNS continues to give while others take away. It's bleeding now, though. Not touching this one. Let's let it reset at $7. But there's a lot going on today. My days. Usually we don't start this aggressive here, but let's wet the beak as well. Again on NXXT as I focus here on DFNS. CPHI still halted down for anybody who's interested. It's still halted down to around 3 and change, 320. It looks like it's going to be a 10-minute halt, if not more. 720. Yeah, it is, of course. 11:23:12 halt time. Earliest open 11:33:12 now that we've surpassed the 5 minutes. Focusing back again here on DFNS, looking for this big move up. It's still holding trend. So I want to show you guys this trend line over here that I drew. See how it's just continuing to hold in the higher lows? So there could be another attempt here at a decisive breakthrough 8. The best we've done on the day is 814. That is the HOD on DFNS. So nothing else for me to do there. Yeah, I know. I give the play-by-play. I'm sorry, bro. You could auction off cars. Man, I wouldn't mind that job, Gregory, to be honest with you, man, as long as they let me drive the car.
Oh.
Like, we could take that, Joey. Could have a good time there. All right. NXXT coming down a little bit here. So into 35.36 we go. 33 pennies, give or take, is the 10 EMA on the 5. So I'm trying to decide whether I should be getting in a little bit more here. And the reason I say that, Assassino, is because we have this kind of flat top at 33, right? That we rejected multiple times. You can see it on the 5 on the bottom chart. You can see it on the 1 on the top chart. So if it's really that much of a resistance level, it probably behooves me to add to this 33. So I'm going to give this one a little bit more thought while we send you up to Adira and Juan for the Euro close. We'll see if it holds 33. If it does, I'm going to add to the position. Zen Zombie says KI Diaz is starting to move. I'm going to look at that when we get back from Adira and Juan.
It's always worth noting that the U.S. market here, the NASDAQ and the NYSE, these are not the only opportunities, especially if you are trading from all around the world. So here to take us through the European close to end today's session in Europe is Juan.
Thank you so much, Adira. So looking really good in Europe. Mostly positive numbers, all in the green, lifted by, of course, a rebound in technology as well as stabilizing energy markets. Let's take a look at some of the indexes here. Stoxx 0600 up by 0.41%. That basically edged up a little bit higher. Strong banking sector, about 0.8% higher, as well as, of course, recovering tech lines outpacing automotive trims. Now, we take a look also in Germany right now. They found a huge technical flaw. Like I said, all the tech rebounding. Siemens Energy up by 1.2%, as well as Infineon rebounding up by 2.2% to end the day. Now, in France, they also did quite well, above the average. ST Microelectronics advancing by about 2.4%, ahead of their Q2 results that are due for later this week. And even some other names coming from France, Total Energies, up by 1.6%. Schneider Electric also up by 1.3%. And Airbus rebounding from yesterday's 1% loss to 0.5% up today. And over in the UK, we know that the new chancellor has been voted in. And June public borrowing came in lower than expected. But labor market data also suggesting that it's broadly in line with forecasts, and wage growth easing slightly in the 3 months of May. So what are we expected to see? I mean, the whole story from Europe, basically the AI trade bounce back, semiconductors rebounding. We saw a lot of strong Asian giants cascading that into Europe. ASML rose by about 2.6%. I mentioned earlier about ST Microelectronics. That's easing a lot of pressure as well ahead of those US earnings later this week. Now, one thing to note about European markets is the Trump tariff threats, okay? So Europe, they're bracing for a little bit of turbulence, especially after Trump announced those 50% tariffs on, $20 billion of Canadian imports. So European desks are expecting a watered-down framework, so we might head into that a little bit throughout the week. But we know that ECB, they're having their meeting on Thursday. So recently, their Q2 survey, bank lending survey, came out. It showed a moderate net tightening of credit standards, 7% for enterprises, and that's due to higher risk perceptions, especially capital constraints on automotive as well as manufacturing sectors. So that's a lot to process in ahead of ECB coming this Thursday, but hopefully it remains in the green throughout the week.
And let's keep an eye on here for Europe. President Trump still talking, but this segment is over. You can catch Juan and I again in this desk at 3:30 p.m. to talk about the Asian markets. Back to you.
Ozan is announcing unilateral 2,000% tariffs. On who, Ozan, though? Like, are you just on everybody? Is it like a global tariff? Everybody gets clipped, like the straight, you know what I mean? What's going on there, Case? Give me my money, man. Yes, Case.
What she said,
give me my money.
Yeah, give it to him.
Get it, Case. Yeah, she's printing up several storms. Oh, he's imposing tariffs on me? That's crazy.
Whoa.
That's crazy, Ozan. Yeah. You see that, Assassino? I'm going to have to send Assassino to see you.
Oh.
And you know what happens when Assassino shows up?
Uh-oh.
Right?
Well, you don't actually, because it's over.
It's over at that point, right?
You have no idea.
He's done at that point, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to my man Ozan. I would never unleash Assassino on you, Ozan. You're good people.
Yeah.
I love this. This is so good.
Me, on the other hand.
Yeah. Can I say something too?
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to say something. Joseph showed me pictures of him and his family yesterday, right? It isn't the typical picture one would imagine when, someone shows a friend their family pictures. It was entirely unexpected. And all I can say is, having seen this picture, I understand why he is a registered gun owner.
Whoa. Yeah. Oh, hey, yeah. We're back.
There he is again,
You
man.
got a
There
smile,
he is
man.
again,
Crazy.
I love
crazy.
Neil. You should have seen what I saw, my man. Well, I think you have an obligation to show Neil.
Yeah, I can show Neil. Yeah, man, we can show Neil for sure, man. Yeah, man, good stuff. Good stuff when it comes to all that. But I mean, that ain't
Having a
nothing
good
for
time, bro.
for our guy Blicky Spears, man.
No,
over there in
no,
LA,
no.
those guys are all about that. Over
Hold
there
on,
in
though.
LA.
My understanding is California has pretty
yeah, big
rules.
time.
You got to go to Nevada for that.
Nevada, gotta go to
But
Nevada
that's the thing,
for
Joey,
that.
right? Like, there's
Right
nobody
there.
at that border. You go in and come in as you please.
And you go,
right?
and then you go to those some of those eastern states on the south, man.
There you
It's
go.
It's
There
just
you
like,
go.
man, what is going on here? All right,
Joey
guys.
Drag.
Yo, we're actually at some areas. This is what I've been waiting all moment for, Gorev. Now, if this doesn't display itself, it's time for us to get involved in a little bit. But I'm gonna build this position relatively large. Okay, so we get a small uptick. We're gonna start small with like a quarter of a risk unit, and then if we get the prints that we're looking for, then it's just AC Slater. You guys were patient enough with me for the past 40 minutes, even though it's felt a little bit longer. Yeah, we're prepared to rock and roll because this is what we're waiting for, and this is what we have been waiting for the majority of the day in order for us to put on that trade where we do believe that we can just really exponentially bet size on this bad boy. So we'll allow these next couple of 5-minute prints to form and close complete, and then we'll see if this is going to be our base at 37.66. If that's the case, then watch out. See, don't let this calm demeanor fool you guys.
Don't
even
do
though it's
it.
probably not, yeah, because at the end of the day, we're gonna try to do something. I mean, we try to do it every day at the end of it, of what we're talking about. But for me, I want to make this probably one of my largest positions of the day.
President Trump.
That's how I feel today.
I respect that.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that.
So you saw the 50% tariffs that President Trump lovingly issued against Canada yesterday, right? And he just made more commentaries that more tariffs could be coming. Okay, I'll continue that discussion when we get back.
Yeah.
Just keep an eye out on this ticker called DOCN, that's Digital Ocean Holdings. It's up 12% on the day, raising on-demand prices for select NVIDIA and AMD GPUs by roughly 30%. Starting the 1st of August, this cites certain strong demand for advanced AI compute. So H100 pricing will be increasing from $3.39 to $4.41. H200 from $3.44 to $4.47, and AMD's MI300X chips from $1.99 to $2.59. The ticker DOCN up 12% on the day.
Katina Man is making me laugh, man.
Yeah,
So
Katina
anyway,
Man,
he's
Katina
considering.
Man, you're not hitting the gym today, my God.
I'm thinking it's going to stop raining.
It's gonna,
is it
so it
raining?
started again outside? Because when I was walking back, Katina Man, it wasn't. But yeah, it looks like it was supposed to rain for like 13 hours today. So President Trump saying that the wildfire tariffs, he's considering more tariffs on Canada as a result of the wildfires. That is addition, of course, to the $50 billion worth of products he levied tariffs against yesterday. Now that the Kuzma / NAFTA 2.0 or whatever we're calling it has now lapsed, and the United States has, voiced their intentions to no longer be part of it. So that, obviously initiates negotiations with both Mexico and Prime Minister Carney. Just before we go to Sia, what's funny is that Prime Minister Carney and President Sheinbaum were with President Trump in the box at the final on Sunday. You think Carney would have been whispering sweet nothings in his ear, bro?
Maybe he doesn't
get
want
us a deal, man. The
get us
next
a deal.
day, he issues tariffs.
Yeah.
Like, what was Carney saying to him during
Probably
that?
not what he wanted to hear.
No.
And then we're just sending smoke their way. So,
Oh my
I mean,
days. Sweet
yeah,
nothings,
sweet. No,
Katina, man.
but he
Give me
apparently
something,
wasn't
man.
even doing that.
All right.
But like, listen, I don't want to get into it because I'm like, sorry about the wildfires. We'll send it over to you, Sia, but don't forget, how long
People
have
don't
gas
forget.
prices been elevated now? So why isn't anybody pointing the finger over there? I don't know. I don't understand. Sia.
More comments coming in from U.S. President Donald Trump saying that we will target any Iranian facility where nuclear weapons are manufactured. And he's also saying that Iran hasn't seen anything yet. We have been nice. We will be hitting, Iran is very evil people leading that country, and we will be hitting the Pickaxe Mountain area heavily pretty soon.
Yes, guys, for everybody who's, thank you, Sia, for that.
Yeah.
For everybody who's asking, guys, CPHI is still halted down. Halt time, 11:23:12. Current time, 11:41 and change. And I say this sporadically every now and again. The Amex is, it's the Wild West when it comes for these small cap gappers. You don't know what the hell is going to happen, okay? You don't even know if you're in and out of the money during the halt because you don't know what the theoretical auction price is, right? And these ones have, let's just be honest about it, lesser known companies that trade on these exchanges. So it is a little bit risky on the MX, but that is nothing that you can't get around with sound risk management skills. So we're still halted down.
Wow.
Yeah. On CPHI, we're up 251%. I want to remind everybody, the halt price is 320. The halt time is 11:23:12, and the current time is 11:42:14. So, at earliest, it'll be 11:43:14, and it is 11:42:19 now. So about a minute or so, possibly, until this one opens. That would make it a 20-minute halt, right? Waves of 5 minutes are what volatility halts come in. Ozan, my platform says suspended, not halted. Let me look. Thank you for pointing that out. Ozan, let me see if it's news pending. I don't see news pending, brother. I see on circuit breaker still. That came in at 11:24, and there's been nothing on my blotter since that time. We can always, of course, go. Well, this is the NASDAQ one. Neil, is there an equivalent Amex halt page that you know about, brother? Like similar to the NASDAQ halt page? Because, I can look at it. Just one, okay. I'll keep an eye out on that. Because typically what we do when we want to know if it's halt pending news is we mosey on over to the NASDAQ halt page. We look for the code. It's open. It's bleeding its own blood. Holding at 244, 233 here, Joey. The current price now back up into about 2.5 CPHI. Above the volume weighted average price. Guys, I have to submit to you, there is a good buy area, a support area right around the $0.25. You have a double top from 10.25 and you have the volume weighted average price there. Here comes into 2 3/4, still south of 3. Got to remind you though, 3 is not the end all and be all. You have to get above that 320 area. That's the limit down area, the intraday limit down. 307 right now, showing up on my level 2 as limit up. We're showing 292, and there's the limit up perimeter. Joseph options. It's going to halt up if it stays in this way for about 6 or 7 more seconds. 307 now, possible limit up on CPHI.
All right, man, good stuff. So we added a little bit more into this position. I told you just slowly building. Now, I believe that as soon as we crack this is going to be our key level to say, hey, this thesis may not be valid. And I understand that we waited for it for quite some time. But if this perpetual downtrend wants to stay intact, then we're going to be in a little bit of trouble, especially if we're trying to go long. Now, I haven't been trading IBIT as much and as frequently as I was before, in my opinion, when it was in play and just continuing to move higher and higher. Now we have sellers step in and have the ability to take control, but there is a strong volume print, nothing following it up. So where's my next ad going to be? Hopefully around 71 or 70. This is where I really want to see price start to turn around in order for us to continue to build into this. So we have our initial position. It gets that pop. I'm like, okay, you run into 76s. Let's add right at VWAP. Now we want this to hold. As soon as it breaches 67, then we have to definitely take into factor this might not work how we're planning it to. And it ain't a thing to abandon ship. Now, from a daily perspective, look where we're sitting right now. There is the potential of a breakout. And that's what I'm kind of going for and aiming for here. We've seen Coinbase putting in some strength today. I think it was at up 11% at its highs. CoinL up 20+%. Obviously, it being a 2x leverage system there. ETF 37.90. That's a key pivot level to 38.18. Now it's starting to come back in. I mean, it is what it is, and I'm not going to be like, oh man, this is why we don't trade it. Some continuation would be nice, and it took a while for us to really start to sell off here. I mean, it peaked around 10.12, and then it didn't come south of the volume weighted average price until 11.45. All right, so I do believe that we had that time. We gave it a little bit of time to sell off. Now it's just waiting to see if the levels are going to hold and if we have the ability to continuously build for this trend line to be breached, broken, and then now we can add into the position. Where's our primary target going to be?
Where?
The high of the day, Sharif, the high of the day. 38.50, I mentioned, could be a potential target, but what we need that demand. If there's too much supply, you're not going to continue to move any higher, and there's not enough demand, then guess what? You're going to AC slide to the downside here, Sharif. Maybe even sell to 37.65 and head towards this breakout level. This was strong, but nothing following up after that strong breakout out of the open.
I figured why Canada hasn't been getting a good deal. A lot of people, they blame the tough stance on Canada as being one of the only two nations to retaliate against American tariffs, being Canada and China. I think it's a little bit differently. I like what Kirk D has to say in the chat. He's like, Canada didn't come bearing gifts. You got to get President Trump a plane, man.
Or some
you gotta
plane.
You got to come there like the Qatari leader. You got to come in hands filled with bags, or like your friend Mertz there. He came in with a birth certificate of President Trump's like great grandfather or whatever from Germany.
Yeah. So
right? Even Keir Starmer came in with a letter from the king, and we know how much President Trump loves the royal family. Right? We should have come bearing gifts.
Oh,
Joey.
yeah?
Yeah, we came with nothing in our hand.
Yeah, well...
That's kind of my take on that. But guys, while you think about this, let me tell you about that. DFNS limit up again, man. Up into, pardon me, 783 limit up. 11:45.56 is the halt time. Now we're not going to fly blind on this one. We're going to be able to see the top. So right now it's not really much higher. 784 is the top limit price, the limit up. 783. So we got a couple of halters right now. We got DFNS and CPHI, both limit up. North of 3 now is CPHI. That's the limit, but I really want to draw your attention to that 720 to 725 area, because that's the intraday limit down level. So think about that. I think we were halted there for about 20 minutes, so it could be an important level there. So that's all I'm looking at the moment. I'm not liking the look of NXXT's jib. It is failing with lower highs, so I'm going to stay away from that. But I'm very interested in DFNS if it continues to go here, especially through 8. I don't know, Case, are you still involved here, or what's going on there? So let me know what you're thinking about DFNS. Case, I saw you calling out some other ones. That UTZ one, Case, that's a buyout. That's why it's kind of like straddling that $14 area. I saw you call that one out. I don't think I'm going to jump onto that, but we're going to leave that one go. For your information, FYI, AMC, says Brian, like it, day 2 play, because AMC reported earnings yesterday and it was pretty good. Here comes VWAP on AMC, but they're down 4% on the day. American Movie Classics, I know that's not what it stands for, but it's fine. 240 VWAP, closing print yesterday, 246. But not really my cup of tea, but I can see the rationale behind that. Maybe a VWAP curl, maybe even a little bit higher to go break even. Thank you, Brian, for that. Eduardo, I love this guy. Canada needs to buy more Trump coin. He didn't get to embezzle money from
Yeah. Well, no, that's not true at all.
I love to read these out.
No, that's not true at all, because my friend bought Trump coin.
I think he means the country.
Yeah.
Because anybody can buy.
That's my friend. He's like, man, this is the next greatest thing.
Oh, man.
Following sliced bread, apparently. And I'm like, yeah, okay. And there, my guy.
CPHI limit up again. 372. Here we go. It's going to halt at this level if we're at this, for a few more seconds. Wow, the volatility in small caps today is really, really good. Limit up. We're halted again on CPHI, $3.72. Halt time, 11:49.54. Earliest time to open, 11:54.54. Be on the lookout for that, and be on the lookout for this one. I'm sorry to keep interrupting you, Joseph, but you know how these things go.
Do your thing, man. I'm just chilling over here, building. Added another about 20% right here. Nothing substantial. So you can see these average-ins are higher, but we are breaking trend, and this is what I want to see. I told you we're going to aim for the high of the day. but this is where I'm going to double it up, right? So I have this order placed, and then think about where my risk is. As soon as you have a 1 minute candle south of this level right here, then it's like, okay, we're out of the position. Our thesis didn't work. So we're going to plan for this to be double the size that what it's currently at right now. If it does come back into this level, then I'll build it. And if it cracks, then that's what trading is, right? You build a thesis, you wait for it. I was sitting here patiently waiting, like 50 Cent once said, for the levels to come into play. And when they do, you have to try to take those shots and try to take as much advantage of it as possible. So that's just me here sitting. I know it's a little bit of quiet one here today. Gorb, there was plenty. Gorb, I don't know if you're in the chat today, but earlier in the morning.
You got a membership?
Oh, yeah. My guy finally got the membership. Hey. So, Gorb, there was a lot of buying pressure in the NASDAQ in the first hour or so. And then sure enough, look at it, boom. I think this is where I took advantage of it. And then off to the races it went. But I never played the range. And I know Katina Man does that really well. He's good at playing these ranges, getting in at the lower, closer to the support systems, and then just piecing it out at the top. So that's a pretty good look there. From earlier this morning on the NASDAQ. Here comes NVDA coming back in. I thought we would have curled over a little bit sooner than what we have right now, but hey, I'm not going to complain about this recovery whatsoever. Okay. I told you guys anything south of my average price, I'm a buyer, so it's just like a couple shares here, a couple shares there, and then eventually, next thing you know, you have this position built that I'm looking to do. So other than that, same narrative with Bitcoin. Come back in, come down to 3770. If the momentum to the downside really starts to pick up, then obviously we have to reassess the situation and it's not going to do what we want it to, and that's all right. I don't have the utmost confidence in Bitcoin right now, but hey, why not see? It's been almost a year, think about it, from October of 2025, a couple more months, you've been in a steady downtrend and there hasn't been any crazy sessions where you're up 10+% in Bitcoin. I think we're going to start knocking on those doors, maybe hopefully in the next 6 to 8 months. That would be nice to see, especially for those long-term Bitcoin bulls.
Yeah, it's actually a good call, man. I woke up this morning, turned on CNBS, and they cycle prices for the NAS and the Dow. I just saw the coin knocking on the door 67 and change, I believe it was, or something like that.
I mean, hey, man, some people believe.
I'm not going to argue with that.
Some people believe that this thing may never see 120,000 again. And I mean, hey.
I'm not one of them.
Anything can happen, right? Like it may not. What if
How many times do you think people have said that, Joey? From 18, from 60?
Yeah.
Right? Like, I don't know. I'm just asking. I'm not implying.
No, I thought the narrative would be different this time around. I thought that we would, because you had Tom Lee and Saylor and half of CNBC saying $250,000 by the end of the year, and it was inverse that. So
it was.
it was like, all right, well, that didn't work out now. Did it? And same thing. Tom Lee had listen, I don't know if like this is the case, but some handcuffs should be slapped on this guy for saying $15,000 potential high for Ethereum, and then it loses 75% of its value. Like, bro, that's insane.
I get, I get that. I just don't want the chilling effect that comes with, having like a penalty on speech.
No, I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah.
But that's an absurd.
But you're right.
But that's an absurd call.
People, dumbasses like myself, who got lured in to BMNR and who are substantially out of the money.
But I wouldn't necessarily.
I get why you want to protect.
Dude,
those
I wouldn't.
Right?
I wouldn't. No, it's not even about that, man. It's like, it was convincing. Like if you go down the list of like what Ethereum had going for it at the time, the Clarity Act, the Stable Act, just the whole blockchain talk, and just like, hey, we're moving everything to a digital asset. The financial sector is going to be moving onto the blockchain as well. Then it made sense, right? But it just didn't pan out that way. No. And I'm being sarcastic when I'm saying someone should slap handcuffs on them.
But metaphorically, I get what you're saying.
Exactly.
What you're saying.
It's because you do have those individuals who are like, hey, yeah, we go on this nice little run up to 5K plus, and then it's like, all right, your money's evaporated in the span of the next couple of months, and it didn't even get to a third of what you were saying.
No, but I also want to remind everybody what the Commonwealth of Massachusetts did in the 1980s. They prevented their residents or citizens or whatever, the terminology is legally, from buying Apple. I just don't want the government telling me what I can and can't buy. I don't need the regulator to babysit me. That's
sure.
kind of my view there. But anyway, we did well here on DFNS. We went long 8 and change. And Ozan, this out was only for you. Well, maybe, and some others. 869 out here, Ozan, on DFNS. We were a couple of shekels off the high of the day because it got to 879. So I'm definitely looking at that. And while I look at this, you can know about this. 448 limit up on CPHI. It's coming pretty close here to the high of the day. And there it goes, Joseph. 471 now limit up on CPHI. That is a new high of day. 403%, 406%. We're looking for 71 limit up. We're showing 69 seller here. So let's see if this one wants to make it into 5, right? You get that close into 5. My bias is right away. We're going 2.5, maybe even a bit more. CPHI is all sorts of crazy on the day. Still showing 71 limit up. That's changed. It is now 95 limit up. So 495 limit up as we breach that 471 area as a high a day. So keep your eye out on that. There's lots going, man. I'm getting tired already. yeah. CPHI is ripping.
That's a good issue.
It's a good issue to have, especially with small caps being a little bit crappy lately, Joey. Today's definitely not that way. Limit up initiated here on CPHI, zigging and zagging. It's into 95. It's dropping. There it is again. Now it is 514 limit up. Wow, what a rocket ship CPHI is. Here comes 515. We're in the halt parameter. We need to stay it this way for 10 more seconds. CPHI has been an absolute rocket ship. Zagging and zagging, though. Get it, Tisha. I love it. CPHI, like that ZYBT yesterday. Beautiful. You are absolutely right, Tish. I hope you're printing on this. Eric, I thought you got out at 4. I did, Eric. There's nothing out in the position there. Look at the position board. And there's my out right there, brother. There's a triangle, so I'm not in, but I got to call it out for you guys. You guy 33, how did we dumbasses get caught up in rare earth? I don't know, bro. I mean, the rare earth trade is supposed to be, that secular multi-year run. Everybody needs it. AI this, military that. Everything is going to run around rare earths now with the Chinese basically controlling most of the refining and the extraction. You figured the Americans would want to throw their hat into that ring and champion one of their companies. And I hitched my wagon to MP. And that hasn't been a good investment so far. So that's the way it is. But I feel, that this is sort of a longer term play. I just don't see rare earths, minerals, magnets falling out of favor anytime soon. But, while I wait, I'm going to be out of the money. So that's my problem, I guess. But that's all I've got to say about that. And rare earth is not that rare. Fun fact, haha, Case. I know. I hear a lot about that. It's just, it's so dispersed, right, Case? Like my understanding was like you could have zinc, cobalt, but in very, very low concentrations. So you have to extract all this earth just to get, a kilogram or whatever of whatever rare earth you're looking for. So it costs a lot of money. Obviously, there are areas where the mineral deposits are more concentrated, and I think that's what we're talking about here with MP because they have that site. I forget the name of it. But so that's, I see what you're saying there. Lace says Case. Oh, I like that. You see that? Lace says Case. By the way, before I look at LASC, I want to point out ASPI, Commodity King, called this one out. ASPI is the ticker. A bit of a slow mover here relative to how everything else is moving, but one to look at. It's at the high of the day. Sorry, what was that? ASPI right there. Let's look at LASC. Yeah, there. It's ripping here. Is this going to halt or what? Because it just took VWAP. So this is LASE, was trading below the volume weighted average price for the majority of the morning, had a good pre-market, but it's recovering from VWAP now, 129 high. Let's see how this trades. I'm going to keep my eye out on it. We'll see exactly. Hey, can you review SWMR, Nick? I'll absolutely do it as soon as we get back from CN happening now. Don Baca, Joe, Sharif, did you place your $15 bids in SDOT as I suggested on that last pop? SDOT will go lower. I like my man Don Baca there. It's a lot of confidence. Man. Luis Barbado in the chat. Call a day, guys. Calling it a day, guys. Have a nice evening. Take care.
Later.
Luis, hope you have a fantastic evening. I know it is, of course, evening in Barcelona now. And then just before we go to see you, Kakita? What do you think of ARRNF, American Rare Earths Limited? You know what? I'm going to add that to the side chart over here. And when we get back from SIA, ARRNF is the ticker. I will have an analysis for you on that. Just technically, of course, because I can't give you a fundamental look on the company. But let's send it up to SIA for happening now and Neil's lesson of the day.
Thank you so much. The SPY is currently up 0.74% on the day. The triple Q's up a little over 1.5%. You have the Dow that's also up 0.72%, with the IWM also up by 1%. Safe to say all the major averages in the green on the day today. So what we're going to talk about right now is going to take a look at SpaceX. That's above 7%, snapping a 7-session losing streak after analysts at Macquarie have reinstated their outperform rating and also have urged investors to buy the dip and the recent weakness, apparently. The stock has climbed around $128.12 to be precise, although it remains below its $135 IPO price, where shares did plunge. It was a post-listing pullback. Macquarie has also said that the recent decline presents a buying opportunity, arguing that investors continue to underestimate the company's long-term AI potential alongside its core space business. Finally, they have also written in a note to their clients that we see a significant upside from AI optionality. Achieving only a fraction of terminal compute ambitions could justify valuation above these current levels. Keep an eye out. SpaceX is soaring. It's very close to being up 7% on the day. But before we go back to trading and the show, let's stop and ask Neil what his lesson of the day is.
Thank you, Sia. Accumulation. Sometimes it's a little bit obvious, and other times it is over the top. Even the most, I would say, what's the word I want to use? Inexperienced trader can find where a key price level for a break could be happening. Now, I'll give you a couple of examples here, but this one stood out in Tesla, and it made it almost too important to not look at. So this is a couple of sessions ago here in Tesla. See the accumulation on higher low support that you can find at about 379. It breaks it a few times, but you can find buyers in there, and eventually the breakout gives you that clean continuation. Great. But one of the reasons why I started the lesson today was, hey, the market's showing you something every single day, which can be unique and something you can pick up from and can be an opportunity. So oftentimes it'll be a stock that maybe we missed something or didn't trade it perfectly, or did, and here's the reason why, or just flat out a pattern that's worth observing. Because this was happening on Tesla right before the open. And if you can't see what this is that I'm referring to, at $371 exactly, from 839 to right before the open at about 921. Just absolutely sideways action accumulation at 371. Now, there's some shenanigans right before the open. Remember, on a NASDAQ stock at 925, the imbalances are going to come in. So you could have a small sell imbalance that pairs off that can give you this crazy action. But you got to remember, it's 371 that matters. Right before 930, this closes right back here just above the 371. And then liquidity grab at the open, hold 371 and go. Now, am I expecting, you're just punching long when it rejects the low? Maybe you're that fast. I figure algos are probably going to eat that one up. But it's to consider the continuation, right? Like the stock was down the entire day yesterday. So when you look at the other aspect of this, like that whole $15 move down, holds the low. The other aspect of that accumulation at the bottom and the false break of the low is that it didn't break yesterday's low. So you're twofold here. You're holding yesterday's low. You're regaining that accumulation price, which sets you up for what I like to call an over-under trade. If you don't break the low, there's only one place to go. If you got accumulation at 371 in here and it false breaks the low several times to regain it, all of a sudden you've got a trend. And the trend is your friend off the volume-weighted average price. This is, to me, where it makes a little more sense to try to get involved. It's pulling back into prior resistance and getting into VWAP, or simply breaking out the opening range here. It's not about being perfect at the bottom. It's that it's showing you, hey, some signs of strength, some signs of buying off the most obvious accumulation you'll ever see. Now, if we're being real, if you didn't have Tesla on the radar to have watched that for 40, 50 minutes as it was happening, then maybe you're not looking at this at 9:30, which you need to be if you're going to make that trade. So this is more along the lines, if you are ever watching a stock where you see that level of accumulation in front of a support level, it could be already an upward trend where it's just more of a simple breakout. It could be just looking for it to fill some of this gap. But from a technical standpoint, it is wild how good Tesla ended up being. Holding the prior low, showing accumulation. Once it broke, gives you the dip in the VWAP to then retake this resistance level for breakouts. Everything was so technically perfect with Tesla. So it was an obvious missed opportunity, but the real hint is you do not see 40 minutes of barcoding on a volatile stock like that. And it's telling you where the key price is going to be. If it broke the prior low, I'd be telling you the same things and favoring the short trade. But that's not what happened. And it set up a great looking trend. One last thing before I get you guys out of here. I got to acknowledge, as Sharif was talking about, here's the second part of the lesson of the day. Everyone in the chat asked Sharif how he got as a plan to trail out at $4 on CPHI. From the breakout of the high to the perfect technical wick for the last trail out. So that would be my question, because that ends up being almost dead on. And the best thing about that trade is, it's going from normal trading to halt fest. You're getting involved in the halt, and then once the halts tell you to get out without having to stop out there, you're able to eke out of the trade. I know it's halted to the upside now, but I saw that topping tail wick through $4, and I was like, that's unbelievable to have got that price. I know it's higher now, but that's still a perfect exit point. So be careful when you're trading these. It's about to go into an up halt as we speak. Give it about 14 seconds from here. CPHI, once again, halting up. Great exit there, Sharif. But remember, accumulation in the pre-market, man, sometimes they'll just flat out show you the level, false halt. Didn't get to 15 seconds there on CPHI. But wild trading action. Hope somebody got that Tesla. I wish I had noticed it, but that's why it's a lesson of the day. So we can learn and get better. The jerk chicken was delicious. I'm going to go eat my salad, and we'll send you guys back to the midday.
All right, we just, Assassino. Look at that, Assassino.
Look at it.
We get it before 6. Rips up into the high of the day, 6:55. We're out. But
you looking at Assassino?
Can't ask Assassino.
Sorry.
Two more. Yeah, there you go. Shout out to my man. All right, let's do this. Guys, VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales this week. VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM, they launched an all-electric ride-hailing service in Kazakhstan, and they're using VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy, and you can find them trading on the NASDAQ under ticker VFSA. There goes CPHI. Joseph, we're up a light and not so big. Don't turn and look your head now. We're up 619%.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to get me to guess.
Deal,
I thought you were going to get me to guess that one.
Nah, do that too.
Okay. Oh, look at. Why is CN your favorite station right there? CNBS saying Thursday. Alphabet reporting Thursday.
Yeah.
When I've now checked multiple sources stating that it reports tomorrow evening.
Oh, that's a statement.
Oh.
Are you challenging CNBS?
Well, I mean, hey, man.
Glitch.
Hey, man. Yeah, glitch.
Glitch.
Maybe.
KS Venture.
We all make mistakes. What's up?
What's going on with IBM?
What is going on with it?
So we talked about some of the damage done to IBM, whether you're talking about the software Mageddon, the SaaS Mageddon, or just, their projected earnings that came in, a little bit light. And we all saw what happened that day. Was it last week or the week before, something like that?
Yeah.
With IBM. So it's been a tough time at the moment for International Business Machine. Let's have should we do a little TA?
Yeah, pull it up, man.
Pull up.
I'm going to catch another fill while you're pulling that up here so you can see we're just building again, it's just going to be really tight risk. So we added a little bit more there, nothing substantial. Oh, did it buy? Okay, that bought a lot more than what I was expecting, 4 times. So if this doesn't hold up, then this Bitcoin thesis could be invalid, guys. And now we're just fully built into the position that we wanted to. So started there a quarter, added a little bit more. Now you're at half, added a little bit more, 75%. Now full position right here with the risk of around 37.66. So 8 cents or so, not giving ourselves too much room. But if this gets going, then we're ready to rock and roll. My average has been somewhat flat, like 37.72. We'll take that for what it is. Now let's rock and roll. Let's get this VWAP bounce. Nice engulfing print. Now, I mean, we got double the amount in which we started with, and this is exactly what I was talking about, being patient, allowing this to formulate, and the price action come to us and not chase it. Posted up multiple occasions. Now let's see. I'll double check my position just to make sure we got it. Oh, okay, all right. We can always get a little bit more in, Sharif.
Okay.
Maybe another 33% right there. But we're not going to complain about with what we have right now as we're slowly, guys. Patience is sometimes really important, but we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves here just in case it doesn't work out.
See Ferran Torres in the what's it called? The parade?
Yeah.
Championship parade. You see the hat he's wearing?
Yeah.
Make Spain great again.
Bam.
Oh,
well,
no.
I mean, you can
Ferran
start.
Torres.
You can start with the World Cup there.
Well, yeah, they're champions of the world. Okay, here's IBM. Yeah, this is the weekly on IBM, and the reason I pulled up the weekly is I wanted to bring your attention to, yes, sadly, the 2012, 2013 area highs. Okay. So this is kind of, it took us a decade longer to reach these levels again, right? We failed this level in 2013, right around, I want to say 200 to 220 bucks. We're right there. We're showing on the day a low of 209, a high of 214. So this is the weekly on International Business Machine. So I wanted to say that this 200 to 225 area could be important, mostly as well, not just because it was an area of resistance back in the early 2010s, but also it's the 200 exponential on the weekly. And it's already found support there a couple of times. Now, technically it is below it, but who recalls the 3-period rule, right? The 3-period rule posits that whatever time frame you're charting on, the daily, the weekly, the 5-minute, if it closes below that level for 3 periods, meaning in this case 3 different candles, all close below the 200, it's not theoretically lost. All right, I have to digress here. CPHI is ripping up. It's going to halt up. Oh my God, 810 limit up. Guys, this is all gas. Oh. Here we go, man. Higher day assassino, $8 on the dot. Here it comes again, 810 on the dot. 810 is limit up, and we are caught at least momentarily in a halt perimeter. Down goes again into $0.75. This could be a buy area. This is too aggressive for my blood here. We were talking about this one seeing 5 because the bias was, you get close to 5. Well, now I'm thinking 10, and that is going to get a lot closer to being a reality now because 920 is limit up. So here comes 9. The high of the day is 899 on the dot, 875. What a move up here. Wow, it's going to limit up, man. Right into 920 we go. 920 is the high of the day. It doesn't quite stay there, so it's not going to halt. But, guys, trade this carefully. At some point it's going to come down.
Oh, it just did. It just dropped $3 and a halt down.
Can you believe that? That's what I mean, right?
Well,
a big money account comes in, wipes everybody out, takes absolutely all the levels out, and down goes CPHI into a down halt. Oh, my days.
Oh, my days, man.
Yeah, so we're going to have to keep saying this, Joseph, right?
Yeah.
They're around for a good time. They're not around for a long time.
They're definitely not around for a long time. That was pretty crazy right there. I mean, I was like, oh, okay, $9 break, looking like you're going to head over into $10. And then it was just like Whoosh City filling up this gap, man. And what we got going on here, so as more and more data starts to print on the 5-minute time frame, I don't know, man. I don't know if this thesis that I've established and waited for is going to pan out. We might get a little bit of a move here.
Please, napkins, thank you. I'm always deficient in the napkin game.
That's all right, man. You need any more? I got you covered.
I'm good.
Yeah, so there it goes, taking an additional move lower. And now we have this shelf right at the volume weighted average price. This isn't looking too good. Once again, it's like, okay, we can overthink the situation or we just stick to the game plan, which obviously we're going to do. And if it breaks 65, then guess what? We're out. It's that simple. Our thesis is to hold this low, to hold this pivot low, and to go and retest the high of the day. Now, even if it fails to establish a new high of the day and we get a lower high, then by all means, I'm going to be satisfied and happy with this trade. And if it doesn't, well, guess what? I still have plenty of rounds left in the magazine in order for us to take some more opportunities. And then that's what I'm going to do. We've been sitting in this trade since when? Just consistently building 11:37. So 45 minutes or so, close to 45 minutes, and it's not doing what I want. Hey, it's Bitcoin. What else do we really expect? I believe I'm just trying to push for something that may not be there. And what we've seen over the past couple of days is like, yeah, we had some half-decent sessions. Were they the strongest? And then I think it's our job to do a little due diligence. We talked about 38.50 being a potential level. But if you don't want to break downtrend and then continue, then it's like, okay, good luck with 38.50 and this shelf and this support level not doing what we were playing. But what did we have on yesterday's session? Nice, strong day, if you ask me. Now, are we going to get any follow-up? This is Monday. Bang, nice move, ABCD pattern over here, and then off to the races it goes. What happened on Friday? Double top up here, but there were some signs of strength. Now, we want this to step it again on this beautiful Tuesday afternoon.
KC 526 astutely pointing out, as well as some others, man, telling me to look at OMH. Shout out to Grunfeld as well. OMH ripping up here. It's up about 116%, sub $1 name, trading at around 55 pennies. High day 60 pennies and 3/4. There's some resistance here at 55. Continuing to watch. I like this range here between 45 to 50. That's where it was bull flagging, even as briefly as it was a bull flag. So let's give this a try here. I want to see if it, first of all, if it fails 50. That's first and foremost. And if it doesn't make its way into the mid 40s. Currently, it's being defended here by a 50-ish buyer, 52, 51. I don't think it's quite made its way down into 50. Maybe it did. Briefly, it did. So OMH should be in view here for the small cap gapper inclined. Now that DFNS is turned the wrong way. CPHI has a monster topping tail candle. And there's some others. GREE I want to talk about there, but I want to keep my eye here on OMH because there does seem to be a buyer in and around that $50 area. Flipping to the 5-second chart, we're in an unbroken downtrend right now on the 5-second chart, all lower highs with that same kind of 50-ish buyer who keeps showing up. So let's keep an eye out on this one. I have to put it on the side chart, otherwise it won't update. All right, there we go. Now we're breaking through that area high. Let's give this one a try here, man. Let's see if we can kind of mosey on up, take out some levels, just watching for an entry. No, into 53 we go. So if we start putting in higher lows, I can get behind that. Now that we've broken, oh, wow, here comes 50 again. Yeah, there's a buyer at 50, Joey. There's a buyer here at 50. Yeah, it's a repeat offender buyer because that same buyer was buying at 12:16.05. Sorry, I'm going to have to put it into seconds here because I'm looking at the 5-second chart. But we're right back into 50. Do we fail? Right now, all the bids have been above 50. I haven't seen anything dip below. Right now, 50 1/3, 50 1/2. Let's see. Yeah, the $0.25 now coming in. I don't know, Case. Let's see what this one does. I don't want to bottom pick here because I really haven't watched it for long enough to know, whether that VWAP area, because that's where we are, right around VWAP. So 50 and VWAP are the same level. It's failing. Yeah, into 47. Yep, not liking the look of this one's jib, at least for the moment. So I'll stay away from that. But OMH, bleeding its own blood to the downside, 46. We'll keep an eye on that. Oh, no, Joey, limit down again. CPHI, 520, limit down. Watching. Funny enough, this is still above the 10 EMA on the 5. Just saying, not endorsement to buy. But it's above $5 and it's above the 10 EMA. And it's also above that halt up level that we were in at, I believe, 1155. So we'll see what CPHI has to offer. But I promise you I talked about GREE. This is a little bit less bamboozling. And I happen to like the uptrend on GREE here. And I also happen to like the flat top break that's brewing. at $3. So it's a 303 high, I get that. So I'm not trying to make the case it hasn't been above 3. What I'm trying to say is it's an ascending wedge pattern. Got the higher lows and the flat top resistance at 3. Possibly. You get that big money buyer that takes this one up through 3 and maybe gaps a little bit. So I think I'm going to start a position here on GRE. Just keeping a cool eye on OMH. GRE, G-R-E. Let's see what we got here, Joey. What's that? The spread is 2 pennies, which is reasonable. Right? So if at worst, where am I going to give this? Well, the area low is the 1120 candle on the 5. And the low there is 277. We're showing 295s. Can I get at least a 1-to-1 on this, right? That's my question. So if we get a flat top break through 3, can I at least get 20-ish pennies? Because that's what I'm going to have to risk right now. Yeah, I think we could probably mosey on up to the $0.25. We're going to give this a try, man. We're going to give this a try. You know, the small cap's been biting today. Doesn't mean they're going to continue to bite. So we got 95s, obviously, because we use the hotkey. And we're going to give it to 75. So let's go ahead and do that. And we're going to open up the spread a little bit, lest this one, you know, kind of lose the bid. So that is in focus now. And I just want to say one thing. I'm not tooting my own horn here, but I kind of refused at all to entertain any of the comments on VIVK. And I think that I was right to do so. Because some of the comments were, why aren't you looking at VIVK? How come you're not taking VIVK long? I don't like the look of it. Okay. And down goes VIVK into the day low of 456. It was trading at 7 and a quarter. And I was telling Bovin messaged me on the gram. And I told Bovin, I'm like, Bovin, I'm not touching this until it takes out 8. And it did the opposite. Got down to 450. So VIVK, I'm going to steer clear of that one. It's a no good. Here comes GRE. We're going to wet the beak here at 3. Let's see if we can take out that print. Good. The spread tightens up to a penny. Here comes again. We're going to go 304s on this. 305. We're going to post at 305 on GRE here. So let's see if we can get a bigger move up. Chain reactor. Reaction, sorry. Just let me maximize so I can see your name. Chain reactor, F3C, 499 super chat. Thank you, brother. Why does it feel like Rocket Lab is continuing to go down the toilet? What a loss. You want to cover RKLB?
Yeah, for sure. Here we go, guys. We're just holding on by a thread. If it breaks this support level, I'll give it 2 attempts. That's it. Tolerance very low with Bitcoin, just because I'm not in love with this space right now. It doesn't mean I won't be in the future. Just right now, I think it's just not doing what I want it to do. You can see that we're rejecting the volume weighted average price. I would expect it to hold a little bit better than what it was, but now we're just in that consistent downtrend. And I have to take it for what it is. As frustrating as it is, I made the decision, right? So I'll go over to something else, especially if this one doesn't work out. I know that we're building it, but I have no issue with just punching in full size if it does display the second opportunity for us to go potentially long. But right now, things aren't looking too great. And I think my probability minute by minute is dwindling because you can see with every uptick, it's just immediately met by defense. So I'll keep my eyes on this. I'll pull up RKLB for you. Now, as for Rocket Lab, let's hold on. Let me grab the right actual screen here. RKLB. JP. Oh, let's go. JP Morgan. Is that all-time high? Oh, no, not quite. But JP Morgan putting in a move there for us. So we like that one, 110%. RKLB. What was it? Can we pull up the suit? Why does it feel like Rocket Lab is continuing to go down the toilet? What a loss. Why does it feel like it? I mean,
show
because
NASA.
Yeah. I mean,
you have the head and shoulders on that. That you and I were talking about.
Yeah, exactly. So 60% haircut right there on RKLB. Now listen, it's funny, Sharif. I seen one of those articles this morning.
Yeah.
If you hold on here, let me finish talking for it. No, that's all right. It's all right. I seen one of those articles this morning. You know, the ones where it's like if you invested $10,000 in Micron.
I love those. It makes me feel good about my investing.
So the one this morning that I seen, if you invested $10,000 in Micron in 1987, you would now have $8 million.
That's it?
So 50 years of holding. You now got $8 million. Who publishes these things?
I don't know.
Is my question. So is that my game plan? 50 years from now, if I put $10,000 into SpaceX today, do I have 8 sheets? I hope so. But will I even be functionable 50 years from now?
I like the
Probably
terminology.
not.
You got
Probably
8
not.
sheets.
Yeah, man. Yeah, let's send things off to Sia. We got it happening now.
Boom.
Sorry about that, Joe. That was a weird cut in. You have the IWM that's up 1% at the moment. Let's take a look at 3 individual tickers picked out for you right now. You have SES that's up 9.5% on the day. So the company's announced that it will release its 2026 second quarter financial results after the market, that is after the bell rings, closes on Tuesday, that is August 11th of this year. Wolf, WOLF, that's up 7% on the day. Analyst commentary here, thank you, Sharif, maintained at neutral by Susquehanna. That's what's going on here. You have finally PLTK, that's up 12% on the day. It'll be releasing its financial results for the second quarter of 2026 before the bell, that's before the markets open on, again, Tuesday of August 6th in this year of 2026. So you have SES up 9.5%, you have Wolf up 7% on the day, and finally you have PLTK up over 12% on the day.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. Thank you to Chain Reactor again, $4.99. When you bought Rocket Lab above $89, it's a total loss. For now, brother, for now. I'm not saying it's going to go back up. I would never make such a pronouncement like that. I don't know what the hell these stocks are going to do. Look, you know, the trends in the market are, you know, this is the kind of part and parcel of being involved in the market, right? When things catch a wave, they really catch a wave, and when they come down, they really come down. But if you are strong in your convictions that this company does have a runway, then stick with it. If it's not, if it was a technical trade and the technicals have broke down, it's incumbent upon you to get the hell out, okay? Because DCAing into a stock that you don't have convictions on, that you were in because of a technical reason, is just a recipe to get clipped. So I hope I made that pretty clear. Mopar for life, $1.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Mopar. SpaceX is holding RKLB hostage right now. Oh, well, why are all the Elon names super beta? Like super, they have crazy beta. Tesla's got beta, man. SpaceX has beta. It's just like they always have the aren't they more volatile than the Mag 7? Would you not agree?
Yeah, because they're based off of forward looks, I think.
Fair enough.
Right?
Fair enough, right? Yeah, fair
It's
enough.
like
a lot of things are, but maybe this one a little bit more. Right?
But I mean, think about it. I mean, we know that like Tesla has been, from a delivery from a car manufacturer standpoint, has been a declining business, but yet it remains at the price that it currently is right now because everybody believes that Optimus and autonomy AEVs are going to be that thing. I think it's the same thing with.
I don't think that's wrong. Yeah, but SpaceX today on the day up 6%, 127.25 right now. Tesla below 400, as it's been for a minute, up 3% as well. But those are the two best performing. I don't know. Are we including SpaceX now in the Meg? I just put it with big tech. So Tesla's up nicely. SpaceX up nicely. Apple is up barely. Meta is up barely. And NVIDIA, I would say the best after Tesla, of course, the best performing name on the day, up almost 1%. But since the bell rang, NVIDIA's down. So something to think about there. Now, let's talk about my latest trade. We're in GREE. We got in at 95s. We've wet the beak all the way up to 03. That is the 304 is the high of the day. But I still, you know, am of the view that we haven't decisively taken out 3, not by a long shot. So I'm going to continue to build the position into higher lows. Now, currently, the area low, the way I see it, is the 1205 bar on the 5, the low of which is 288. Prior to that, it was the 1120 bar on the 5, the low of which was 277. So right now, I'm looking to move up my stop to the 1205 bar low, which is, again, 288. So keep your eye on that. There goes CPHI. It's going to halt up. 576 limit up on CPHI. We need another 6 or 7 seconds at this level. So CPHI, man, it's trying to make a move back up, but I stay away from this unless it gets back above 7. Limit up. 576 limit up. Hold time 12:29. 57. So thank you to Chain Reactor. Shout out to Mopar as well for shedding light there. Zion. Think KIDZ, can spike up. Good news, plus holding that 60s area right now below VWAP. Let's look at kids. I haven't said anything about KIDZ because
for this trade.
Yeah, I don't like this at all, Zion. Like, I gotta tell you, brother. Like, is it updating here? Later, Slater.
Okay, let me
just finish kids, man. I just started this analysis here. 64. So 67 pennies, pardon me. No, Zion. I would say stay away from this. This is a flat top break waiting, flat bottom break, excuse me. I have an animation for that. Waiting to happen. Zion, the way I see this, area high into 82, another area high into 72. All the while, you're holding that 65 penny area as support. This feels the exact opposite of BREE, where it's lower high, flat bottom, descending wedge pattern. I'd say stay away from it, brother, but, up to you. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, we're out of this one, and I told you the patience wearing extremely thin with Bitcoin. So yeah, it decides we get out at this wick, and then I just believe that it's going to continue to move to the south side. I was thinking about looking for a move back in towards the volume weighted average price here with the Qs, but it's just too tough because of the memory names. And full disclosure, like I don't even care. I only had 200 shares on this here, and it's just we take that couple of penny stop out, and it's just like, all right, we're not going to try to continuously force something to climb a little bit higher. And I'm sitting here like, what am I doing? Trying to go Bitcoin long for some form of continuation when it wasn't displaying itself. Now, I think it would have been easier to tell. This is where you want to find the bounce, 37.71. As soon as it broke VWAP and then cracked lower, then it was just like, all right, yeah, the probability, not saying that it wouldn't have worked, but the probability really started to shrink. So now we have that curl over that I was looking at here on NVDA starting to happen. I thought it was going to happen a little bit sooner over here at 205.61, but it punches through VWAP to 206.80s, and then now look at the momentum and the strength really start to pick up and accelerate to the south side. Grind, trend line breached, see you later to the downside, and I wouldn't be surprised. We can look for some form of a lower a higher low right here on the 5-minute, but we have 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 minutes of consecutive selling and straight selling, and it hasn't even moved the triple Qs. That's how much more of an influence these memory storage names have on the NASDAQ, and that's why I'm just thinking in my head, it's a little bit more difficult. The reversion or the retracement play, it's going to be a little bit more difficult because you have Micron up 13%, SanDisk up 13%, Western Digital up 13%, Seagate up 12%, DRAM up 12%, SK Hynix up 10%, and then you have NBIS, even though it's not that heavily weighted, but as a collective unit, when you're this strong, you're going to see the short struggle a little bit more. And I mean, think about it. You're up about 0.8%, but this has been no banger of a day in NVDA, if you ask me, right? Like, okay, we'll take the positivity without any question, but when you have Apple up 0.6, nice session, but again, nothing to write home about. Negative Nancy over here on Google, down 0.6%. The stronger name definitely was SpaceX. Jose telling me about his trade earlier today.
Bang.
So right now, I'm just in a cooling period. AMD also up 6%, but I think this has been a significantly more difficult trade. Once we hit $1,000, I wouldn't be surprised if Lisa Su and company are talking about a split. Here goes this name IBIT right back up towards this. So we were bottom wick, absorbs the liquidity, and then continuing to climb. But if the signals, I said I'll give two opportunities. I won't build, right? Just so I'm like, hey, man, I'm not working in this for so long. It's just straight to the chase, straight to the punch. We're going in full size. And if we get stopped out at the level that we're looking at, then by all means, it is what it is.
I tried my hand here at OMH, did well initially, had to stop out, break even for the rest. It had to hold 50 pennies for me. Maybe I'm being a little bit too conservative here, but I saw OMH lure everybody into 60 3/4 and then drop to 40. So I had to manage risk. Here it comes back into 52, but let me tell you something. This one takes out 61 pennies. Your boy's going long into 3/4, but it's going to have to take out that high of the day first. And here it comes into 54. Again, best print I have on this one is 56. We couldn't do any better than that. We had 52, and then we stopped out. Still holding GREE as it continues to hang out at $3. 3 on the ask, 99 on the bid. I've got 95s. I'm not in it for this. I'm in it for the flat top break through 3. And right now, we're not getting that, even though, you know, we are putting in higher highs and higher lows. I don't know how I feel about this one, but it is what it is. So we're gonna hang out here on GRE. I like the pattern, man. It's an ascending wedge pattern. It's got a clear seller at 3. If a big money buyer comes in, they could squeeze this one up to the $0.25 at least momentarily before maybe the algos react, as they'll probably be caught offside a little bit. But we'll see how GRE treats me here. But right now, it's a little bit undecided. So we'll keep tabs on that. Just looking at some of the comments. TT Mass talking about Mara. Mara's been making moves. I was TT Mouse. I was actually going to put Mara yesterday on the side chart. I think it did, and then I took it off. Having a great day. In fact, good call out, TT Mass. Into the high of day it goes. 271. It's on its horse here and could see 13. And it's been a very respectful name of trend all day. Nary a breach on a closing print, of course, of the 10 EMA on the 5. You get a couple of wicks here and there. But if you were astute enough to put your stop below the 20, you have not been stopped out, I believe, since the break right there at 9:45 on MARA. So Mara, you know, we've been talking a lot about these mining names, formerly mining names, really throwing their hat into the data center ring, Joey, kind of trying to ride with the trend, make use of their assets there that they spent an arm and a leg on during the crypto hype, of course, to buy those GPUs and mine and do all that good stuff there. But right now, I'll keep Mara on the side chart, but good call out, TT Mass. Sober as well, moving up, being called out by Nick Dubb, SOBR. Okay. Yes, light volume though on this one, Nick. I got to point out the fact that it's done less than a million shares on the day, and it's a 66 penny name, 826,000 and climbing though, but it is at the high of the day of 66.10, so good call out there, Nick. Trade carefully though. Candle Stacks, love the name Candle Stacks. We're going to go to see it in 1 second, SSE. No, we're just going to look quickly at GRML. How is this one looking? Not bad, you know, 24 penny name, 24.50 high, respectful of trend. It looked like there was a flat top brewing here right around 23 pennies. Multiple rejections there, but then it rips up, takes out that level. Look for a defend of 23 here on the ticker GRML. All right. Oh boy. All right. GRML is the ticker. Trade that one carefully. It's a cheap name. We're going to send you up to see you.
The SPA is currently inching closer to being up to 1% on the day. Let's take a look at the sectors and what's going on with the market right now. You have electric tech right off the bat, super strong on the day, looking good. NVIDIA is up. Apple's up as well, followed by AVGO, up 2%. All chip names, MU, AMD, INTC, Dell, SNDK, all up on the day, soaring high, looking pretty good over here. STX up 11%, SNDK up 12.5%, Dell up 6.5%, MU up 12.5%, looking pretty good. Moving on to tech services, you have Google and Microsoft lagging down a little bit over here today. We have news on Google as well. We had that Gemini model news that came up today that we're going to also dive a bit deeper into in the news segment, so please don't go anywhere. Oracle is showing strength today, up 3% on the day. Meta is flat. Palantir, Netflix, PAW, IBM, all sliding towards the downside. You have finance, BRKB trading flat at the moment. You have JPM that's up, inching closer to the 2% mark. Visa and MasterCard continue to be lagging a little bit today, with MSGS up over 2.5% on the day each. WFC is up closer to 2%, with BAC up 1.5%, and Citi up 3.4%. You have retail trade, Amazon and Walmart continuing to slide further down more than 1%. Costco is down 0.79% today. Home Depot trading flat, and TJX down 0.7%. Producer manufacturing looking like the bull of the day. You have AMAT up 8.5%, well over 8.5%. CAT up 3.4%. LRCX up 5%. GEV up 1.2%. Also, rest of the names in the sector, including LITE, that is leading the sector, up over 8.9%. That's very close to 9% on the day. You have consumer durables, Tesla up 3%. And in the sector, you also have GM, which we will have news about in the news segment. Don't go anywhere. Again, I keep reminding you, up 4.9%. HAS up 7%, 7.6% on the day. You have other industries like we do cover utilities, process industries, transportation, as well as communications today. Bit of a mixed sentiment throughout the sector, a bit scattered. Seems like there's a lot of red, a lot of green, but definitely a lot of gray. That's telling us there's a lot of flatness between these sectors as well. However, let's just take a look at utilities. Names like CEG up 3% on the day, VST up to over 2.5% on the day. Moving on to transportation, you have UPS that's up 2.5%, FedEx up over 2.5%, Uber continuing to slide a little bit over here, down closer to 1% on the day. UAL is up, inching closer to 8%. Consumer non-durables, you have a vast majority of this sector that is sliding a little bit into the red today. KO trading flat, however. RL and SJM, however, trading up 1% and a little over 8%. Health services, finally, with UNH, that's up 2.8%. ELV up 2%. CI 1%. HCA flat at the moment. LH and DHX are the two names lagging a little bit over here. Finally, you have energy minerals, XOM, up 1.7% on the day. CVX is flat, whereas other names in the sector also following the lead of XOM here. VLO, however, down 0.62%. This is not a sector you really want to see strong. But that's all for your sector watch. Right back to trading.
Yeah, Paul Mulliner, I just wanted to answer your question because if you've got it, I'm sure a lot of other people have it. He's like, anybody really know when CPHI is going to open? And we never know when it comes to a volatility halt. We never really know in any halt. We can make educated guesses, though, when it is a volatility halt because the volatility halts come in waves of 5 minutes. So my answer to you in the chat, Paul, was look at the halt time, and we can do that together here. The halt time on CPHI is 12:29:57. So just add 5 minutes in blocks of 5 onto that, and that will be the earliest opening time. So currently, so if it halted, say at 30, the first opening opportunity here would be 12:44:57. So that would be the earliest. Currently 12:42 at the moment. So make sure you are around every 5-minute blocks from the halt time. Again, halt time 12:29:57. I hope that helps, Paul. But give me the opportunity as well to tell you that this is an MX stock. You'll always know what exchange on my screen. When you look at the top of the chart there, it says .am by way of comparison. NQ's open, or sorry, NQ over here on OMH. So because it's on the MX exchange, this number right here where it says TAP, I don't know if you can zoom in, Paul, but it says 576. That's the theoretical auction price. If this was on the NASDAQ, we would have an idea what the theoretical auction price was. It usually moves up or down depending on whether they have more buy orders or sell orders coming during the halt. Because this is on the MX, we won't know what the theoretical auction price is. So there's no way for us to know during the halt whether we're in or out of the money, right? So be careful with this one, but it looks like you're already involved. I hope you printed up multiple storms on that, Paul. And let me know how you do. As you know, somebody who's involved in small caps, I'm obviously cheering for you. So get it, my man. Hope you're doing well. And I want to point everybody's attention to OMH because here it is. It's taken out highs. Well, not the high of the day, local area highs. Let's give this one the old community college try. And what the beak here at 59, I think we got 58s. Looking for a breach, looking for 60 now. Let's put one there. We're going to put 61. There's 60 that just flashed. No continuation through 60. There it goes. 61. We've taken out all my orders now. Let's set up at 62, right? We'll see what we get. Won't get upset. Shout out to my man Neil. 61 seller at the moment. 60.73 is the high of the day, according to my black charts, which doesn't make a lot of sense because I know I got 61 there. Now, the problem with this one is, guys, is that it can bleed its own blood. We saw that with the initial breakout, so I'm going to be very, very stingy with where I allow this one to go. I'm not going to allow it to breach 57. If it does, I'm out, Joey.
All right, man, good stuff. So, yeah, we're back in. We added a little bit. We added 33% more to this position, and this is going to be our final attempt on Bitcoin. If it doesn't break this downtrend, then we can classify this thesis as invalid, and then after that point, it can do whatever it likes to do. Now, no, but seriously, I'm like, genuine question, as frustrating as that can be, I'm more curious on like what are the mechanics behind this, because I'm convinced that there's no coincidence that I am the bottom wick right here, and then it decides to turn around a little bit. So I would love to be able to say, it's like, hey man, you don't got to tell me your secrets, just let me observe and see what actually works behind this, because it happens more often than not. It's like, what happened? Like, why am I the bottom wick or the top wick, and then price turns around right after? And this is the conversation I actually had with Hangry Wife yesterday. It's like, Joe, I was in, so Hangry Wife stated to me, hey Joe, I was in this position, I got wicked out, and then the stock proceeded to move $8 in my favor moments after. And my answer to Hangry was, well, you need to take another attempt on it, because sometimes really good theses take more than one attempt in order for it to work. Now, what is the mechanics behind this? Now, this is me taking an additional attempt. Now, the question is is this a quality thesis or not? And what we're starting to be displayed right now is it isn't, as Bitcoin continues to break down, and then maybe it'll take until that 2 o'clock hour if it wants to turn around. So there it goes, cracking the low of the day. We take another hefty hit on this bad boy, as it looks like the momentum is most definitely to the southeast, and there is no buyers looking to step in. So I'll have to, let's say, how's the saying go? Lick your wounds?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Well, I mean, that's probably not the best tasting. Just like this right here, we're all out of Bitcoin. There it goes, and it continues to slide. So we'll take another hit on this one. But guess what? It's getting eliminated off of my charts. And you guys noticed that as of late, I haven't been trading it that much. So what am I going to replace it with at this point? Anything. I'll put AMD up there, as that is at the high of the day. We'll put AMD on our other side chart. Let's see what AMDL is doing over there. So unfortunately, we go 0 for 2 on the trash coin here, and we'll see if we can find anything else that's really setting up. Now, I'm tempted to go short the market, but I already gave you guys my spiel on it's just too difficult to do so right now, considering the memory storage names are performing really well. Now, AMDL has a wider spread, 10 cents, right? For something that's put in 1.75 million shares on today's session. Oh, there we go. We never got that changed. So yeah, regardless of what happens with Bitcoin, we took our attempts. We had the idea, and it's just not the asset class that is going to fulfill it, I guess, at the end of the day, right? So we'll take one more gander at it. We'll break it down. Downtrend, strong morning price action, 945 all the way up there, but no engagement after that. And I mean, we're sitting almost at 1 o'clock now. For me, we dug a nice little hole for us. Let's see, I'm probably down, more than half a shutdown, which isn't ideal. But hey, if I can pick away at it in the latter half of the session, and I'm talking about that 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock hour, then by all means I'll be happy. But it won't be via Bitcoin. I don't really care about this thing anymore. Get down, got Apple, 329, 722, expiry puts, send it. All right, if you feel that way, I mean, it's still okay. It's coming back in a little bit. Is that going to add any downward PA for the NASDAQ? I guess it doesn't even really matter, because you are now officially $2 off of that high, man. Congratulations. 329 puts expiring tomorrow, it looks like. I wish you nothing but the best, my friend. Lock in as much profit as you can on that one. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. We take the losses on Bitcoin. We just won't be trading it as actively as we were in the past, and I think you guys can attest to the fact that I truly haven't, because I just don't think it's something that is in vogue right now, and I think the price action speaks enough volumes over that.
It does, doesn't it? We had another super. Shout out to Ray Presidente, 4067. He dropped 5 nice ones in the chat. Joey, how does AI disrupt Google's ad business as people turn to AI to find things instead of the Google search bar? That is one of the pressing questions we had initially. I would say 23, 24, even parts of 25. And then we saw how Google was going to monetize that. Well, they have a great LLM of their own. Of course, Gemini, it's really improved since coming out, because it used to be hot garbage. But then they also have AI summaries, right? Let's look. I saw somebody in the chat there say Sophie Cunningham's dropping a shoe release with Adidas. So let's just search that. And then on the top there, look at that, Joey, AI overviews right away. So they're monetizing this bad boy. And then you're obviously getting some ads beside it there, right? So you're getting, it's essentially generating that impression for the ad business. So 2 things I would say to that. 1, you have AI overviews or AI summaries, however you want to call it. that are organically appearing in the search. And then you also have, of course, Gemini itself. Now, to answer your question about the ad business, because I think that's what you're referring to, Gemini currently doesn't have ads, does it? Even the free plan, not like we'd know because we have Gemini for work, right? So we have the pro version. So it's not like I've been using free Gemini, so I don't know, but I'm pretty sure I haven't heard any ad news stories saying that they had ads. But I gotta also say, I didn't know that chat had ads either, and then you surprised me with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll say, I agree with everything that you say. Listen, you know what it is? I'll ask Gemini some questions. The other day I asked it a basic question. What is the dollar amount of American GDP? And it refused to give me an answer, and I had to reword it. Gemini. Yeah, the paid version as well too. Yeah, it's really weird. From my experience, it's actually there's different tools that I like Gemini for. I like image creation. I like using it for slides. But as for an LLM tool and asking it basic questions, it's actually my least favorite, to be honest with you. Yeah, I was asking, like, what is the United States GDP? And it just gave me just like this
right
bogus.
there, brother.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, I wouldn't make it up, man.
I believe everything you say. I know you're
I don't know why.
You probably just caught it in a bad mood.
Yeah, maybe that's the case. But if I have to deal with the mood of an LLM, then what am I even doing?
But I want to point out one other thing. We talk a lot about AI being in the form of chatbots, but that's not where the trend is going, is it, Joey? We know that agentic AI and inference now is becoming the real deal. So why am I bringing this up? Because the ecosystem, the Google I'm talking about the Gmails, the calendars, every part of Google's ecosystem. Imagine that running on a Google version of OpenClaw and how much you can consolidate all that information and what you can do with all information. So I think Google's got a leg up when it comes to, basically, harmonizing your data for whatever purpose you're trying to use it for. So I do like that aspect of Google. Now, to be fair, we haven't really seen them go all in on that quite yet. And I want to say one other thing, we talk about agentic AI, but I feel like maybe like the OpenClaw craze is dwindled a little bit. You know what I mean? Like Claude,
just take over your computer and do whatever you want.
It feels like maybe it's not being talked about as much anymore. I don't know. That's kind of.
But that's the thing, man. Some things are one day. Like I was listening to the chairman. Did you watch that bit with the the chairman of OpenAI on CNBC?
No. What happened?
Very, very interesting. So the way that they're going to become profitability aside from
Brockman, you're talking about?
Yeah, I believe that's who it is. So for me, the way that he was explaining this is that with Kimmy and everything along those lines, we talk about token usage and token maxing and everything, but he was talking about the efficiency of the token. So just because something is a little bit less expensive per token doesn't mean it's as high quality. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
LLM sucks. So
but this is him explaining
I get
and
that,
across the board. So what he was getting at essentially is that these frontier models are more efficient, even though from a per token or energy usage standpoint, they may be more expensive. You get a better generational output compared to like what the Kimmy is. So like you can put in the same thing, it just expends more energy, but at a lower cost is what he was getting at. And I liked what he had to say, but also this is what I was getting at here, Sharif.
Go ahead.
I believe we're in the earliest stages of this AI revolution. We're talking about LLMs and things that are in something that we physically can't touch. At some point, it's going to step out of computers, and then that's when we take that next bit, like the actual robotics. And the LLMs are going to be a thing of the past. It's going to be like that calculator that was never on your phone at one point.
Yeah, exactly. Well said. No, I don't disagree with any of that. But when it comes to Brockman making that statement, we also have to view it in the biased light in which it's presented, right? He obviously has his duty is to his company and his shareholders, and I'm assuming he wants to hold on to his margins and his pricing power. So he's got to make the case that he charges more, but it's worth it. So I respect him for doing that. I don't want anything to do with OpenAI.
Yeah.
I just want to be very clear.
And just to add your point, he actually was praising Opus and
He
everything.
was, eh?
Yeah, right? Like
because it would be like BS if he wasn't, because it's good.
Right, and he was actually praising it, and that's the example that he was using. And it's like, okay, yeah, you're paying more for the Claude features opposed to having the open source feature of Kimi, but the output is more efficient than what Kimi can provide being an open source model.
All right, let's go up to Sia.
Let's take a look at what's going on with the money markets at the moment. You have the pound that has dipped while UK gilt as yields reached fresh 2-month highs as of today after investors have weighed the prospect of higher government spending and how also the new finance minister of the United Kingdom, that is John Healey, will be financing it. Let's also take a look at the dollar before we send it back to the guys. The dollar is currently, I want to take a look at how it's performing on the day. It's up 0.11% right now, trading around the 101.1 mark. It opened at the 101 mark, so safe to say it's climbed a little bit, but it's still pulling back and reaching the same levels as the open. We'll see how it does later in the day.
Thank you for that, Sia. Guys, I'm still watching OMH here, so I finished my trade on it before, but look, I think that we're still, it looks like it's accumulating here for a 65 break. It's got an ominous high a day, quadruple sixes, not triple sixes, 6666, the high of the day on OMH, but it continues to struggle printing anything above 65, but I'll submit to you guys, I think there's a bit of a range afoot at the moment with general 60 area support and 65 resistance. This current bar on the 5-minute chart has a higher low, and here we are at 65, and you can see the aggressive selling right at 65. We've done over 100 million shares on the day, but that is, you know, normal for a sub $1 name. But I think that this one could get to 3/4, especially if we catch a bid. It's going to be on a lot of people's radars now, right? It's up 158, 160%. It's getting closer to that dollar. So if you filter your scanners like I used to, south of 85 pennies, it's getting closer and closer to possibly showing up here. So I could be persuaded, certainly, to work back into OMH because it looks like it's the best of the bunch at the moment. CPHI still halted, up halted that is, but it's, I think we're going on an hour now, right? What 12:29? No. So we're about half an hour right now. We're about half an hour inside this halt. The earliest open time could be 12:59:57. It is currently 57 and change, 57:35 currently. So, yeah. And oh, by the way, GREE, I stopped out of that. I took myself out of the trade break even. I didn't like the look of this one's jib. It was putting in lower highs, so that wasn't for me. I got the hell out, and I think that that was the right call because it bled all the way down to VWAP. Now, that presents you with a possible new entry here, especially if it holds up at VWAP and starts moseying on back into 3. So GREE should be in focus for the small cap gapper inclined, but I would submit to you guys that I think OMH right now has the best possibility to get to break out, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And there it goes through 65. Here comes 66, and there goes 66 for the moment. Into 65 again we go. So look for a decisive move here, but OMH, there's 66 again. Now they're selling at 66. So they're selling at every penny here, which makes it a bit of a thicker trade. Buvin's in the chat, baby. He wants me to look longer the halt, the bigger the move up. Get it, Buvin? I don't know, brother. I've seen it the other way as well, Buvin. I've seen long halts gap down pretty substantially, but hey, for everybody's sake right now, who's long CPHI, I hope that actually happens. Shout out to my man Zaya. 666s, I see the devil. LOL, about to open the gates of hell. Like Zion Lala, man. Oh no, OMH, Joey, bleeding its own blood. It took like an hour to move up 5 pennies. Yeah. It took seconds to move down 16.
Yeah, man.
Why does it do that?
That's what I'm saying. I would love to see.
My days.
I would love to see behind the screen.
Yeah, I know.
Like who? Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, exactly. Who's punching in there?
Who's Oz?
Yeah. So we can get them.
Yeah. Right? I don't know. I would just have a nice civil conversation.
Unreal. Stop saying.
What do you say? What do you say? Stop saying?
Case, I thought you had some more important business to attend to.
Oh.
She dunked on us and left, and then she's like, the small cappers are doing amazing today. And bah,
She's back.
Get it.
And she got the itch.
Get it, Case. You notice how she changed her picture there, huh?
No.
Yeah.
What is it
Changed
now?
her picture because, well, there were too many people
dudes.
messaging.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
told
is
her
that what happened? The
Now she
DMs
just put her initials on there now.
Get
it, Case.
Were the DMs getting?
CPHI's open options, man, and it's ripping. In the 760, there it goes, man. 840 limit up, CPHI. Watch out here, guys. Big move up. High of this candle, I believe, is $8.40, guys. So CPHI open and ripping. We're sending it to Adara.
Seeing a lot of posts on social media over the last couple minutes about this. SpaceX and Microsoft with a collaboration here. SpaceX announcing that Grok for Outlook is going to be available here as a Microsoft 365 add-in, available today through all paid X and Super Grok users. So SpaceX here with that announcement for Super Grok and other platforms, again, in tandem with MSFT. Believe this was introduced earlier today, but seeing it circulate now, so I thought I'd mention. I couldn't get the exact time of release. Back to you.
For those who are interested in Super Grok, Elon adjusted it because somebody commented in the chat that you should get Premium X if you sign up for Super Grok. So you will get both. If you do want to pay, I think, what is it, $200 a month, something like that, for Super Grok. He had a deal on that. I'm pretty sure that, I don't know if he's still offering the deal because it was like 60% off. Super Grok offer, there it is. So you can get 3 months for 40 Canadian dollars. I don't know, that's probably 10 American dollars, I'm kidding. That's about 67% off. You pay $13.33 a month, you pay that up front, and then it renews after 3 months for $40 a month. So you're getting over 50% off, 67% off. It expires May 14th, 2027. So I think you got some time. So needn't worry. But yeah, Super Grok, apparently, according to Elon, it's the world's most powerful AI, or so it reads there. In any event, Joey, CPHI open, and it's zigging and zagging here. A little above 8, a little bit below 8. Let's see how this cookie crumbles.
All right, man. Let's see what everybody's up to in the chat. I know I haven't been in there today, so I've just been focusing on trying to turn this session around. I mean, we've been on a pretty good run as of late, and we thought we'd try to get that to continue, but that's it's not about it's all about the stocks that you pick, all right? And we were messing around with trash coin for some whatever reason that is. All right, guys, what are you looking at right now? I'm gonna full disclosure, I think we're gonna start the news relatively soon. How do you not have an actual chat handle? I do. You just tagged me. I just finished mentioning I wasn't in the chat. So you just add me Joe TTV. Then we got Crouching Tiger, 10-figure day. Right.
Oh my days.
A 10-figure day?
10-figure? That's a lot. I usually hear 5-figure, 4-figure. That's reasonable. 10 figures is a lot of money.
Isn't that $1 billion? All right, there we go. Yeah. Oh, five. How do you go from? All right, man.
5-figure, I can believe.
That's justifiable. If you made $1 billion, my boy, it ain't a thing to send 1% to your Sharif and I's way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, anyways, aside from that, guys, what you guys got going on here today?
Hit that cat.
Yeah, hit that cat. However, those figures are to the right of the decimal point. Very valid point. Like Kevin War said, he says, we may not care. Yeah, task force. He said he may not care what's on the right side of the decimal, right? So 2%. What is on the right side of it?
Yeah.
Right? Is that where they're going to be?
Canada's been like that for a hot minute, Joey.
Yeah,
We've been
I think that's reasonable.
Between 2 and 3%. The Fed, the American Fed, refuses to adopt that.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Range. It's 2% and 2%. Right? Like, that's
only.
it. Right?
How long have they been battling it now? For the past how many years?
We're going on 5.
Yeah,
aren't we?
yeah. So I mean, hey,
Maybe
man,
a bit more.
You can keep fighting, but if that's your, if that's the MO, if that's kind of what your policy is, then by all means continue with what you got. What's good with Kawhi Leonard? No, let's talk some market. I don't feel like talking sports right now.
Hold on. You hear why this is being held up?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so listen to this. Fact check me on this chat if I get parts of the story wrong, but this is my understanding of it. So when he left Toronto and he went to LA, right? Remember that whole move? Why did he go there? Obviously, part of it was to win, right? LA, this, and that's where he's from and stuff. But a lot of people were saying Steve Ballmer, did strike a deal with him that was outside the rules of the NBA.
Yep.
So listen to this. So Kwai incorporated a company. Let's just call it Company K for Kwai, all right? Under the terms of the deal that he had for his contract with the Clippers with Bomber, if Company K filed for bankruptcy, then Kawhi would be due a lump sum payment of some huge magnitude. I forget what the number was. I think like 20 million or 25 million, something like that. So obviously this was a shell company. The company didn't do any business, had nothing really in reality, and was set up for its sole purpose of literally filing bankruptcy later on so that Kawhi would be due the windfall.
Yeah.
So my understanding is that that's how the kind of the setup went. And correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Again, I'm not really too sure, but this is what's being investigated now. Now, this wasn't Bomber's idea. You know who this came from?
Who?
The former owner of Chelsea.
Oh,
Forget his name. Abramovich.
Okay.
Roman Abramovich. He was doing that with all the top soccer players. He would basically give them a number on paper, so that's what you're on paper making. But I'm going to give you some other cash there, set up this shell corporation, and whatever has to happen with that shell corporation, you'll be due a windfall.
Yeah.
And so that's why Chelsea was also under investigation by the FA and the Prem, and the new American owners, they're like, they settled for billions. They're like, we just want to move on from this, okay?
Yeah.
Whatever Abramovich did, we're new owners, how much do we owe? And they got the hell out of there, and they just paid the fine, and now they're moving on.
Okay.
So fact check me, am I right on this, chat, or like did I get part of this wrong? Or
He didn't learn the first time? You're saying he didn't learn from the first time?
Who?
With Chelsea.
Well, Abramovich didn't give a you know what, right? Like they took Chelsea from him because of the war with Ukraine and Russia, right?
Yeah.
They're like,
Yeah.
and he was actually trying to be an intermediary in the beginning between West and East, and that ended up blowing up in his face. Yeah. No, whatever.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, and if it was about the money, then I guess that's why Kawhi did it. But I always stand by you never leave a team that goes to the finals or win a championship. You stick with them for as long as you can. That's my opinion. It just doesn't make sense.
Get it.
Get it. See,
Tiff.
Tiffany agrees. And I mean, another name that I am going to be referring to is Bo Bichette. You're gonna chase the money.
Paid.
You would get paid too. He would have maybe obviously not get as much, but at the end of the day, I think the majority of these athletes are out there to win. And if you do something like that, then I don't know, you just dwindle your chances.
There's news on G-Sun. I don't see it, guys. I don't see the news on G-Sun, but I see it tanking. I don't know what the hell happened here with G-Sun, but it popped through 35 into 41.75. It's bleeding its own blood down into 33, so it's right back into that range. But GSUN did pop up and then drop back down. Spencer, we're talking about Kawhi Leonard and why the holdup between the trade between the Clippers and the Raptors, why it's being held up. And I was just explaining to Joe, at least what I understood to be the investigation by the NBA into the deal that he had with the Clippers. And that's what we're talking about there. Hosein is making me laugh. He's like, Sharif, you're absolutely right, but I have no idea what you're talking about. What a guy, bro. Always making me chuckle, man. All right, man, I'm looking a little deflated today. Well, you know what, man, we can't always be on top of our game, right? So hopefully we'll get a little bit more inflated when we hit the gym a little bit later.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking here too, man. I just want to go to lift some weights.
Well, you're not going to be able to hit the outdoor park today.
No,
you're
not
going to
today.
have to
that's what I'm saying.
do it indoors. Go ahead, Sia.
I feel like I'm having after a bad day or anything, I go to the gym and instantly.
Immediately.
Like I feel it as soon as I'm stepping in, and as soon as the first set, you're feeling great by the end of it.
I wonder,
you're dead by the end of it.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
I mean, like at the end of the day, what do you need energy for? I want to rest anyway, right? Like,
I started hitting it in the mornings too.
Nice.
You feel like drained, but actually you don't. Like you actually have an energy boost by the end of it.
Initially, you kind of feel tired, right? But it's funny how the energy works back in, like slowly. So I completely agree with you. Get it, Sia. All right, let us know when you're ready for the news. Yeah, she's ready to go. Okay, Assassino, if we can, let's start the news segment.
I'm ready.
Let's start the news segment by NVIDIA. So NVIDIA has become the most valuable company now because of the climbing demand for its graphics processing unit, that's the GPUs, which is the primary chip that's used for creating as well as deploying AI. So now this is a bit of a competition market that it stepped into with two other names, as you know it, AMD and Intel INTC. So the company is now shipping its own central processing units, that is CPUs, which cloud providers can decide to deploy in place of those from, like I said, AMD and INTC, opening up a whole new competition in this sector. So as of today, NVIDIA has released new information about its data center CPU called Vera. Did you know it? That includes specifications and the kind of benchmarks, that architectural information that prospective customers will also need to fully evaluate the chips. So it includes all of this that they will need to evaluate the chips as well. So NVIDIA's representatives have also made a comment and continued to say that where Vera chips have been delivered to clients, including OpenAI, Anthropic, and SpaceX in June. Adira, do you have any comments on this?
Yeah, to me, it seems like they're just trying to get ahead of that advancing AI event from AMD. There's going to be a whole bunch of companies that are going to be at the event. I have a whole infographic just on all the companies that are going to be speaking at the event. That's going to be coming out later today. But you've got like half the Mag 7s. You've got Oracle. You've got a whole bunch of heavyweights. IBM's going to be there as well. So a lot of really big deal companies announcing some kind of collaboration here or work with AMD, or just speaking at this AMD event on how they can work with AMD. So I think from an NVIDIA perspective, we know how savvy Jensen and team are. I think it totally makes sense that they just want to be like, hey guys, yeah, I know they're going to have their event tomorrow, but before that, we have an announcement too. We're doing great things too. It seems to go little. I think it's both savvy and also kind of desperate at the same time, but knowing NVIDIA, they don't really need to be desperate. So yeah, I think the timing of this is really the only thing that's notable about it to me.
Doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. Sorry, not Adara, this person that I was listening to there on my phone. All right, I want to comment about the deal today with NBIS. I know that's not what the headline was, but it is something that I'm keeping an eye on. And I also want to mention as well the AI event, of course, for AMD. As I spoke about this morning on the AMD part of the story, their Helios rack. This is super important for the company, and I think it is going to be a competitor to the Vera Rubin stack that we're seeing come from NVIDIA next. So Vera Rubin, it's this GPU, CPU stack. Of course, AMD has the same thing with their MI and their EPICs, and that's going to be included in their Helios. But there's a couple of things that I want to point out. First and foremost, AMD's is going to be markedly more expensive. It's about $2 million, $2 to $2.5 million more per rack, with a $5 to $5.5 million price tag versus the $3 to $3.5 that NVIDIA said to be selling theirs for. However, AMD's ROCm is their version of CUDA. CUDA is a closed source kind of system, and ROCm is going to be open source. And so you're going to be able to build your own application layer on top of that. A lot of people are saying that could be worth the money because you're not going to be locked in to NVIDIA's ecosystem. So I want to hear more about that, of course, when we hear about it at the AI event. Now, with respect to the story on NBIS, that circularity in the AI trade rearing its ugly head yet again. $2 billion, 9.3% stake that they took in NBIS, with the caveat that all that money be spent, earmarked for purchase of the H200, Joseph, which was supposed to be a China-only specific CPU, or GPU, pardon me, which they can't obviously sell in any number. So now they're selling it to American clients, as well as the GPU, their Blackwell GPU. So all the money that NVIDIA is investing in NBIS is contractually obliged to take that money right back and put it right back onto NVIDIA's top line. I don't think the circular argument of the circular investment thesis is taking anybody by surprise anymore, but I don't think that makes it any less important. That's the first point that I wanted to make. The second point is, it looks like NVIDIA purchased this 9.3% ownership vis-a-vis warrants. Shout out to Darwin in the chat who loves his warrants. 21.07 million pre-funded warrants acquired using a $2 billion. They carry a strict contract clause preventing NVIDIA from exercising or selling any of them until September 11th of this year. And then last but not least, all the money that NBIS is getting from NVIDIA not only is obviously going to be spent on NVIDIA, but it has to be earmarked for that greenfield data center, which is supposed to be at completion about 5 gigawatts. It's going to be both in Europe and the United States.
Yeah, I like the points that you brought up here, Sharif, just the circularity of everything. We know that Jensen and company have also a $2 billion investment in Marvell, who could be a direct competitor, well, maybe a competitor, someone who can grab market share from some of the other hyperscalers with their own custom chips. Now, one thing that I was reading up on here is I find very interesting is that they unveiled the next generation Ethernet platform, Spectrum 6, for its AI data centers. Now, who's going to be involved in this new platform? Well, you have the CoreWeaves, Microsoft, NBIS, SpaceX, and Tesla, who are all going to be the first users of this new technology, which I think is really interesting. I mean, we talked about this yesterday, that when you're at the top, there's really only one way you can go, and it's down. But I think if anybody has the ability to hold on to a large part of their market share, it's with NVDA as they continuously grow to become vertically and horizontally integrated into each system. And I think that's the beauty of this company. And with their investments left, right, and center, like Jensen's just putting himself in the right place at the right time in every aspect. But my question to you, Sharif, and we had this conversation yesterday, was just the geopolitical tensions between Taiwan and China. And I brought up the point of, hey, do you think, considering if it's that far of a forecast, do you think that there would be an onshoring situation between NVDA? But besides that, my question to you is not necessarily about that. My question is, do you think it would be easier for NVDA to create its own fabrication plants or for TSM to design its own chip?
Well, I think the fabs just take a lot longer than the design phase. Yeah. So just ask Tesla with Terafab, right?
Yeah.
Look at the growing pains he has to go through with that, right? So I think that the fab definitely the tougher, just because it takes longer time.
A longer time.
And we how many fabless chip designers do we have, dude? Broadcom, NVIDIA, AMD. I mean, the list goes on. The only fab ones is Intel. That's a designer and a fab. TSM doesn't design, right? They just do your
fab.
design.
Yeah, exactly. So NVIDIA just sends the design over to TSM, and then they fabricate it. They build everything.
Yes, exactly. But to answer the first part of your question, I was watching a little piece yesterday by CNBS on the Helios rack, right? And the reporter from CNBS was asking, I think he was the executive VP of product, something like that. And he's like, she was asking him about the Arizona fab for TSMC and whether he's getting product from that. And he's already getting. So if AMD is getting product from the Arizona fab, rest assured NVIDIA is getting, because they were first in priority.
Absolutely.
Right? Recall AMD couldn't even get their chips made because NVIDIA had all their capacity locked in for a time. Now it's not like that, right? So that's what I'm trying to say there. And just before we go back to SIA, CPHI is ripping, guys. It just ripped into $9. This is all gas, no break. It is a 940 high, 979 limit up right now from what I can see on the level 2. Here it is again into the mid-teens. CPHI, get it, Bovin. I see you celebrating there, my man. Keep your eye on this one, but be careful. We've seen what this one can do. And when it halts, it can take like half an hour to open up again. We had a half an hour halt already on an up halt. So be on the lookout for that. Shout out to my man Bovin. And we're going to send it back to Sia.
Let's take a look at Google right now. You have Alphabet releasing 3 new Gemini models as of today. Gemini 3.5 Flash Cyber is designed to protect and patch software vulnerabilities and will initially be available only to governments and trusted partners through a limited access pilot. Google has also said that the specialized model now runs at a lower price per token than when compared to larger models. Also, this can potentially help Google narrow its cybersecurity gap with Anthropic, as we've been known to, which Anthropic has built an early lead in automated code defense. Google also, on the other hand, is launching Gemini 3.6 Flash, which improves coding, multimodal, and knowledge work performance while also using up to 17% fewer tokens compared and costing less per token than its previous model, which is a meaningful reduction in the cost of running high-volume workloads. With that, you have Google trading currently flat on the day. Adara, give us your take.
Yeah, I have to mention this because I mentioned this when I first mentioned this story earlier today, like, oh, Google has these new versions of the Gemini 3.5. Now, apparently these are all cheaper versions. There's still no updates for that flagship Pro version. Now, why is that significant? Because the flagship Pro version, as of last week, was reportedly delayed. So this is interesting. I think that's still going to be the model that you're going to have to watch out for here. If we get more details on that, I think that'll be more of interest. I think Google, kind of like what NVIDIA was doing with their, announcement ahead of the AMD Advancing AI event, I think Google's trying to put up a smokescreen. Like, okay, guys, like, hey, yeah, we'll work on that still, but we have new models for you. Look at these. I think it's a bit of a distraction. And I think, again, it is worth noting this announcement in contrast or in context with, or, in conversation with that report last week, again, that their most powerful AI model, the Gemini 3.5 Pro, having those delays. I think that's, again, worth remembering and worth contextualizing this story with.
So I have a bit of an issue with this, okay? And what the issue is here is the kind of the guard railing of these more advanced models because they pose a risk to cybersecurity. Listen to this. Someone on X yesterday, they posted the following. I use Kimi to patch our company's legacy software because Fable won't do it, Mythos won't do it, and some other frontier American models won't do it. They say cyber guardrails. So you're an IT, say, exec. You send off your engineer. You're like, look, get our legacy software in order. Make sure it's patched and tested. So you go into these models, you run it, and you're like, hey, fix this for me. But because you can use that to actually exploit vulnerabilities, they've guardrailed Fable and Mythos and all these frontier models to not allow it to do that. So you know what people are doing? They're freaking using Kimi to patch it, man. So is that what we want? Or do we want to use the Chinese models to get our American or North American legacy software fixed? Because that's exactly what's happening because, of this, the administration was the one that put pressure on these frontier model companies to kind of get it in order. Now, I get it comes from a right place, but what's actually happening here is people are getting around those guardrails and they're going to the Chinese to do it. So I don't like that. I think that is, you're siphoning off part of our market share by putting these guardrails around it. So that's the first thing that I want to say. And the second thing, apparently it's as good as Claude Opus 4.6 in terms of coding, but that's not because the LLM is just inherently better. Apparently it's using this code mender orchestration framework, which is cheaper and more efficient, apparently, and delivers kind of the same result when it comes to coding. So those are the 2 points that I had, but I think the first point there is my number one concern, that you're going to the Chinese models to get what you want done because the American models are guardrailing.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough to say. I was looking for a bit here, Sharif, that I actually watched on this. I forget the company name. I was thinking of it yesterday, but anyways, what they do is for your specific task is that they'll set you up and then they'll lead you towards the best model. And the Kimi conversation was brought up to the tune of like, hey, running into these guardrails specifically when it comes to the Mythos of the world and as Sharif is mentioning, the Fables. So what I'm getting at here essentially is that there are these alternatives, and one of them being Kimi and the DeepSeeks of the world. But the question is, who is more efficient? And I think that's the most important thing, is that we talk about token usage. Now, so you don't use Fable 5 or Mythos to ask it, hey, give me a recipe to make some spaghetti and meatballs. No, that's not the objective, because you're just using too many tokens for a basic and generic question, and that's where the efficiency lies. So if you were to ask Kimi a more complex question, it would take significantly more token or energy usage than what actually the highest tiers of what we're seeing through Anthropic. Now, as for Gemini, listen, the ecosystem that's being built within Google is second to none, in my opinion. And they're going to continue to be at the top of the space. Right now, I don't know if I'm going to call these Kimi, but there's no way, in my opinion, we've seen it before within DeepSeek, that the Chinese are going to have the ability to implement the exact models that we're seeing through the Anthropics in the ChatGPT world at a fraction of the cost. There's something behind it because you have the smartest people in the world generating these things, and then that's when I got to the point of token efficiency, and these things are a lot less efficient. So the question being between a lot of corporations is, how do I maximize my token usage? And if you're looking at the DeepSeeks and the Kimmies, I don't believe that's the answer. The frontier models are significantly more efficient. See ya.
What we're going to talk about next is SpaceX. So as I mentioned in Happening Now earlier, so SpaceX had shot past the 6% mark for being in the green today. It's currently soaring above 7%. So it's gained today, and it's attempting to snap a 7-day losing streak after setting its first earnings report date now, which coincides with a major share lockup expiration. Stay with me. Let's take a look at this. So the company has announced 4th of August as the date that it will be talking about its debut earnings report. It also triggers the company's unique lockup period now, which allows insiders to begin trading shares selling shares earlier than expected, than the typical 180-day period. So with that, SpaceX has taken a rather staggered approach to this, where allowing insiders to sell portions of their stock at an earlier interval to prevent massive selling and also price volatility. The first earnings report will pave the way for investors to sell 20% of their 20% of their eligible locked up stock, a total amount of up to 911.5 million shares. So an additional 10% can also be freed up on top of this if the stock closes at least 30% above its IPO price. So whether that happens or not, we'll have to take a look and watch out for 5 of the 10 trading days heading into the earnings report. SpaceX is currently up over 7%.
Out here, Sia, but let's talk about this one. You know, there's a lot that we can say. 7 1/5 today, below 135. At the time of the close yesterday, it was 45% off its all-time high at around 226. But I still think that there's a lot of good fundamental reasons to punch into this name at a rich valuation, because it still is rich relative to earnings. You got 10 million customers for Starlink. And I submit to you guys that number is only going to grow, especially with direct-to-phone connectivity possibly around the corner. We'll have to wait and see, of course, how that all gets managed. You had Deutsche Bank today giving them the nod, initiating coverage, buy rating, $225 price target. They view the sentiment-driven drop kind of below the debut levels as an opportunity for patient buyers. But those patient buyers, if they're going to buy, have to know that they are buying something richly valued. It's trading at about 84 times sales, probably a little bit more now, with that 7% bump. It is a high conviction, high volatility growth play. And, you know, if you, a lot of people I feel like invest in this because they invest in Elon Musk. And, you know, what's his name? Ackman came out yesterday and kind of echoed that same sort of adage or wisdom that we've heard Buffett and the like say for a decade now. You don't bet against Elon Musk. And whether you believe that or not, maybe you have the opposite view. I would say I kind of agree with that, right? There are times, of course, when you look at the chart and it feels good to bet, or feels right, I should say, to bet against Elon Musk. But I think when you, actually, I can't even make that statement anymore, because Tesla's been in the same place it's been for 5 years, right?
It's back to where it was half a decade ago.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what it does when robotaxi is fully autonomous and it's on the road. But right now, people are right about, you know, the sideways nature of Tesla.
Yeah, listen, the car business is a difficult one, without any form of questioning.
Oh my God.
But I think it's the robotics, again, probably a decade away before it's integrated into more of the common household. A decade. Yeah, I know. That's my opinion. I just think it's. Yeah, absolutely.
You know, remember the Fab, or sorry, let's call it the Gigafactory. Sorry, not Fab.
Yeah, where you.
For X and S.
Yeah.
Remember the discontinued units, right?
Yeah.
Gutted. They demolished.
Dude,
hold on.
Yeah,
and
okay.
why did they destroy all those machines that they paid billions of dollars for? Because you know what's going to come out of that same Gigafactory, right?
I do.
Right? You're gonna get.
Well, he talked about he talked about the timeline before on his previous earnings report, saying he's looking at 1 million of the Optimus version 1.0, and then the following year another 1 million as well too.
Yeah.
Now, how
I think those numbers are inflated, to be honest with you, but
big time.
Yeah.
One thing that I will say though, Sharif, I believe that we are significantly closer to having mass adoption in between full self-driving autonomous vehicles than we are to using robotics in our day-to-day operations.
Okay. No, I have to agree with that.
Right,
100%.
yeah, right.
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah.
I think that's going to be the driver. Listen, I think that a lot of these ICE engines, ICE, so internal combustion engine. Listen, their days are numbered. I'm a firm believer, man, that AVs and autonomous vehicles are the way of the future. And I built my point on the fact that think about all the people that are commuting multiple hours a day. Why would you want to do that, right? So I think a lot of people would fall into that area. But as for SpaceX, listen, this is a story. Thankfully, we get to see the numbers and how much this company is actually bleeding money, because it will be. It will be. The street, who knows how they're going to perceive it. But this is another thing that you have to have a longer horizon on, a time frame within an investment standpoint. Now, listen, think about it. I do agree with what Katina Man said.
What do you say?
With in regards to Tesla and Jensen minting the most millionaires in the earlier growth stages.
Agree.
Of the companies. I don't know if SpaceX has that ability right now. I just don't think the numbers are going to justify a 10x from where we're currently sitting.
You know what's up over 10x?
CHIP.
CPHI, 1,170% in the Ville of Green. It is halted up at $11.55, Neil. This thing was $2 when we started trading it. All right? It's a big halt time, 128.34. Earliest open, 133.34. It is currently 130 and change. What a blank move on CPHI. We got a quadruple digit winner, and we have two other triple digit winners. VIVK, even though that one is not doing that well. OMH, shout out to TT Mass. That's halted up. It's up 168%, 67 pennies. So OMH for the small cap gapper inclined. CPHI for the small cap gapper inclined. Keep your eye out on these ones. I saw Tisha, pump for her. Pump for Casey, pump for Bovin, everybody else who's long CPHI. Absolutely happy for you guys. Kill it. What a day for small caps today. You kind of felt it when you got onto the scanner, and all the tickers I was looking at above VWAP near day high. Above VWAP near a day high. You can almost smell it when it's a strong day. So.
Two things before we move on. Yesterday, I watched, you know how they have those like tug of wars between vehicles?
Yeah.
Right, there's been a hit.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I watched the Hummer EV versus the Scythe. It was a tie. It was pretty close.
Actually?
Yeah.
Oh,
And then there was another point that I had now that it's in my mind, but I guess it was that irrelevant. Oh, yes. So I try not to get too frustrated over this, and I heard a lot of people talking about it, just at the maturity that some of these new IPOs are coming to market, like Tesla or SpaceX being $1 trillion, ChatGPT, and then it's funny that I seen something. I guess my phone was listening to me at that point. But I don't know. It's just growing on me. It's really It's frustrating. I don't understand why. Why wait so long to become public? And what I'm also hearing is that there's going to be a structural change with tokenized, with all of these assets starting to be tokenized, that you're going to have access to the private market significantly easier, which will be a big time game changer, in my opinion. Which is right, because it's why are these companies coming in at $1 trillion valuations when they've already gone through the majority of their growth? I don't know. I don't understand.
I'm assuming the theory is that they got more to grow. But I want to say one thing: people are staying, or companies are staying private lately because they're able to access cash through the private markets in a way they couldn't before, right? For the individual asking me about OMH, it's halted up, halt time, 129.16, tap, 69.1, halt price, 67. So you're slated to gap up right now on OMH, 129.16, it's 132 and change. Let's send it back to Sia.
Now, this story is very close to my heart because I am a big fan of Cadillacs, and General Motors will be launching new gas-powered Cadillac vehicles beginning next spring as it continues to shift gears away from all-electric vehicles. Now, I like this headline. I don't have anything against electric vehicles, but I also love gas-powered vehicles. Now, GM CEO Mary Barra has said as of today that the next generation Cadillacs will include new versions of the company's CT5 sedan, outdated XT5 midsize SUV, and discontinued three-row XT6, which if you know is actually a pretty good car, SUV. Bara has said during the company's second quarter earnings call, quote unquote, starting next spring and continuing into 2028, we will begin launching the next generation of Cadillac ICE, that is internal combustion engine vehicles. She has also said the vehicles will be in addition to Cadillac's current all-electric crossovers and Escalade SUV. The new product announcements have also added to GM's pullback in EVs, which General Motors had planned for Cadillac to exclusively sell all electric vehicles by the end of this decade. The company has also walked back its EV plans for other brands and also increased gas-powered engine production, including V8 offerings. I'm just going to quickly show you this right over here. So this is the CT5 that's coming out 2026. There's a price range shown, all of that. You see these very cool sedans. They also, sorry, I'm just going to go back over here. They also gave us a look into what the SUVs will be looking at here, which honestly, not a bad look. But the cherry on top is this sedan. Hold on, I'm just going to move on to this sedan right over here at the end. Celestiq. That is, it's only available by appointment, and it's close to $500,000 just a starting price. And who said that? Who did the fill? The price is exorbitant. Yes, 100%. You would agree that the price is insane, but just the car screams luxury. Just take a look at it whenever you can.
I like it, Sia, and one of my favorite reviewers, Doug Dumoro. If you ever,
I do know about
you know him. He did a review on this one. He loved the hell out of it. It's just I think that maybe 0.1% of the population can afford it, right? So super expensive. Let's go into this earnings report though, because GM did report earnings this morning. They beat on the top and bottom line. It was a clean beat. $48 billion in revenue, 47 expected. EPS coming in, adjusted EPS. You'll see why in a second. 357 ahead of the 318. But let's get right down to the real figures right now. EBIT did well, surged 30% year over year, $3.94 billion they brought in. EPS adjusted, 41% bump year over year. Let's talk about the GAAP net income though. Dropped 31% year over year, down to $1.3 billion because they got clipped by a $2.3 billion special charge, which is directly tied to electric vehicles and the restructuring that came from that because they're no longer just becoming an EV company, as Joseph mentioned, as Sia mentioned, very much looking to diversify their future models. So that's one thing that I want to say. Actual profitability continues to elude them. How about the adjusted automotive free cash flow? That rocketed 78% year over year. Now they have over $5 billion free cash flow, and that's going to allow them to do what? Buy back more shares. So I'm not saying we're going to see a price bottom on GM shares, but there will be kind of that perma bid hanging out there. Guys, 237 on CPHI. This thing is, I can't believe what I'm looking at here. 1,250%. This thing is rocking up. Joey, every time I look, here comes $13.
They're back.
1266 high, man. It's Rip City. Let's talk a little bit about China, because we've been talking a lot about how poorly Western auto manufacturers are doing in that country. Not so for GM, who has a very storied history in that country, unlike the other two American automakers. And they did quite well, jumping 16.9% year over year in terms of sales. So good look there. And then last but not least, Joey, their North American operating margins expanded by 250 basis points. Everybody's trying to say, oh, it's because they're selling more Silverados or Sierras. Not really. It's because they had fewer warranty claims. So who knew a better product would lead to fewer warranty claims and better margins? Good look for them. Guys, I just want to mention two things here, man. Limit up 1334 on CPHI. We're right there. We're going to limit up here. It looks like momentarily, unless it's a false halt. 1334, limit up, CPHI. And I want to mention the other one, the TT Mass name, OMH, halt up 85 pennies. So there's a lot going on right now, guys. Trade them all carefully. It looks like CPHI is going to limit up.
Yeah, it does. I got my eyes on it right now. I was going to look to take that $12 hold, but yeah, it is what it is, man. Sharif, as for GM, listen, you guys know where I stand when it comes to some of these legacy automakers. And surprisingly so, I didn't know this. GM holds 43% of the full-size pickup market. That's huge. Like, I mean, is there that much competition considering you can't even bring in Chinese vehicles to the United States? So who are they really competing with? Ford, I think, at the end of the day. A lot of our viewers are American. Do you prefer Ford or GM? But wholesale vehicle volume increased to 990,000. That's up from 974,000 a year earlier. But the issue being worldwide deliveries, Randy, down 7.4%. Now, what do you think that is the cause of? Do we see the popularity in Chinese EVs really starting to grab market share from these guys? Or why are you starting to see a decline in some of these? And yeah, vehicles across the board. Gas prices, attaboy, there it is. Randy coming with the key answer. China equity came in, Street brought in all of that stuff, but inventories still relatively high, in my opinion. Dealership inventories, that is sitting over 500,000 vehicles on the lot. I think that's something that you want to see slowly cut into. Now, if you ask me, these companies are going to have to interpret some form of software updates because you're going to need FSD and autonomy because it's holding a steering wheel, in my opinion, is going to be a thing in the past.
Randy,
yo,
let's do this. This is the BYD Shark, available in Mexico.
It's a look at it, Shark.
Hold on.
Sure.
Canadian couple, snowbirds. They go down to Mexico. They live 6 months and 6 months. They bought one of these bad boys, drove it back to Canada. Swear up and down by it. Obviously, we should tell everybody that's not serviceable here. To service it, they're going to have to mosey on down to Mexico. But I just want to show everybody.
Good excuse to go if you need an oil change or something, right? Let's go to Mexico for the weekend.
Well, yeah, exactly.
You don't need an oil change with it.
You gotta figure your entire life around the car here. So this is what we're looking at. And Randy, how about that starting price though, man? You got an electric engine in the back. You got a gas engine in the front. You got extended range EVs, Randy, as we've been talking about for years. This is what it looks like, Joey. I don't know how you feel about the design. Randy, how you feel about the design. Quad cab, obviously, right? This is what we're looking at here, man. This is what the Chinese...
What does it look like? What's that one GM vehicle that looks like that?
The Sierra?
Yeah, the Silverado maybe?
Okay, it's a full-size-ish looking pickup. A bit of Ford in the front end there.
A little bit Ford, I agree. Very F-150 like in the front.
The box on the back is useless. It's what, 4
Small.
feet? What are you going to put in that?
There it is,
My
right
four-wheeler
there,
will not fit in the back of that thing. So, okay, their first entry into the full-size. But here's the thing. The full-size pickup market in North America is not a global phenomenon. It's only in North America. You don't see full-size pickups anywhere else.
No,
period.
agree.
End of story, end of statement. So, and ask Nissan how tough it is to get into this market. Where's the Titan?
Whatever happened to
Toyota's
that?
been playing this game for years, and they
Randy.
have just 5% of the market. So you get your Silverados, your F-Series, and the Rams, the big three, and that's it. It's a huge, huge amount of money. If the full-size pickup market didn't exist, the big three wouldn't exist either.
Can I throw this question your way? Has Toyota done relatively little in terms of eating market share because the price comparison is close to American models? If they were to undercut like BYD is planning on doing, do you think that moves the needle?
Toyota's had product in the market for almost 20 years. If you count the Tacoma or the global Hilux, even longer than 20 years. The SR5, the 4Runners, we're talking in the 80s now. They've been here a long time. I think their reason for market share, they had some engine problems with the big Tundra in the last few years. That kind of knocked sales down a little bit.
Right.
Had some recalls and some bigger problems. These are largely work trucks. Yes, they're toys to some people. They're always daily drivers, but they're being put to work. Contractors, you're hauling stuff, whatever, towing the toys, the boats.
Sure.
They work. They're not a weekend sports toy. So when they break, people get a little gnarly. So for somebody to go and buy a BYD, this retired couple, I praise them. Are they putting this truck to work?
No, I don't
No.
think so.
Probably
I think
not,
it's
yeah.
like
So for a company, a contractor in, I don't know, Idaho, pick your state, to go buy a fleet of these to replace their Silverados or their F-250s.
Sure. You need more proof.
Right.
You need
'Cause you're
durability
betting the
proof.
farm, you're betting your business on the reliability, the serviceability, and the value of these vehicles. Until they can prove that, I don't see a lot of traction.
That's fair.
The box on the back is a no-fly zone for me. What are you going to put in it? Your groceries? Like, come on.
Yeah,
There it goes.
You can't,
CPHI.
with the tailgate down, you still need sheets of plywood and lumber and stuff. And make it usable. Maybe they'll do that. Maybe they'll be a long box model. I don't know. I'm glad they're getting into it. It's a tough go.
It is. And the incumbents are very well entrenched. Guys, what the hell is going on here, man? CPHI 1,500 going on 1,600. 1614 limit up. 1614 limit up. High a day 1533. Pardon me. High day 1571. I feel like I'm going to correct myself a couple of times here. 1614 limit up. Get it, Casey. It is already above 15, girl. You're delayed, Casey, because you told me at one time I was delayed. 1703 limit up, Katina, man. How many shares are you punching into there, Katina, man? 14,000 curly.
Man.
1703 limit freaking up. That is now the high of the day.
Are you in this, Katina, man?
Unreal. He's short SpaceX and long NVIDIA. Get it,
Katina,
Katina,
man.
man.
1,700%.
Yeah, this is that kind of day, guys, and you're seeing it on OMH as well. It's up 258% into 109. Trade these carefully, please. Wow. Yeah. We're going to fight.
Oh, my
We're gonna
God.
fight one day. Get it, Case. All right, Joey.
Yeah.
Should we send it back to Sia?
Yeah, man.
All right.
We're going to talk about the story over here. So the FDA's reversal on a key piece of cyclosporasis investigation has sparked a confusion in the United States, but the agency has also said, as of late yesterday, that it has not changed its main conclusions about the outbreak. It's also said in a test that indicated a sample of the iceberg lettuce that was supplied by Taylor Farms de Mexico carried the cyclospora parasite that was a false positive. However, that only applies to one specific shipment of lettuce that was supplied, by the company, which the agency does not believe was the vehicle that sickened more than 1,600 people and potentially 1,000 of others. But there was a clarification that was made yesterday by the agency. So the FDA said that its false positive does not change its prior conclusion that the outbreak is linked to shredded iceberg lettuce from central Mexico supplied by the company Taylor Farms, which was also served at some of Taco Bell locations. Yum had taken a hit with that, so I have the stock open here for you. So investigators are also continuing to examine what exactly has caused this outbreak, which can lead to symptoms similar in a bad stomach bug for days or even weeks. Yum right now is trading flat. Stock doesn't care. Climbing a little bit over here, but we're going to send it to Adira. I want to see what she has to say about this. I want to get her take.
Yeah, this is like the McDonald's onion scare of October 2024 all over again, where you had, are people sick? Is it the McDonald's onions? It is. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Oh, wait, maybe it is. But this is like even more confusing because of the different things we're hearing from the FDA itself. So I'll just start by saying I don't really know if this is like a super tradable catalyst. I think there's just way too much going on all over the place. There's not enough volume on Yum either to justify it. But let's talk about Yum because it did bounce here around 12:06. That was after the conclusion of the latest press briefing earlier today with Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., during which he said, quote, "We do have the outbreak under control," though he didn't clarify, if they had actually decided where the outbreak had come from. And as Sia said, I'm just going to recap again because I think it's really important to just remember all of the chaos here. So as of Friday, they had linked it to, again, those 5 states, Taco Bell's with the lettuce from Taylor Farms. Then as of Sunday, they had the false positive. Then as of Monday, they said, yes, there's a false positive, but we still think that, it could be Taylor Farms. So I think there's a lot of confusion. It's kind of like, don't trade in the middle of a range. Don't trade in the middle of a catalyst where no one seems to know what's going on or happening. That's my personal opinion. But yeah, I love Law and Order. I've had fun investigating this chung of a situation here with YUM and this Taylor Farm situation. If we learn more, I'll keep you posted. I'm going to keep looking into this because I'm deeply fascinated. But this is not a very yummy story or catalyst or even interesting to kind of go through just because it's so, until we get something for sure and definitive, which I don't even think we ever will at this point. This is another McDonald's onion situation of 2024. Back to you.
I have nothing to add on this. Do you?
No, we can talk about this. USO?
Sorry, I was just setting up. Let's take a look at USO. So currently you have USO that's up 2.2% on the day. Energy, like I mentioned, was looking strong. So oils remain in focus after the United States has launched another round of strikes against Iranian military targets, while Iran has reportedly attacked a tanker in the Strait of Hormuz. That's further escalating tensions in one of, as you know it, the world's most critical energy corridor, Strait of Hormuz. So the conflict has expanded as Yemen's Iran-backed Houthis, I'm sorry if I've pronounced that wrong, has declared a naval blockade against Saudi Arabia, threatening the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and putting another major oil shipping route at risk. So despite these reports and regional mediators have proposed a rather 10-day ceasefire between Washington and Tehran, markets are, as we know, it's skeptical, but oil prices seem to have gone up a little bit. I'm just going to quickly take a look at WTI here as well. WTI currently $84 a barrel, and followed by Brent over here, you have $88.7 a barrel.
Yeah, so this is becoming more and more interesting. So now you have some mediators, some of the same names we've been talking about, the Pakistanis, the Omanis, the Qataris, all trying to kind of, I guess, salvage the memorandum of understanding. They're trying to advocate here for a 10-day ceasefire. We'll see if they can get something done. But even if we do get a 10-day ceasefire, you're already seeing the insurers, right? The maritime insurers are like, look, we're boosting our war, they're calling it a wartime risk premium, and they're insisting that there be 10 consecutive days of what they're calling zero incidents for kind of the precipice or the reason to lower premiums. So we're not going to get, that kind of relief, I think, for a while. And if you don't get insurance coverage, you're likely not going to get ships passing. But as we spoke about yesterday, I feel at least to some extent, and might be a little bit abrasive for me to say this with oil up or USO up 2.25, but I feel the market is pricing past some of the supply constraints from the Strait. Let me make my case to you guys. We know that two Arab countries, the Saudis and the Emiratis, have pipelines that bypass the Strait. The Saudis have what they call an east to west pipeline. It was relatively new and relatively untested until recently. It has a capacity, I understand, of about 1.8 million barrels per day. Fact check me on that, chat. I may have that wrong. And the Emiratis have very similar pipeline, again, that bypasses the Strait. I know that doesn't come to the cumulative total of what was coming through the Strait, but when you look at some of the projects that they're looking to build, I think we can at least, say a cap on oil could reach this level given, current demand. So that's what I think. I think that maybe we're looking a little bit past some of the supply shock, or at least capping the price on that supply shock. That's one thing. The second thing that I want to mention is you're going to get incremental demand destruction as this thing goes on. And we saw for the first time, I believe, last month since the COVID pandemic in 2020, where demand destruction actually occurred. There was less aggregate demand for oil for the first time in about 6 years. So we're already seeing the effects of that demand destruction. So I wanted to say, obviously it's going to have an annoying effect on gas. It feels like gas reacts to this pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But just from a general sense, I think that there may be a scenario here where the Strait remains closed or doesn't allow as much traffic to go through as historically had been the case without oil going to $200 a barrel. You're
saying that other sovereign nations will find alternatives in order to.
They already are,
right? Exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, at the end of the day, that's exactly what it's going to result to. And I've been talking about this for quite some time. It was the exact same scenario. Yeah, I understand you want to tap into the American economy, but it was the exact same scenario in regards to tariffs. Countries will find alternatives and find other places to do deals. Now, if you're going to remain heavily reliant on a region that is consistently plagued by conflict, regardless of where it comes from, then by all means, you're going to find places who need the resources and find them places elsewhere. Now, to add to Sharif's point, AAA, the American Automobile Association, said the average price of gas per gallon was $4, over $4, with the highest being over $5.50. Now, people are going to find alternatives to add to your point there, Sharif, and other ways to get there. And that might be a reason why you're starting to see some upticks in EV sales as well, too. So people will find a way around the mess. And I believe it's the conflict is just being prolonged. At some point, it will come to a conclusion and a deal will be made. I just think it's going to take this, and it's been my narrative since day one. It's going to take significantly longer than what we ever have guessed.
Bro. This woman is just,
Be
you're
safe,
killing
bro.
it, Case.
AC.
Another 10
Another.
Membies. Your owner, Fox A003, Lone V1P3R,
Yeah.
Burke 852, Snowmeister, Read Write Arithmetics,
Ask the question.
Dan Zieski,
Okay.
Kick It with Ken, love the name.
Okay.
Can Down, Barzoop, Norvell Bennett, all y'all received a free Trader TV Live membership. Thanks to the very magnanimous woman known as KC520-6. Sorry, Case, I had to add that in there. Thank you again, Case. And she also dropped a $10 super chat. Great session. Be safe, y'all. Thank you, Case. We love you. We hope you had a fantastic day. In fact, we did know you had a fantastic day because you were trading these small caps. And for all those members that I called out your name, all you guys can get my morning note every day by moseying on over to the Trader TV Live homepage, clicking post at the top, mosey on down to where it says morning market note. You'll see members only. Hit read more, hit the link, and you get my morning note every single day. It goes live at about 7:30 or so. It's getting earlier and earlier. I'm able to finish it earlier and earlier in the morning, so that's kind of good news there. Thank you again, Case, for that. And shout out to my man Rudy there. You made me chuckle. Rudy's like, what gas price problem? Well, yeah, it's nice to live where he lives. I'm come up here and you'll see. And he's like, look at the ticket right now.
Where does Rudy live?
Rudy, brother, where do you live at, man? Because clearly you probably live in Texas or Florida.
I just had someone mention $6 a gallon in SoCal. Cheap is $5.35.
Yeah, well, SoCal is kind of like here, though.
Yeah,
right? Yeah. It's a
well, that's what it is, right? Like, what do you get? Is it 2.8 or 3 point something liters?
He lives in California, so you know then, Rudy. I mean, come on, the gas prices aren't that
ridiculous
good.
Canadian optimism.
Is that Ram back there?
I think I'm just an optimist.
Get it, Ram.
Am I though? I don't know.
I like your hoodie, Ram. What does it say on the back? She's just so mean all the time, bro. Get it.
What are you doing over there? Oh, you're doing the lesson of the day?
She's going to do the lesson. I see Fabian.
Look how shy. Why you get so shy? I mean, that's crazy, Fabian.
That's, you're putting up a new camera there, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
A better idea than that shot.
I know, but doesn't it block the screen, though? Yeah? Well, that's okay then, I guess.
Gonna get in the way.
Was that the executive producer? He's making executive decisions. That's what executive producers do.
That's what they do. They got to make the tough decisions,
You know what I
man.
mean?
I don't. Okay, well, I mean.
Yeah, that's what I was asking too, Neil. I mean, it seems like a peculiar area, but
Yeah, well, hey,
fine.
let's see how long it's.
Yeah, absolutely, Nick. Mind checking out my super chat on Sober? Absolutely.
You
Nick.
are the
Sorry
Hall
about
of
that,
Fame,
brother. Let me
KC.
just go back to fan funding. Nick, Sober, thoughts, Sharif TTV. Thank you, Assassino, as always. Assassino doing it live. Let's look at SOBR. We were looking at this one yesterday, Joey. Sober, so what are we doing on the day here? We're up 12%. We're at 69 pennies, long immediately. Kidding, of course. Look, it's got a good day under its belt, but it got clipped yesterday, and it's been getting clipped for the last few days. Let's flip here to the 15. Okay. So have we found a base?
Base?
Yeah, see, that's the thing, man. You know, this 70 penny area, Nick, 60, 9, 70, that was a base here that we had for a long time before we popped up there. It looks like on the 15th into about 2 2/3. It's been an unbroken downtrend, Nick. I would say we definitely got to get up to 75, right, to kind of catch a bit of a bid. Yeah, this is a tough one, Nick. But you are getting a nice bounce today. I don't know, where are you long? Like, what is your cost basis? Let me know,
brother.
Nick Dub, so we can kind of, I guess, assess the likelihood of it making back to that cost basis. But if you're asking me whether you should get long, I don't like this trend. I'm just going to say it flat out. So unless you're caught long, I'll give you my opinion. But yeah, that's what I'm seeing there. CPHI, boom, says Bovin. CPHI bled its own blood by halting down into 12 3/4. It just popped back into 15 3/4, now showing 12.50. Watch out, though, for the loss of $12. The loss of $12 on the 5-minute chart could be a big problem. We're going to hold down here, 1165. Watch out here. 1165, limit down here on CPHI. And if we lose that level, that's what I was saying it for. That is the 10 EMA on the 5. And this one has been quite respectful despite all its volatility, about respecting that 10 moving average on the 5. Take a look at the price action, guys. Very little, pardon me, in the way of breaches here. But we are right at the 10 EMA right now, halted down, 1165. Trade it carefully. We'll keep an eye out on this one. DFNS is bumping here, says Grunfeld. Nick says, scalped up 80% for a 5% gain, now holding 1,000 shares at 66.50. 66.5. I hope you print up multiple storms, Nick. Wet your beak into that 70 penny area, Joe.
Wet it. Yeah, we're posted up, guys. I looked for a move here on the TQs. Came down, and then I was like, all right, let's get out break even just in case. And then it did put in a new high of the day. Yeah, I know. I just watched it pull another rug right there. Adam James was mad at himself. Yeah, I'm mad tired too, man.
I don't know what
I got to hit the gym too as well. So,
Sames.
But yeah,
Upper
here it
body
is,
day.
71.69. We'll see if we can get that level to come into play, and then maybe we get a move lower for the kid. But guys, it's 2 o'clock. Oh, no, it's not. We got another 10 seconds. We can't rush the process.
Didn't we give them 3 yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know what I do? But hold on. Now, let me finish here. Before, I think we should send it over a little bit earlier just so we can get a new
I'm not liking that camera right there, man.
Yeah, I mean, hey.
It's like in the middle of the screen.
I would suggest that it doesn't, it's not there very long. Under the rest of the week. Yeah, I'm going to go under. I don't know if it's going to remain.
I don't know, Katina, man. Like, it's there. Well, Fabian is following instructions.
Yeah, he's just... Sometimes you got to fight back.
Katina Man just dunked on Fabian. Oh, my days.
Not well, Fabian.
Katina Man's locked and loaded. He's ready to go. Yeah. Neil's locked and loaded. He's going to stand under the camera. Get it, Neil. He's already...
Yeah, we're all ready. Yeah. All right. It's that time, man. These guys are ready to rock and roll. I hope everyone had a fantastic day. I'm a little peckish, so we're gonna send you guys off. We're gonna eat some lunch.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the afternoon show. Look, it's been quite the interesting day so far, that's for sure, as we trade a little bit of SpaceX, as we trade a little bit of Intel as well. But, we're just going to get into a lesson right here. And these lessons are very, very important. Make sure that you keep on tuning back in, get Sharif's Morning Note, get signed up, get subscribed, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter, follow us absolutely everywhere where there's a streaming service. And don't forget about TikTok as well. But right here, we're going to show you right now the one volume breakout that you need to focus on. This is one indicator that's not going to get you trapped. Every single breakout last month would have been successful if you would have followed this one indicator. Neil's over there at the big screen, and he's going to break it down. Pay attention. This is going to save you a lot of money on those fake breakouts.
That's right. If you don't want to get involved in breakouts that hit the ceiling and come right back down and burn you, there's only one signal you need to confirm that real move, and you're not going to take any more of these blindly because you're going to be looking at the relative volume. You're going to get a couple of seconds, 2-second check, just to confirm you've got institutional presence before doing your buys. A great portion of breakouts are going to happen without that significant volume that'll give you the follow through. A lot of that's going to be the institutional footprint, everybody. That's going to be instantly through relative volume spikes. Raw volume versus relative volume. What are we talking about here? A stock can be doing 500,000 shares, 1 million shares, whatever it might be at 10 a.m. But what difference does it make if that is less than it usually does over a 90-day period or the last few weeks or even the prior day? A second stock can be trading 10,000, 15,000 shares, but it's doing 3.5 times volume. So there's a little bit of extra juice, and this is what you are looking for in a trade. You do not want to be in that ignore zone. Underneath 1x regular volume, that means there is less than normal volume. No breakout, get it out of here. You want more retail action. That's where you get some more eyeballs on it. It's doing 1 to 1.5. So you know you've got a little bit more going on, but the real confirmation comes when you get heavier action over 2 times the relative volume is going to give you that institutional accumulation that sets up some examples of what is good and what is bad. Now, the first thing you're going to want to notice on a successful breakout, Coinbase with the big, massive break, is easy peasy. You don't even have to do you don't even have to do too many calculations. If you simply just look at outside of the open and the close, it never does more than 100,000 on any of the opening candles. You're already getting, on the first 2, you're getting 3.5 times. You're above 300,000 in volume, and then that continuation falls through. And it's the continuation that we're really talking about. Because a technical breakout that happens off of the open is blowing through levels. It's that dip buy and the continuation upside. Can you buy that first dip? What is going to happen to the money that is chasing the move early? If there is extra volume indicating more interest, that institutional plus retail, then you are much more likely to get that second continuation. And as you can see, when the dips come in and people are already trapped at the top there and we're pulling back $4 or $5 on Coinbase, it's the extra volume that's able to give you that second leg so nobody's bag holding that top. That's what you want to look for. On the flip side, what happens when you don't have that kind of volume? Stock get dumped before on GEV. It was a false breakout the day before on light volume. You're seeing it gapped up and trying to go at the open. And again, barely even 1 to 1 RVol. In fact, slightly lower. There's no spike at all in extra volume. So what do you think happens when it makes that early high and starts pulling back? There's no extra liquidity. The retail interest, the institutional interest that's there for that dip buy to give you that second leg. What happens? It jumps up, it hits the ceiling, and there's no floor underneath. It's all about that extra volume. You want to be sure that when you are picking out the stocks, the breakouts happen fast at the open, you get a couple of minutes, you break out at the open, sometimes there's only one chance at a dip buy. All you have to do is glance at that relative volume in real time. If it's too low, you know that's the one you're not buying the dip on. You look for continuation when you've got that extra RVol. 3, 3.5 ideal, but it can be 2, 2.5. You just want to make sure there's extra eyes on it that morning, so when the dip buying comes in, you're not caught holding the bag.
Let me restart this. I was writing something in the chat there. Guys, if you have made RVol trades, drop them in the note below. Make sure you make some notes. Let us know what stocks you look at. Let us know your most recent RVol trade. Put the post below and let me and Neil help you out with your RVol and your volume traps. Don't get faked out on those breakouts. Make sure you pay attention. Rewind if you have to. Put comments below. Let us know what your stock is and if you've used similar methods to those of Neil. Thank you very much to everybody. And I was just typing in the chat there. I was answering. And it's like all of a sudden it ended up right there. But yeah, good little look there. And you mentioned earlier today about NBIS was one of those looks as well that didn't really have the follow through early. And if you look at this stock right here, not much going on in the pre-market. Therefore, it took about a half hour before we eventually broke out on NBIS. So there we go. Now to the upside there on NBIS, now up 16% with not much volume. Finally got a chance to go. You wait for that last breakout. But yeah, that would have saved you on that fake right there. So we did have a breakout. I wanted to show it to you because it was a real-time action today. There's that breakout. But see, without the real volume happening earlier, you just get a push right back in. And it takes about 20, 30 minutes there before eventually we extend out and, use that 200 period moving average for a breakout trade. Yeah, guys, we're back. And it's the only new trade. I still have this NVIDIA trade from the open. Or from, 10.15 there. We did get a really great printout at 207. That was basically the high there of that most recent move. Now we're starting to pull back in, thinking about taking a little bit more out. I think that's actually pretty smart to do. And then it looks like SpaceX right here. It's a funny one because when we got back up, this is just as we left you guys at 11 o'clock, we were short into that 129, basically 128.50. Once it broke, we went long, was able to take some outs there to the upside, got stopped out when it came back into flat again. And since then, we've just been trying to hold on to the short. The best fill that we have on this. And again, we're short right now at 128.85. My stop was going to be 130, and we're trying to get some more at 129.50, but that never happened. So now there's a little bit of a downside push coming in right here. 127.50 was roughly our best out. I mean, I think it's about 127.70 or so there for the move down. So yeah, good move there on SpaceX to the short side off of $130. I mean, up 7%, still a work there for SpaceX. I mean, congratulations to anybody that's been riding that train. I'm going to get another piece out here on NVIDIA. There it is at 40s, just because, again, we're starting to push a little lower. Can't get out to 50-period moving average. Look, the NASDAQ, what a day. Up another 2%. We should have Brian Shannon joining us at some point here today, so that should be nice, around 230, 245. So there's that to talk about. There's some names that have been halting back and forth, and I know Shreef's been looking at this one, CPHI, a little bit and going crazy over there. I've never heard the word case said so many times in my life, so shout out to Casey there as well. And his, she just kept on saying Case. He's talking about Casey in the chat there. So this was, I guess, one that she's looking at right there. Nice move higher there into $17, $18, and then now the pull back in. So maybe the best of CPHI is over with for right now. But yeah, good trading there. I just was looking at Shreef was trading this one today as well. So good moves there. Looks like you're going to halt down right now, Case. 875 right there. Will it? And I would say it is going to. So watch out now. The last couple of halts down have created waterfalls. So we'll wait to see where this one's going to halt at. And look, if you paid for shorts, what you want to do, and there was a question there from Ozan about dark pools, and it's like all of these Ds that are printing right here are all trades that went off at 875, all in the dark. So they're not coming off of any of these lit markets that you see. So I think that's important too, to understand how dark pools operate, and that is there's going to be a lot of volume available. Like all these, like look at all these Ds here. I know a lot of them are 1 share, 19 shares, whatever, right? But 188.50, like the majority of all of the trading that's done here are all going to be Ds. You know, so that's just something to watch out for with dark pools. You may not have access to them, but every single time you're using Robinhood or IBKR or, you know, anything like that, they're routing all of your orders through. Yeah. So yeah, you just got to be careful with all that. The dark pools do exist, and there's nothing wrong with them. I mean, they got to trade through them to get the price up or down. So, you know, it's just not showing. And I don't know, sometimes they get bad raps, but it's just not showing their main intent. So someone here on ARCA could also be bidding like 50,000 shares, but only showing 1. You know, so those are called iceberg orders. So there's differences between those two things, but at the end of it all, you know, it is good to understand market structure. So,
you know what else is good to understand?
OGen, I think.
You better believe it, because we've got updates out of OGen. That's Orogenics, ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. They've now activated their Phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP002, an intranasal treatment that's targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury. That's an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. And alongside that, Orogenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway for additional CNS assets under evaluation. That's ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. You can tell a storm's coming, man, because head's pumping off here. There was another halter.
Yours is?
Yeah, you're not getting the usually.
Normally I'm the one that's a problem.
There's a thunderstorm coming. I started feeling it.
Okay.
Yeah, they have like a thunderstorm warning for like now till the commute home. It was SLGB also just halted. Small capper that spent basically all day just faltering, but back above $1. It halted up and now trying to hold on to the volume weighted average price. So another one moving here. Thank you, Nick Dubs, for the super chat. Isn't Sober a similar setup to yesterday? Small cap you took at the end of the day. SOBR. Do they have a catalyst today on Sober? I don't recall hearing about this one today.
What was the small cap yesterday? That's why, if you can remember it, Nick W, we can look and compare.
Sober.
Maybe it's because it looks like it's breaking up.
Yeah, I think it's the made the bottom. Made a little bit of a bottom, trying to break out off the top here. again, volume not very good on Sober. It's only been 2 million shares for a 70-cent stock. That's one of the thing to keep in mind for penny stocks. Like if you're not doing tens of millions of shares, if not hundreds of millions of shares, then you're kind of on the low end. Look at this as a penny stock. What's the one that's moving today? It doesn't really matter. You guys can see there's not a lot of liquidity. Each of these is 100 shares. Like most of the price levels, you go down, you're not getting a heck of a lot, even within the same penny. Like nobody's really sticking more than a couple of hundred shares in there until you get down.
Oh, we had the one you're thinking about is Kids.
That was this morning.
Yeah, that's the penny name.
Yeah, but that was.
I mean, it's below $1. I don't know if it's still $1 now.
Well, that's done 250 million shares.
Wow, that was $1. I wrote that down on the list as to protecting the dollar.
Oh, it did hold 50.
Not protect anything.
But that was the key price.
If anything, that's inspect a deck, man. Protect your neck right there.
Look at that right there at $1, and then right here at 50 cents. These stocks seem to like these obvious levels, some of these penny stocks, but way better volume, 120 times the volume, and it's a similarly priced stock. That's the deal with penny stocks. You need the ones with a little bit more volume in them. The only thing I'm in is BMNR.
Oh, BIYA was yesterday's stock.
Oh, BIA.
Yeah, Nick just mentioned it there in the chat.
Oh, okay. I think I
look,
see
Nick.
what you might be getting at. BIA was a bit different, Nick, because BIA was down off of a down halt. Like it halted down multiple times at the low. So it was a capitulation bottom. It halted twice early, then it halted twice at the bottom, opened up, did not retake the high, and then kind of broke that out. I think the difference really was that, like the upside on this, because it halted up, if it had continued, you're able to get 4 to 450, but the upside, if that had continued, was tremendous. Whereas I think Sober didn't have that kind of SOBR. Doesn't have that kind of capitulation yesterday. And it's in an upward trend, if anything else. I think that would be the difference between the two. Like that was a capitulation bottom, for sure. Something else. Oh, another super chat here.
Yeah.
PW, looking to career change, love this channel. Well, good luck.
No pressure to us there or anything like that.
Well, I mean, it's a big decision.
Yeah,
like if you're
do not. I'll tell you right now, do not switch your career
Here's
at
what
all.
I think having a career gives you the best chance of making trading work, because what you'll have is a stable income that allows you to ride the ups and downs. That is easily the most challenging part. It's the learning curve. It's understanding that the cyclical nature means the Pareto rule, 80%. 80-20, 80% of your money can get made in 20% of the time. That's not easy when you've got bills to pay. So having that stable income is a huge advantage. If you're just sort of talking about, hey, maybe has nothing to do with trading and you're just changing jobs, well, good luck. I mean, that's
yeah.
I actually had a buddy of mine saying he's looking like he's changing careers and knows I have a friend and like this business is doing some like networking in there. That's one of the best things about having a wide, diverse group. Like he knows I know a guy in a certain industry, so he reached out to me, and I'm like, yeah, I'll connect you too, of course. Why not? So again, if it's about trading, I think it's a huge advantage to have a stable income. It gives you that help. Sorry, we missed that last super chat about kids. Okay, we'll go to Michael's first. Michael Peter Ryder, not Mike. AI can't take your job if you're unemployed. Truth. That is
wrong
so
about
true.
that.
And now the Pepe billionaire. There's at least one out there. Oh, Canada. Thank you for the super chat.
Oh, CAD.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, hey, we can almost go buy this another coffee over here. This was about $2.
I looked over. I'm like, I don't know why I thought it was roll up the rim. When are they going to do that again? Yeah, it is catching a bit of a bid on the. Well, I have a 3-minute up, but I mean, it's going to be catching a bit on a 1 minute too. 1 minute, 3 minute doesn't matter. Right off the 50 cent level. That's better than what it was doing off of the 70 to 75 for sure. So watch out for in here 67 to 70 cents where the accumulation was. That's where it's going to need to get through. This one and Vivek, they really just died off the open. You know, both of these names, they just couldn't get going, and this is sort of the thing. Sometimes another one kind of picks up the juice, and the shorts definitely won out with those two. No question about it. All right, we got to figure out what we're looking at this afternoon. On the halt scanners, it's just that CPHI is it really just up halt? Yeah, okay.
Oh yeah, it got reopened.
Weren't you just talking? Didn't you just say this down halt? Yes, it did. It did down halt.
Yeah.
Well, now it's halted to the upside. This is This halted more times today than probably all of the combined small cappers did yesterday. Just this one stock. So it's still up 1,000% despite giving half of it back. But the up halt probably 5 or 10 minutes. We don't get like good tap information because it's an AMEX stock, so it's indicating flat. This is definitely a don't trade. I got an unavailable if you wanted to. I wanted to see what the locates were because I expected them to be expensive, but I guess they're adjusting the price after it halted to the downside.
I'm trying to bid right now 127.15. It just literally bounced off me, which means it'll probably come back in and do that as algos find the bid, and no better time. I mean, that was a perfect example right there. Go check this book out right now if you are considering coming into the trading world. This is by Real Trading founder Daniel Schleffer, one of our good friends around here, and a guy that we opened up our offices with initially, and I actually hired to bring into this business. Wrote a book right here about algorithms, about real trading, and about what it means to be a trader and sitting in front of your desk and making sure that, you know, the opportunities are there, creating and finding the real world opportunities in day trading. So it's only 99 cents right now on Amazon. It was the #1 book on the financial charts there for June and I believe early July. So go get this right now, Real Trading. We are sitting on the Real Trading floor right now. This is Daniel Schleffer's book. So go check it out, man. 99 cents on Amazon. No better a way to start your journey if you are considering entering the world of trading. And you may be nervous about algorithm. I'll put it up here so you guys can see it. Might be nervous about algorithm and algorithmic trading and dark pools and all that fun stuff right there. But go grab that book and you will immediately be able to see like-minded, as Neil said, like-minded traders and ideas that you can utilize in your day-to-day trading life. We are very, very close to getting this SpaceX down there at 127.15, but I believe it's time to go to Adara, who's over there at our wall with some interesting slides, and I have no idea what it is, so I'm going to be paying attention. Let's go over, see what Adara's up to.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's time for today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall, where I pick up an infographic window. We put it here on this wall. Now, I know I do a lot of, weird self-indulgent segments on this wall that are related to the market, but more in a tangential way. But this is going to actually, I hope, really help you guys tackle the AMD Advancing AI event, which kicks off tomorrow with a keynote speech from CEO of AMD, Dr. Lisa Su, at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. Now, you guys know, if you've watched the show, I'll be covering that event for you guys live, so don't miss it, 12:30 p.m. Eastern. That being said, she's not going to be the only speaker at Advancing AI. That'd be really weird if you just had the CEO talk the whole time. You have like so many, maybe too many AMD executives and interns, et cetera, who are going to be speaking at this event. But you also have a lot of representatives from public companies. So here's a list here, as far as I know, because I was looking through their calendar, a complete list in no particular order of all of the companies that are going to be having speakers at this 2-day Advancing AI event for AMD, which takes place from Wednesday to Thursday. You've got 4 Mag 7s here. So you've got Amazon, specifically AWS, Google, specifically Google Cloud, Microsoft, specifically Microsoft Azure, and then Meta. So more than half the Mag 7, and the only Mag 7s that aren't on here are either direct competition to AMD, NVIDIA, or they're like Tesla and Apple, names that we don't really know for their massive chip investments. Other names on watch here, though, you've got Broadcom, Dell, IBM, Cisco, Supermicro. So that could be on watch here. You've got Rivian's the worthwhile name to watch. They're going to be reporting next week after the bell on Thursday. You've got Arista Networks. You've got Oracle, a good friend of mine. You have Synopsys there as well. And you even have some small caps, guys, because I'm not going to leave the small caps alone. RXT, this is one that we know has rallied in the past. They're going to be there. You've got Nutanix. They're going to be present as well. You also have AT&T. They're not a small cap, but they're reporting tomorrow morning. So lots to keep an eye on here. And guys, this isn't going to be your only AMD Advancing AI infographic. Because you know me, I have way too much time on my hands and I want to make more content for you guys. So tomorrow, right before the keynote, you're going to be seeing the first of 2 scheduled infographics. That's just going to cover the first day of the Advancing AI event. The non-keynote speeches start at 4 p.m. Eastern because they're in Pacific time, so 3-hour time difference. And then on Thursday, I'm not even going to be in the office, but you're still going to get part 2 of this Advancing AI schedule infographic, which gives you a sense of who's speaking when, so you know what stocks to watch when. With that all being said, this is today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall. Hope you guys enjoyed. Please always feel free to drop any recommendations for stuff that you want me to cover on this wall in that chat as we send you back over to Neil and Sean.
Thank you as always, Adara. She's got the vert to get that camera. Because that's what it looks like. If you stand next to it, you know the vertical.
It's for chin-ups.
You know the vertical tester?
Yes, and then you jump up huge. And
it's like, because it has like
55-inch.
Wrong. Some dude broke the.
I saw that. I think it was
broke the world record.
Something
something like that. Although I'd swear there was a former Globetrotter who did better than that.
Maybe it wasn't like official or something.
That's what I don't understand. Michael Williams, he used to go to Memphis. It was a Globetrotter. I'm pretty sure that guy had a 58-inch vertical that was confirmed. I thought he held a world record for the highest dunk of all time. IBM's on that list. IBM is still looking bad going into, before their report. We'll see if they're able to hold up. But another day, another lower high. For every single day that it looks like it's good, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high again. At some point, this thing needs to get out of its own way. It is just absolutely, it's looking nasty. But supposedly they gave us the worst with their, let's say, devastating letter or honest letter about their preliminary guidance and sort of where the CapEx spending is going and not to them and going to memory and cybersecurity as well. So, with any luck, that was the worst news, because if they still disappoint, and even worse than expected, this could be $180 if you go out to the daily chart on this bad boy. Like, it's at a pretty. Look, this is a big level. It's a precarious situation here for them, because it's held this level for a very, very long time since this breakout. You lose that, and you really are talking about like the 180s back from 2024. Where you were bouncing on that May bottom. So yeah, IBM's got a lot at stake here. I'm a little bit scared for them. And anyone that's been a buyer up here, there's been one of those like great holds for like a long time, but I mean the dividend's not saving you if we lose $200. That's for sure.
No, yeah. I don't know if you want to trade for dividends for that one, but it's nice to have in your back pocket. So just for those of you following around at the home game right there, we're still $2 in on both of these names. So SpaceX, we did flip it into the long there once we broke, up 6%, and now it's coming back in. So, we've been real good with our outs, I feel like. That's 127.50 a couple times. That's 127. Now we're waiting for 126.50. So hopefully we can get that one. We bounced off a little bit there, 126.80. Looking for more downside right now in SpaceX. So I'm always in this name every single day. It's very, very cheap to borrow here at Real Trading. So that's what we're doing there. And I got out of a little bit more of NVDA here as well, because it did. And so I'm going to, just as a reminder, you're going to break view up. I'm going to get a little piece out. You're going to bounce back up to the 25 period. I'm going to get a little piece out. If you guess that we might have some outs in around these areas, you're going to be right again. 207 and change is our best fill. So we're going to wait to see if we can get another one there. But yeah, SpaceX losing the bid. Did we just get that bid there at 60s? Yes, we did. So there's that 50 fill. We actually had 126.60 there. So there's the fill right there. It looks like, or was it 57s? No, 60s. Yeah. So good fill there as we just went down to the downside. And we're just taking it. Like, instead of scalping out, like when we're in trouble, we panic and we get out, right? Like this was not breaking 130. So we had to have as many outs as we could and then held on for the break. This is starting to lose itself right now. So it's kind of like Eminem. It's lose yourself, whatever. We can keep going on that, but we won't. In the music, the moment, But we're going to wait to see if we hold VWAP up there, 126 and change. So I'm actually going to move, whatever. I'm bidding 126. Let's just keep it there. I don't know if VWAP's going to matter, but that's another level that we're looking at there for SpaceX. Let's go over and see who made yesterday. So remember we had that Turkish. I'm going to see if this is actually updated. So again, if you're here with us at Real Trading, this is a intranet. So you can't just grab this anywhere. It gives you the top traders, top names today on the TMX here in Canada. Gives you some Russell imbalance information. And sometimes, Neil and I will talk about, why is Goro or why is XYZ on the imbalance locator. We'll check out this. And, hopefully your prop firm does things like that for you. Real Trading does. Make sure you go get it, realtrading.com, the same floor that Neil and I are on. Okay, so it looks like it. Okay, so this is updated because yesterday, although somebody's figured something out in the Turkish exchange, which is real nice right there. But, Amex, so these are the top 10 traders from yesterday's account here at Real Trading, right? These are all US dollars. This market is the market they're trading in, not the dollars that you're seeing. So this would be, even though this trader only traded one market, if you do see multiple markets on here, it means that trader has picked on multiple markets. Like today I've traded only NASDAQ names. So, this may be me tomorrow, right? But so that's how it works. So this trader only traded Amex yesterday. Could be USO, could be SLV. I mean, you know, could be anything on Amex, SOXL, whatever. And then this one trader there in Canada. Unfortunately, we don't have the symbols to give you, nor do I have the downside. This is only the upside. But yeah, somebody over there. And again, well, you know, maybe there's a symbol in Turkey right now. I think the symbol is HAIR, I think, there in Turkey, and you can trade that one. NASDAQ, thank you for getting that, Adara. NASDAQ, New York, and so on and so forth. So there's these symbols that we don't have, but these are the markets. So that's now a few days. And so yesterday's was probably accurate. That's now a few days in a row that this was gobbled up here by the Turkish exchange. So
that's more of like a long stock. It's BALD that you want to go short on.
Yeah, you want to go long on that because they can repair it.
Oh, so you're looking for the reversal on that.
I almost want to go short on hair.
Mean reversion, yeah.
Yeah, because hair, people don't have any. That's why they're going there. It's easy to find the boros on those stocks. Yeah, anyways, I would, you know, if and when I ever get it done, I would just get it done here, man. I wouldn't go over to Turkey. I would just pay the double or triple the price, honestly, and get it done here in case there's any problems.
I ain't doing nothing.
Yeah, anyway, shout out to that. There's so many people, Elon Musk, like it goes on and on and on. Yeah. The guy, Steve Carell, like he just goes on and on and on. And people that you may not realize have gotten it. So that's the thing. But no, I'm not going to plan on anytime soon getting it done. So
CPHI reopened and.
Anyways, yeah. So that opened up lower and now higher. Only
this
up
stock
1,000%.
is absurd. It's absurd. Halt down, halt up. Now back above $10. It's actually technically it was putting in lower highs, and then if it closed above 1250, it could reverse that trend. But just remember, it's halting every 10 or 15 minutes at the current rate. So just be a little bit careful with it. Oh, we're going back up to the desk with Adara.
Yeah, we're going to talk here about Goldman Sachs. So this isn't really market moving, but I think just something that's interesting here, and I think our viewers will be interested in. CNBC just reported that Goldman Sachs, obviously a major financial institution, just reported earnings last week. Apparently, they are creating a private markets platform through which certain clients can be allowed to invest in private companies. Again, CNBC out here reporting that Goldman Sachs is creating a new platform that will allow certain clients to invest in private companies. As I said earlier, not really market moving, but I think of interest in a story that is worth noting. Back to you.
I got to have some more SpaceX there at 127. We are expecting Brian Shannon to come through. So if you have any questions, get ready to, get locked and loaded for that. And as we see, and we just talked about some different stocks and different setups and, maybe some names heading into earnings, what he may or may not look at there. So look, there's the, we can't be too. So I only have right now a little bit under a third. Let's call it 25. Actually, I think it's about 25% almost exactly left right now on this. So SpaceX right here, I said that we were going to ignore VWAP, just meaning that hopefully it was going to continue to break right through that level and then get back into the low side, as we know now that potentially Cathie Wood and, some ETFs were in there maybe buying this morning and just kept on going higher, right? And eventually the buyers stopped there. It looked like anyways at 130. We tried to push it through 130, which are all these red marks there, but now you're coming right back down in. And, just some of the watch list there, I was looking at this today. I'm actually going to, but maybe as we have Brian on and I get a little bit chance here, I think AMD, because we sold some at 500, we're going to sell some more here at 540. Now today, just to, get a better average price of our latest sells. What a move for AMD, man, up another 7%. Just to get some more cash, get a little liquid in case something happens with Google tomorrow. I'd much rather be in AMD and Intel. AMD, I'd rather be in Intel and Google rather than AMD. So we'll raise some cash there. Just in case there's a problem. Tonight, we still have all tomorrow. So there is obviously a big move happening potentially tomorrow as well. There's Robinhood today. We've already looked at that a little bit just to talk about something other than some tech names. Robinhood up that 6% and on the back of obviously better equity trading. I think the volumes in equity is starting to pick up. Robinhood today as well. We got that news from the Clarity Act. Plus we saw Bitcoin starting to go a little bit. So that's up 6%.
Sorry, just to add, I've heard more from the Clarity Act just from people who are close to the situation on X, and they're all saying it's not going anywhere. I guess one of the Democratic senators, Ruben Gallego of Arizona, I'm not going to quote it because it was really profane, but he basically says that, yeah, they can try on the Republican side, but they're not going to get anywhere with us unless they give us a different bill. So,
okay.
At 145, there was a big reversal or drop in coin, or not Coinbase, in Bitcoin.
The second time, there's been 2 other Barons in my life. There's the Baron, I forget his name, he's in WWE, Baron something. And then there was Baron Trump, which makes me think about crypto. And then last night in Obsession, the main character's name is Baron, and that's my son's name. So now it's going to start to get real popular. What?
One of the most explosive point guards.
Oh, Baron Davis?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been another good one there. As well.
He's underrated.
Yeah, I think Baron Davis was a Golden State Warrior.
Yeah, he was.
Good hops back in the day for sure for a little small guy as well. But all right, so Intel's still up that 8%. AMD, Robinhood. Yeah, Obsession was pretty good. I think you guys should. I mean, there's some wild scenes, man. The one in the car there is pretty.
But it doesn't
wild.
need the theater. Because I'm thinking more.
It doesn't need the theater, but. I mean, we went to the VIP. I would.
I'm more likely to see if I see Odyssey.
we're gonna see
I feel
Odyssey,
like
yeah.
that's what I'm saying. If I see Odyssey, I feel like
It's nice to be with more people. I don't know. I like the atmosphere in a theater, but yeah, you're right. It's
because Christopher Nolan. I feel like you're seeing in the theater.
I don't think you want to miss. I mean, I haven't seen Odyssey. You guys
I either love or hate Christopher Nolan movies, but I think I've seen all of them in the theater and given them a shot. Tenet was pretty fun.
Baron Corbin. That's right, in WWE. I should have known that. I've seen Baron Corbin live a couple times, even with Independent.
Baron Corbin?
Yeah, he's a wrestler. He's a big, tall guy. He's from Independent Wrestling, but made a little bit of a look there in WWE for a minute. He's like in the last 5 years. All right, what else is going on? Here, let's go to the negative side, because everything's pretty much up today in the tech space, right? So you have PayPal. We can see what PayPal's up to. PayPal was one of those names that, PYPL, they had their little boost there. Maybe if I keep that there and you guys can sort of see the daily chart right there. DFNS. Okay, we'll get that Pepe in a second. But PayPal to the downside. Walmart as well down again, down to 110 here today. Shopify. Some of the software names were the ones getting hit. But why? Why Google? Why? Google down there. Amazon down as well. So yeah, just a little look there at the watch list and some of the names that maybe are going oppo of what we all thought. With the market being up 2%, maybe we would not have thought that of such a name to the downside. So just be careful with everything here. But we're ready. We're getting ready for Brian. Hopefully very, very soon. Do we have to go?
We'll get the super chat. Let's get the super chat here and shout out to first of all, the Pepe billionaire. That is in Canadian dollars, so contractually obligated to hit that one every single time we get a super chat in Canadian. So it's like a toonie in there. Thank you for the toonie.
Yeah, throw it down.
Anytime we see what's going on.
We got to tariff that $2 though.
Well, that's a given. It's 50% tariffs right now.
Wait a minute, is President Trump tariffing the super chats?
It's 50%. 50%.
Oh God, so that's really only $1? Oh great.
Yeah. Hey, a loony's
buy a coffee.
A loony's better than nothing.
Yeah, this guy's dancing around on our Canadian dollars over here. No more lumber, Donald.
Don't be rude.
Once the fires are done, then that tariff's going away.
We have the boreal forest is literally, it's 100 times or something the biggest forest that even exists in the United States.
It's insanity.
It might be much more than that.
Until you have to actually look at it on a map to appreciate how big it is. That's the thing with Canada is it's funny. It's absurdly large.
They're like, oh, why don't you just get some migrant workers? I heard what some of them were talking about. Why don't you just get some migrant workers to rake the bottom of it so it's not all dry there, so you don't create these. Okay, there's so much of this forest.
No, Mother Nature takes care of this.
You have no idea.
Mother Nature takes care of it. It's not happening.
It's just like you don't even want to go into these
it never
forests.
will. It's not.
Oh man.
No, trust me.
All right, what about DFNS?
It's another one of the reverse split squeeze plays. So you kind of know the drill here. If you're not re-threatening any of the like the head short, like the big whale shorts, like to sit in these after they've gone up, then you could absolutely be running out of steam. It's already shown you this top of 8.5, 8 to 8.5, or it couldn't really get through. Good news is it's not like there haven't been any massive capitulation bottoms. There was. I don't even see, was that a halt? I guess it had a halt down, but then held VWAP. So the good news would be is every single time that it's had capitulation flush here at the open, a couple of halts, that's still a higher low. Fails the high, puts in a higher low. Fails the top again, putting in a higher low. So the good news is it's still giving you like a violent uptrend, but it's still a bit of an uptrend. But just remember, every single day that these don't break out levels like that, one day you're just gapping down and giving the whole thing up. The only update I'm going to give is, this is what I'm going to say before we go to SIA. At 145, this happened on IBIT. Volume spike back into the downside. IBIT was a long this morning. but this is when it then reversed. I wonder if a BMNR at VWAP and went short. If this pops back into VWAP, I'll probably get reloaded in BMNR. But IBIT was cruising today, and then you had those sort of comments that were coming from.
But before we go in here, we have a request. Here it is, Case. This is for you, Case. There it goes. She wants the money. money. And I want to say a big shout out to you for supporting the channel always with those memberships and everything like that. So I said to Neil earlier, I was like, oh my God, I haven't heard so many Case before.
But I didn't know you were talking about Case.
Yeah. Just Sharif is there. There was a time there where he must have said her name. And assume a female, maybe 10 times in 30 seconds. There's one of the names was running to the high side. So thank you so much for the super chats there. It's great to have such a great community. And I know that a lot of you are attached to that midday show. And I want to thank you for joining us as well right here. And it's just a little bit of a different feel, obviously, with all the shows. And that's what we're going for, actually. So thank you for everybody to come through every single day, man. I mean, we're having a lot of good fun here. And by the way, Case, there it is right now. I'll spin it for my damn self. All right, NVIDIA now upside, and we just get that look right there again on NVDA. The other reason, honestly, to rotate out, and shout out to Joe, and I know we've all sort of been saying this, and remember you were kicking yourself for not having some AMD, and it's because we put our money into NVIDIA. So what I was thinking about is that I think NVIDIA is one of my largest holdings. We keep talking about it back and forth. Every day it seems to change a little bit. But why not sell some AMD? And you guys maybe tell me why this is incorrect. I don't know. Sell some AMD and put it into NVIDIA. I mean, AMD has literally gone ham, and NVIDIA is just like, where is the ham? It's thinking that, like, I'm not even, is the Grinch who stole Christmas also stole the roast beast here or something? Because this one should be going harder. These guys are the king of everything here in AI. It's not just the GPUs, man. It's the machines involved with the GPUs. Like, these aren't just simple, small little cards that you're plugging into a computer and all of a sudden these large language models are just, appearing and everything. There's software that's associated with this. I believe NVIDIA just is an absolute monster. It's so heavy. But I mean, the heavy excuse, I used to use it until I saw what the hell Apple was doing. And that didn't take, this overtook NVIDIA actually as the largest market cap in the world. And it didn't take that long for that to get going. So all you need is some positive talk. You need some hedge funds to turn on and just some love to get back in for NVIDIA. And man, I think this thing really will fly. Just because of the sort of the thought that we're having is that it hasn't made those moves. And it's not an ARM, it's not a Marvell. I understand it's not an AMD. This appreciated throughout. Here, you want me to show you when this thing worked? When people were buying it, and when I was made fun of for buying it at $100 pre-split. I still remember that. Shout out to my good friend Peter. He's that big, huge guy. Used to be, you know him, that's what I was gonna say. He used to be my bodyguard. He was like, when, this is pre-split, and NVIDIA went to 2,400 in split. But look, this is when NVIDIA had its moves, man. In 2018, this was $5, okay? In 2023, all right, where were you guys in September of 2022? All right, smoking a doob, doing whatever. Well, guess what? If you put that and rolled it up into NVIDIA shares, then right now, that was $13 back 3 years ago. Wait a second, what year are we in? 4 years ago. Yeah, that's right. Here, Back to the Futures. I don't know what time we're in right now, but that was 4 years ago. You could have had NVIDIA at $13. And the story was just starting, man. There was crypto. I mean, look, this is part of why I put money into NVIDIA too, which I would have put more in, because I was buying those GPUs for the crypto rigs. So it was way before 2022 that we knew all about NVIDIA, okay? So I think that move, by the way, keep going upside NVIDIA, I like it. Now almost $3 in the money, but this is why NVIDIA is what it is and why AMD has had its most recent move, because AMD just took a minute to get going. And I, really like this move back up. And it's just so funny that we're going to have Brian back on today, because it was just last week, it was yesterday, it was a day before that I was saying that we had Brian on and it was up here at 550 and it was like, are we going to get out? So I take the opportunity to get some out here at 495, and then 2 days later, it's back up to 550 again. So sometimes patience pays. And it looks like today for AMD, patience would have won out, because up another 8% right there as well. All right, we'll get, that's just way too long of me talking, but we're going to go to Sia, then we'll hear from Neil.
The SPY is currently up 0.80% on the day. The triple Qs are up 2%. We have the Dow that's up 0.70%, and the IWM also in the green, up very close to 1.5%. Safe to say, all major averages looking pretty good for now. Let's take a look at two things here. GPC, that's Genuine Parts Company, after management has confirmed that the company isn't in talks with any competitor over a potential transaction. Now, as a context to this, earlier in the month, Bloomberg had reported, citing certain people, that O'Reilly Automotive was interested in acquiring Genuine Parts, whose auto parts business, but also O'Reilly, was up last nearly 4%. So the acquisition will not be taking place. This is what our reports are suggesting. So the company's stock is down close to 5% on the day. We'll also take a look at Equifax, that's EFX. That's also down on the day, over 5% right now. They've issued third quarter guidance that has disappointed Wall Street, calling for adjusted earnings of $2.15 to $2.25 per share on revenue of $1.68 billion to $1.71 billion. So FactSet consensus had anticipated $2.26 per share in earnings and $1.71 billion in revenue.
Oh, revenue, because growth is king. Speaking of revenues, big revenues for AMC on their earnings, although this one was a flush. I found out like 2 seconds ago that I thought I paid for locates on this one, but we didn't. I feel like this is threatening a bit of a breakdown. So yeah, it tried to catch a bid this morning, was able to get close enough to VWAP, and then now it's underneath. I'm just feeling consolidation here. Breakdown, get it before it gets into the low. So I want to pay for some locates on this bad boy and get locked and loaded for this. A guest that needs no introduction, and I'm sure probably doesn't care about AMC. But we'll look at the technicals on just about anything. We teased it. Make sure you get your questions locked and loaded because Brian Shannon is back. Earnings season, Brian. There's a lot at stake here. Chips going crazy. Obviously, memory flying all over the place. We've got these small cap ridiculous things doing 100 bajillion% that maybe we'll get a question to from our viewers. First off, how's your week been?
Bajillion%.
Good so far. Sure. I mean, it's only Tuesday, but yeah, off to a good start.
That's what we like to hear. So right off the bat, I think the first thing that I want to ask you about is straight up memory. Right?
I'm losing mine with age, by the way.
First of all, I've been losing my memory for even longer.
How come every time we have Brian on, he looks younger and younger?
Because
I'm looking older and older every day. I have to wear this kind of stuff to make back in my youth over here. Brian, what's the secret over
It's the altitude, right?
It must be, yeah.
Okay.
I think it is the Rocky Mountains.
Humble guy over there.
Rocky Mountains, it's got to be.
All right, sorry for interjecting there.
No, I want to ask you about specifically, what are your thoughts on, we'll talk DRAM, maybe Micron, SanDisk. I don't know whichever one is speaking to you the most. But if you just look at specifically DRAM, we pulled back so far, right? Lose the 50-period moving average, basically go well past bear territory in here, losing almost 40% from the highs, and you've made this break, and this looks like a reversal, up 11% today after that turnaround at $50. Trap, or is this like the patented buy the dip, and we're riding the wave back to the highs? Because it does have that potential head and shoulders look coming in here that could be a trap, and we are going into earnings season.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about earnings, though, we just had Micron, and Micron was basically the catalyst for this sell-off. I've been focused mainly on MU, which is basically the same chart as DRAM. But let's just talk about this one for a moment, because the earnings came out on this day right here. They came out after the close, actually, this day. It gapped up and has sold off 30-something% in bear market territory. All the negative headlines broke the neckline of the head and shoulders pattern. And guess what happened? We got a reversal. And that's the way it's actually supposed to happen. And I outlined this last week on Twitter right over here on this day. That what I was expecting was for us to break this neckline and then reverse higher. Because who sells after the stock has already been down 35%. Who sells short down there after it's already been 35%? You're way late to the game. And it might have been good for a day, day and a half, but we came right down to the anchor, this purple anchor from the ceasefire, and then that's where the bounce emerged. Now, today we gapped above the 5-day moving average, and I'm long this as of right this point here, as it reclaimed the VWAP. Chase the gap or wait for VWAP, as you know I always say in a chapter of my book. I sold a quarter of it right here, and I just sold another quarter actually over here as it broke this, we had a lower high right here, and then this lower low. So I have a half a position from right here, and I'm hoping, of course, that it just continues to ramp higher. But we've got the stock up 25% basically in 3 days. It's likely to break out. And then again, if it breaks out past that $1,000 level, you got to wonder who's going to be buying right there after a 25% rally in 3-4 days. It doesn't make sense. So people will look at it and say, hey, it's breaking past that resistance. And then it's likely to pull back like this. And if it creates a higher low, then recovers in here, then we're probably going to new highs. But for now, I'm just taking a little swing trade piece as well. Actually, for now, day trade. Going to hold half of it overnight for a swing, and we'll see what the market gives us. But I think you can't ignore the cash machines that these companies still are. And it just has to be that you have to line up the technicals along with those fundamentals. You just can't blindly buy because earnings were good.
Yeah, I think that's such a big point. You cannot blindly buy just because earnings are good. And I feel as if maybe we're going to see a little bit of that in a name that reports this week. Still chips, but not memory related. Reporting tomorrow after the bell is going to be Intel. Now, first off, there's always a lot of questions like, what do you think is going to happen to Intel? What's this stock going to do going into earnings or after earnings? And obviously, just predicting how earnings are going to go is a bit of a crapshoot. There hasn't been the same level of hype, I think, around Intel and AMD, but they're moving almost as violently, I think, and they're sort of in that vein here. Is your analysis the same? Because I just feel like the sentiment is it's memory first, everything else second, and this one hasn't quite gotten back. Like, where Micron's at that 1,000 level. Here with Intel, it would need to sort of push up 10% into earnings and then still have to break out. Does this look a little bit more bearish to you because it's not on that cusp?
Well, we've got the 20-day moving average below the 50-day moving average. That 50 will be declining. If we get a pop into earnings, I think this is a likely spot where, again, maybe it breaks past these little peaks right here in that gap lower and then starts to carve out a higher low. But for right now, today, we have our first signs of strength in the last couple of weeks. We've been below this declining 5-day moving average, and I don't remember when I drew those in, must have been recent, but we've had lower highs and lower lows below the declining 5-day moving average. Ideally, it either pulls back or, I wasn't focused on this one today, but it's kind of the same setup. Chase the gap or wait for VWAP. Either you chase that gap and, wait and experience that pullback, or you wait for it to get back above the VWAP, buy there with a stop under this low. It makes a higher high. Maybe you raise your stop to break even. With the catalyst coming, it's more of a crapshoot, but Micron will be affected by these earnings most likely as well. So I think you get it up towards this level. It would be nice to see, but I would not be a buyer there. I would expect it to pull back a little bit. Very similar to the way we saw AEHR pull back a little bit and now resume back to the upside.
A repository of symbols and examples. That's what I love to see. Before I throw you, Sean, I want to flip gears just a little bit here to ask you about cybersecurity names. Because, look, we just spent time talking about two names that have actually dipped and lost uptrend and what they do next. PanW, CrowdStrike. On their little dip, they're a little bit more threatening to break what has been a fantastic uptrend. Double top here on PanW. They've been riding the wave for a while. Is this time to jump off of the ship, or is this just, you see a consolidation at the top in a strong sector?
The momentum is really still strong. We've been riding this rising 20-day moving average. Here we are testing it again today. And like you said, this is potentially the double top. What will confirm the double top is a break of this low. And if it does that, then we look at it and say the height of this pattern is 360 down to let's just call it 315, which would be 45 points. And we subtract 45 points off of that. That would give us a price target down at about 275. So, I don't know when the earnings are due for any of these stocks, but they're all kind of looking similar in that, the more times any level of support is tested, whether it's a moving average, horizontal, or whatever, the more likely it is to fail. So they're extended. They're testing that 20 more frequently. I think the dangers are a little bit higher. And at a minimum, you need to have an exit strategy for a portion of what you own. For a longer term trader, maybe you take a piece off underneath this higher low right here, because the pattern still is higher highs and higher lows. And, as long as that's still the definition of trend, then, you give the benefit of the doubt to the buyers, but just, be a little bit more cautious.
Hey, Brian, what's going on? Just real quickly here on SpaceX. Let's go over the screen now. We're now $4 in the money on this one, Brian. We tried to go long, trying to break that 130, and I was like, nah, that wasn't happening. So now we're going short, and we're getting out every 50 cents on the way down. I'm still not as good as trying to pick my out, so we just pick it apart here. Down now. Now $4 in on that one and $3 long on NVIDIA there today as well. Right. Too many outs. But, okay, that's not why. I just want to show the viewers, in case you're wondering where our outs are coming through. So I did ask, because Neil and I always go back and forth with you about some names, and right here, Travman in the chat wanted to know about Netflix. What are your thoughts about Netflix and potentially finding some kind of a bottom here? Now, of course, we don't have to worry about earnings, Brian. They reported last week, and Netflix, oops, let me fix my chart. Netflix has been on a very negative downward trend here. Not really too many bumps in the road to get us out of some of our longs. I mean, if you manage to somehow get long here back early July, I mean, must have maybe went 10% there in 2 days and then just got crushed right back down to the downside. So here we go, man. Netflix breaking below some of those key levels that we had held during Paramount, Sky, Warner Brothers, all that discussion. It looks like right now Netflix getting taken out. Do we buy down here? Do we give it a little bit of time? What do you think on Netflix? I know it looks a little bit better on the monthly.
Yeah, I always like to give it a little bit of time. Let's look at this weekly chart. We'll look at a couple things. One, we'll take the low. That was clearly an important low down in 2022 and go to this all-time high. We're coming into a 61.8% retracement near about 61.5. And that's often a place where buyers are found. Then I'll take the anchor off of that low, and you'll see that it touched, it's still way down there. So that's not as relevant. But we do the handoff technique and say the next level is where it was last touched, and that ties basically that 61.8% retracement. The next handoff occurred basically right here, and we're already below that. So to me, where we have two things lining up, the 61.8% retracement and this anchor, right around that 61-ish level is where it seems like it still has the potential to drop down to, and that's another 10%. So I don't think there's any hurry to get involved in it.
Okay, yeah, that $50 marker, wow, okay. We don't want to look too much and too far at that. I mean, $50, 60, whatever. I mean, you got to get through 60 to get to 50, but just a scary look there, as I know there's a lot of traders that are in to Netflix right now. A name that you'd helped us guide through before was NewScale, which of course is symbol SMR. And you had sort of drawn, and I guess I can go back here, maybe do a weekly right now for SMR. And I know that, uranium is not really in focus right now. We did have a huge run in this name up to 57 actually as a top there, and battled around this $48 mark a couple times before eventually giving it up. But this was a relatively new name that came here. It was a $10 SPAC. Then it IPO'd in and around, I guess, July 11th or so of 2022, made its lows at an amazing $2 right there. And I think you had drawn an anchored VWAP for us somewhere near its initial IPO. And once it broke that, then we started to go for the upside. Both you and Brian Shannon, I know you're Brian Shannon, you and Michael Noss, I know we're both looking at this one. Hi, Brian. This is Sean. That's my friend Neil over there. But Michael Noss and you were both indicating some of those breakouts on SMR. So do you have anything for us right now? I mean, it looks like we go all the way back here to September of 24. Looking for some battles there that might happen in around the $7 mark. But what say you on this name? You helped us out with Intel, with the 40-year anchor VWAP there. What are you thinking about SMR at some of these levels? I mean, maybe there's room for upside here?
I just don't see anything really. I mean, maybe just an oversold bounce, but that I just drew that line across to see where you're related to what you were talking about. This low is kind of, like you said, playing with this 2004 area. Let me just use an arrow so you can see it right in here. But we're still below a declining 20, 50, 200-day moving average. You're likely to continue to get some of these bounces. And if people are into trading the bounces, great. Just be aware we're in one of these bounces. Maybe it runs up to the conjunction of the 50 and the 200 up here, and that would be a great trade up towards 11. But if it does bounce up towards that level, keep in mind it's still just a bounce, guilty until proven innocent. Make sure you harvest those profits along the way, because if they don't scare you out, Sean, they'll do what?
If they don't scare you out, they will wear you out.
That's right. So if you haven't been scared by this, it's going to, I know. I hope it gets it.
Oh my God, this guy's killing me.
Likely.
Yeah, no, I think that's 100% right. And wow, I felt like I was back in school there. I didn't want to disappoint the teacher over here.
Pressure there, Brian. Come on.
Okay. Thanks, Brian. No, I would have been like, the fact is, he's mentioned that to us like a dozen times or more. So for
remember
me,
about the memory?
For you not to get that. Yeah, actually, that's right. I gave a little bit of a caveat there beginning the show. All right, the Mag 7 guy has asked a couple times, and really nicely, because there's two reallys in here. So the Mag 7 guy would really, really like to get some insight on Microsoft. Because he put really twice, we'll ask you. So, and why, I'll answer this last part, why the overnight, the buying urge is always gone. So I'm going to give you a reason for the overnight, why sometimes Microsoft gets excited and then gives it back a little bit, is because of the software names. You're always getting downgrades. Like today we got a downgrade with CRM, and people look at, the IGV, Brian, of course, and Microsoft's in the IGV, so is Palantir, some of these Adobe, some of the software names that just aren't the same as Microsoft. Microsoft does get wrapped up in that. So I was going to say, to answer Trav there about Microsoft and why sometimes, it looks good in the morning and then kind of gets faded out. I think that's the IGV and some pressure on that. So that could be a reason there. But with Microsoft earnings coming up, Brian, I made this one of my picks heading. So we just did some fun picks that buying in July and selling in December. So, the last second half of the year, I put Microsoft in that bundle. I thought they have a good opportunity to get back to the upside here. I'm looking at it trying to break this 50-period moving average and potentially seeing a double bottom down here around 360. Is Microsoft looking productive here at these levels, or do we still got to get above this 430 area?
It's looking productive, but not quite there yet. It's building for productivity. And we've got this level right here, which is basically the year-to-date anchor, which is that thick blue line. And you can see that this was prior resistance, turned support, and now we're testing it again. So I always ask myself, where has it come from in the near term? It just rallied from $350
what the hell?
to $400. And so where is it likely to go before it encounters a potential source of supply, which might become resistance? And I think you're right there. So for the people who are looking at it in terms of, hey, it's time for me to break even, there's likely to be natural supply in this area because those prior resistance turned support back to likely resistance. So I'd like to see it continue to maybe pull back down towards that 20-day moving average and tighten up a little bit, and then maybe make a run for the anchor off of the tariff lows anchor up near that I think you said 430, 435.
Yeah, 430, yeah.
So another pullback first would be really constructive for it to make a higher low, test the 20, test the anchor off this recent low, absorb some of this supply that's likely to be found right in here.
So Travman and myself would like to really, really thank you for that. We also really want to thank you for this book. It's Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. You guys can go pick this up. We do have Brian Shannon live with us right now at Alpha Trend. So go check him out there on X, on StockTwits, and definitely grab this book. Maybe there's another one being written. I have a feeling there, Brian. But before we let you go, you've answered a lot of questions about some names that Neil and I have thrown at you. Is there anything that you're giving some of your followers or any sort of information that you'd like to share with us about potential moves to come here and what you're looking at over the next couple of days, weeks? It's up to you.
Sure. I think you could start with just something pretty conservative, the XBI. The biotechs have had a strong run this last month or so, and they have pulled back. Here's the anchor from the beginning of that move. And you can see they're holding that anchor right now. We still have a rising 20-day moving average, but this shows exactly why I don't buy the touch of the moving average or the touch of the VWAP. Instead, it's a place to say, let's take a closer look on the shorter term time frame. This is the moving bars of the 5-day moving average. So this shows where we were 5 days ago. That's why, as we're getting rid of this data right now, replacing it with this data in the average, it's starting to flatten out. So I think that the pullback has probably shown its low in the biotechs. And if we had just another little higher low, it would be perfect. I'm probably going to buy this tomorrow. A higher low would be best because then I could put my stop under here. But I like the biotechs with a stop right now under here. Ideally, like I said, it carves out a higher low and then gets going. In that group, a speculative name that it's one of these weight loss drugs is VKTX. I see a lot of people posting bullish stuff about this fundamentally. I don't know what the story is really, but I look at this longer term chart here on the weekly, this resistance holding a support, and it looks like it might have the potential to run up towards that 43, 44 level, which is the anchor off of the all-time high. So what would hurt that would be if it was to get below this low. So I've got an eye on XBI, and if you want the individual name, but it's not profitable. They don't have their drug out yet. The more speculative play is VKTX, or with XBI, of course, if you wanted some bang for your buck, you could always go with LABU.
All right, yeah, we like that. The IBB, the XBI. Love Viking Therapeutics.
It's often a takeout. It's often considered as a takeout target because everyone knows that they don't really have the capital to get, even when they get their GLP out, they don't have the capital to bring it to production without going to the capital markets. And then you've got like the Mercks and the Pfizer's trying to figure it out for themselves. So people are always speculating that they could get bought, which does give it a little bit more juice. Like that XBI, and thanks for that look there, Brian. It's a great one.
Hey, by the way, Sean, I'm looking at your SpaceX falling apart, which is beautiful.
It's dying.
Did you see where this rally was halted today? Right at the declining 5-day moving average.
Ah, you like those 5-day moving averages. Yeah.
I mean, it's rallies up to those in a downtrend. Look, that's why at a minimum, if you're long, you tighten your stop. I don't know why you would be long with a stock below that.
Anyone's long this
anyways, just curious to see that there.
Declining 5-day. Yeah, we're going to add that to our charts and start looking at that a little bit more. I know you've something that you've instituted for our viewers a while. And I guess that happened a couple days ago as well. You just pointed out there on the declining 5-day.
Can we put that back up for us, if you could?
You had it a couple days ago too. Was it a week ago? Right there. Yeah.
Right, last week right here.
Yeah, right there. Wow. Absolutely amazing. So another one there. Yeah, I tried to go long through 130 there and it didn't work out. So we got out and now we're $6 wow, and it's collapsing all over. Wow, Brian, this is actually falling apart. And we're just sitting here. Look, maybe we should just keep you on or have you on every day. I mean, when you first came on, I was like, oh, I'm going to get out a VWAP right here. That was 126. And then since then, down another $3. And you know what the problem is here, Brian? One of your favorite money managers last night went in and bought some SpaceX and probably turned the machines on there today, hoping that others would follow her, if you know who I'm talking about. And actually, right now, not Kathy. We're not involved right now. I got someone more important on the line right here with Brian. But she's waiting for more people to join her. It doesn't look like they are, as SpaceX coming right back in to that breakout level that they had this morning, which makes me think I need to get a little piece out right here. But Brian, it's always a fantastic ride with you here for 20 or so minutes. So we want to thank you, and as do all of the viewers. I want to point everybody to your X account there, to StockTwits at Alpha Trends. And if you say one more minute, I'll give you 2.
A little trick I like with a stock like SpaceX that's falling apart like this when I'm short. Look at this 2-minute time frame. Every one of these highs is lower than the previous one. So for me, when I see that, if it breaks above this 2-minute bar right here, that's where I cover some. And it looks like it's maybe about to happen. So it got me out of a great short yesterday. And anyways, that's a nice little technique when they start having really strong momentum.
Yeah, I like that. The 2-minute
great
bars.
hook.
Yeah, we'll have to. There's so many things we got to add to the charts.
There's definitely a lot.
But yeah, thank you, Brian. Again, always great information, and I know the viewers and Neil and I really appreciate you.
Really do, brother.
Coming every single day. So that's Brian, or every single Tuesday. That's Brian Shannon. Thank you so much for coming through, and I'm going to start exiting some of this SpaceX trade as we speak. So thank you, Brian. Have a great rest of your week.
You too. Thanks, everybody.
Ciao, ciao, ciao. All right. Well,
it's bleeding its own blood.
Yeah, I want to Sharif.
I actually think that would be a good
over there.
technique for the IPOs too. Now that I'm thinking about it.
So, you know what I was going to say about the bleeding your own blood thing? I mean, who else's blood are you going to be bleeding?
No,
Like,
it's
that's the thing. I know
it's
Sharif
a line
always,
from a movie.
Which movie? Like, I know
I'm
Sharif
trying
says
to.
it.
He says
I'm going to ask Sharif what's up with that one.
No, I know it's.
Is it an old Western or something?
No. It's Dodgeball. It's
Dodgeball. Okay. It's,
what's the guy's name?
The instructor?
Global Gym.
Yeah. Well, not Ben Stiller's guy.
Ben Stiller. What's the guy's name? Come on.
Okay, that's where it's from.
Anyway.
Okay, I was gonna say all right because.
By the way, you're gonna want to watch
the stock is bleeding its own blood. Well, I mean, SpaceX is not bleeding Tesla's blood.
I'm gonna tell you right now, the movie that you're gonna like the most in the next year. I don't. This randomly came to my mind. I Play Rocky. I saw the trailer for this thing. It's a Sylvester Stallone movie about how he wanted to make Rocky himself and star in it.
Is it a Sylvester Stallone movie?
No, but there's a dude playing Sylvester Stallone who looks like, from the trailer, I'm like, this is me.
Patches O'Houlihan.
If you like the movie, you're going to go nuts for this. I love the trailer.
Okay, we'll have a look at that.
I think Rocky is one of the best.
The amount of biopics that they trot out in the second half of the year every year for like Oscar bait never ceases to amaze me. Like, I have a lot of respect for Stallone writing Rocky in 84 hours, and I've said that before on this show. A lot of respect for that. Does it need to be a movie? I mean, we'll find out. But I just find the timing of this always to be very sus, and I have to point it out.
Got to get that Oscar back.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing about the Oscars.
That's what it's all about, man.
I mean, that's where you want to try to win those Oscars. And of course, apparently Matt Damon may be up for one with Odyssey. I haven't seen that yet. We will be seeing that when my kids get back.
Of course,
and
he's up for it.
Marissa sent me a picture. It is like blue skies like crazy right now where I live. So it's just 20 minutes west.
I had to shorten my walk today because the whole time I was looking up like, am I gonna get dumped on like in 2 seconds? And
I already put into our team chat that I'm gonna stop by the Diamond on my way home and see what the flooding looks like.
Oh, it's drenched.
That's what because we're not playing at the Little League. We don't often, unless it's the weekend, we don't practice at the Little League Diamond. So we play on diamonds with gravel and everything. So that's not going to.
No, those are trash.
That's not going to do well for the drainage, is the word that I'm looking at. And do you think the Jays need to drain the swamp here or what? Because trade deadline's coming up. Do we want to give them? We had the same problem with the Leafs. It's like they were just good enough, but then they weren't. So traded some assets. Did the Blue Jays?
I'm gonna give you an example that is very apt for right here. Typically, when you're trading at the deadline, you're giving up like your free agent assets, the guys that aren't going to be here next year.
Varsho, Springer.
Our guys who are usual targets are playing like they're SpaceX.
Yeah, I know.
What are you supposed to do if the dudes that you're supposed to be selling, if you're bad, are playing like crap?
I mean, even
you
Gosman
have to hold
is
them.
not even tradable.
You have to, like, your best bet is like you're only 4 or 5 games out of the wild card. They don't have any value. You've just got to hold them and try to turn it around. I hate to say it, but that's your.
I think Vladdy. I mean, the thing is, can you imagine paying a guy $500 million? It's game 102 right now, and he has no home runs at home yet. He almost got one last night. I hope he turns it around. I mean, Vladimir means everything to the Blues.
He's got to be. There's got to be. But anyway,
I think there is a problem. It has to be. They're saying it's his back. Maybe.
Well, the telltale sign was that his bat speed's been steadily declining.
He's had like
you can
2
now they
good
track
years,
it.
maybe 2.5 good years.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever. I mean, it was all worth it.
You can always point to the fitness when people start losing bat speed when they're younger.
I thought his fitness was getting better, but maybe it's.
Well, in theory.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess you never know. Hopefully he gets healthy. Anyways, I was just asking you because I know NBA, Major League Baseball trade deadline is, I think isn't it August 1st?
I've lost my hopes.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So, okay. So I do want them to sort of do a little bit of a wholesale there. The guys that took us to the promised land last year just aren't, like, Springer's not him.
Springer's trash.
Right now. And then what's his name is hurt.
Barger's trash. Barger's hurt. Pitching's trash. Everything is trash.
Yeah, Savage. I mean, anyways, here's great.
Yeah,
book.
shout out to Brian Shannon. And the funny
shout
thing
out to
about
Joe as well.
The funny thing about when we have Brian on is I feel like, and this is important, I feel like everybody learns something. I know we learn something new every single time we have Brian on, like that 2-minute. And I was genuinely thinking of the first thing that came to mind is like, okay, well, you see that. Go back to Sean Start for a second. You see actually, I can.
Yeah, just call up. Say yours charts to be cleaner than mine.
No, I want to show a 15-minute.
Yeah, okay.
15-minute charts or it's easier to see. Oh, I should have just preempted. But to be able to see when something distinctly changes, that kind of a hammer or like this uptrend, that's exactly what that opening trade looks like on an IPO. And oftentimes, like, well, where should I be getting out? It's that, I think, that same notion. When you get candles which are Captain Insano candles, you want to have reasons. I've been pulling up 5-second charts to try to figure some stuff out. But that 2-minute, maybe not so bad. Or maybe you have to go to a different time frame to see what the patterns might be when you're extending like this. This also happened to fill in the gap to the breakout this morning, because the breakout was at 123.5 in the open range, and that seems to be also where it is going. So it is 3:50. It's actually already 3:15. I didn't see the power hour thing happen today.
That's probably Brian was still on.
Yeah, of course it did. But there's a couple of early looks. This thing is being deleted. If you've never heard of it, it's probably going to be a bunch of million shares. NSA. CRM is already 2 million.
Oh
That's
God,
worth
still
tracking
going lower.
because they stink. And they got a downgrade today. All the software got downgraded here today. It is still going.
I think, I don't know. So people in the chat, like, I mean, the lockup period is going to be an absolute disaster for SpaceX. And we've talked about how there's many employees out there that, and this is according to them. I mean, I've been reading X posts and all this kind of stuff, and they're like, they are just waiting to dump. I don't know what percentage. No one's actually saying. I don't think anybody wants to go public and say, what exactly they're trying to do with it. But, once that lockup happens, and I believe it's August 6th, I think, Adara, is where we're looking for SpaceX's report.
I think so. They said they're going to be reporting now on August 4th. I believe that's when the lockup's going to start. So because we were thinking August 6th. That I guess was just assumed. They've confirmed now the 4th.
So August 4th, you're now talking about like 15 trading days or less, and then. Yeah, so probably less. Yeah, I mean, it's already the 21st. Yeah, so, you're going to get, wow, I'm bidding 123.05. Like, I didn't think we would get this, man. Like, I could have been short. I actually went to the gym today, did a couple laps in the pool, and I had this, I was like, let me think about, like, where could SpaceX actually be? And I was thinking, like, when I'm done, could this thing be all the way back to the open? And of course, you can tell when I get back here and start trading again, it's at 128. So I was like, SpaceX didn't make that move down that I was hoping for, but then it just absolutely took out some levels, 126, and now going lower into 123. We'll sit there for the bid, see if we could take it. We now do, unfortunately, have about 15% left, as we've been, and I thought I've been doing pretty good on the way down, just little by little, like 2-3% all the way down in, and trying to now think about what Brian said there, and I'm up for any kind of up for any sort of a help on like how to hold these things a little bit more. But yeah, nice downside take there. He was talking about every 2 minutes, check that 2-minute bar out. And if you close higher than the previous high of that 2-minute bar, that's when you may want to start to cover, because he was saying that during this move, he was just sort of starting, and right when we left him, it was actually trying to break 124, and that's when I guess we made that, because I guess there's 4 minutes right there, and there's the take higher. So yeah, good look by Brian. I want to tell him thank you for sharing some of that information with me as well. So yeah, big one there. Thank you, Brian, and thank you to all the viewers as well for supporting the channel. We just did get another piece out of NVIDIA there as it bumped back up to the 50 period. So I'm going to close out NVIDIA if we take 206.50. If it's wrong, it's wrong, but so far so good here today as wow, man. We are just in love with trading SpaceX since its IPO. I believe it's Sia over at the desk.
It is indeed. The IWM up a little bit over 1%. Two tickers for you. VOYG, that's up over 7% on the day, participating in a conference, which is the 46th annual Canaccord Genuity Growth Conference, which will happen on the 11th of August in Boston. Management of the company will be participating in certain meetings and investor meetings as well. Second one you have is RBBN, Ribbon Communications, up 6% on the day, set to announce its second quarter results on July 28th after the market closes, after the bell rings. Earnings are expected to be disclosed at exactly 4:03 p.m. Eastern Time, and revenue estimate for the company currently is at $189.99 million USD.
Thank you to Sia, of course.
Thank you, Sia. I mean, we just broke 123 there. I mean, now SpaceX is now $6 and going lower. Like, I just took another bid there. I don't really have an idea for a bid now, to be honest with you. Like, I mean, that just came right back into where we broke out, which is why I was bidding every 50 cents in a dollar anyways. I actually put this, if you guys, you follow whoever you want. I mean, it's free world, as we talk about here as well. But I just posted this. This is when it was at 125, 126 and starting to break down. We actually posted it earlier as well with this little spaceship rocket. Here it is. Here's the post right here. This is 4 hours ago when we said, trying the SpaceX short. Yeah, trying it, that's for sure. And it's don't need to try too hard here, as it's doing all the work for us right now. SpaceX absolutely falling down. This is what happens when Kathy turns the machines off, and now you are hitting downside right now for
it's not just her.
No, it's, I don't.
There was a congressperson that apparently for the first time made a trade.
And bought it?
So the story was, it's not a big deal, but I think the way that it was framed, I'm going to try to pull, if I can find it again. Here we go. SpaceX stocks proves irresistible. Or I can pop it out. To a congressman, I said woman, congressman who didn't trade for 6 years. So whoever William Timmons is, the first time they bought anything in 6 years and disclosed, they bought 50,000 to 100,000. And if they bought 50,000, then they now have 45,000 worth of SpaceX stock. I don't know. I'm just making a joke.
Yeah, who knows?
Or
less.
That's what I said. Less. I said less, right?
Yeah, or less than that number.
Yeah, exactly.
About 55,000. You maybe
they don't have to. Maybe they can reverse disclose because it's absolutely bleeding. I wish I hadn't bought yet. I'll be
obviously anybody that bought anything before today.
I walked to the bathroom with past Joe, and I'm like, why didn't I wait to take the 20% after earnings? I believe we're going to the desk with Adara.
Yeah, I looked into this because I was curious. I've never heard of William Timmons, and you guys know that I love everything that's happening in Capitol Hill. I'm currently listening to Pete Hegseth's hearing, and I have never heard of William Timmons. So this is not a man who is super on my radar for whatever that is worth, and I've heard of a lot of these guys. What's worth noting as well here, though, because I was curious about the timing, as Neil, I think, mentioned there, June 15th was the date of the purchase, so it was well over a month ago. It was being mentioned here as of yesterday morning, so this is by no means a new purchase, nor is it a newly announced purchase as far as I can tell. Although I know this Benzinga article came out about an hour ago, 2 hours ago. But yeah, so this is like not a brand new transaction, nor is it newly announced. It was apparently up to $100,000 worth. And what's also interesting is he sits in the House subcommittee on AI. So I'm just gonna sit there like this and let you guys do the math on that. Back to you.
Oh, that's at least interesting. I was going to say the guy looks like he should be like the 11th man on an NBA bench, just coming in garbage time, like jack up some threes.
The trainer.
But he also looks like Chad Curtis a little bit, so he used to play for the Yankees. But if you're on a subcommittee for AI and you like SpaceX, it makes you wonder, the government usually knows a little something. I mean, it's not that it's a big deal, but it does make you feel a little bit better that long term, at least some people who might be in the know on some things that will happen in the future seem to like it a little bit, but ball don't lie.
I ain't taking my investing advice from that
Right
dude.
now it's a sell. Well, I always look at it as it's the reasons why I will like something more.
Yeah.
It's not investing. Yeah, I could care less. Like, this is something I decided I wanted in my portfolio regardless. It's just a matter of preaching patience and not doing it.
This thing could be $50 by the end of the year.
Yeah, I still think that. I still think the 80 level area historically has been like a very, very popular one. So I'm kind of more thinking.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be down there, but it's down $100 from its high, and that was in a month.
Because I think that works out to what,
we still have 6 more months to
700 million or something like that.
Over here.
Whatever that works out to. Longer term. Look, long term, I think it can be fantastic. Chris, thank you for the super chat. Let's just throw it up there if we can. Trey, there we go. Chris in Minnesota.
I have an apple.
I'm assuming. McDonald's drains a 3 on the 1 minute to cut the lead to 45.
What is McDonald's doing over there?
Yeah, that just means it's making a dead cat bounce. That's one of my favorite things in this world is when somebody bat flips a walk when they're down 10-1 or you're down 25 points and you do all the sellies that you were in love with.
There was that one pitcher that did the DX to somebody and the team was getting rocked.
I honestly...
He DX the other team. He strikes out a guy, they're down like 10-1 and the guy's like da-na-na-na-na-na.
Reason number one for the DH rule to go away. You DX or just whatever, man. You DX and someone gets thrown at, you just know. I'll never look, man, I play ball in a men's league, and I remember there was one time our pitcher did something stupid. He didn't do the DX. And I remember it was in.
You're not helping your team out.
No, it was at the end of a game, and I'm the leadoff hitter.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, we play these guys in 1 month. I'm taking one in the back. And lo and behold, I go up there, first pitch, boom, just get planted. I didn't say anything, went to first base, looked my pitcher dead in the eye, and I told him, that was your fault. Asshat.
Well,
anyway,
at least you got on base.
Yeah, I stole second too. No, McDonald's, yeah, it didn't drain any threes. What are we talking about? It fumbled. Nah, man, it bricked the three.
It was an alley-oop and no one was there, it looks like.
It bungled the rebound, and right now the other team is going coast to coast for the dunk. No, you actually didn't. It didn't even just drain the three. It would have to have a dead cat bounce. This, unfortunately, for McDonald's, is a flat bottom break through 265. Yuck. Sorry, doesn't look that good. What we got? We got going on here.
What's up, Tony?
Gangsta Travis.
Ask me, Tony? What do you want?
Gangsta Travis.
Okay, good. This guy's right up my alley here.
Haven't been back to the channel in a while. SoFi Stadium called. They want their screen back. Looks good, guys.
No,
yeah,
SoFi
well, no,
Stadium.
they can't have it back.
Hey, hello, SoFi. I'd like my money back on the stock right now. So how about that call right there, Gangster Travis?
Well, we all want our money
I can get
back
Gangster on SoFi right now real quick because, like, SoFi has really been a beat-up stock, and this has been taken out and, yeah, definitely kicked down there, SoFi. We'll wait for SoFi earnings. I'm going to actually double-check when SoFi earnings are. It looks like they are in 8 days, Wednesday, July the 29th. And SoFi on earnings goes up and down, it seems like, on almost all of their earnings calls. They get that bump up early in the morning, and just like someone commented earlier about Microsoft, they make their way back down. So yeah, SoFi nice today though, up 2.3%. We like SoFi. It's a good holding for me as well. I do have it. It has been a POS. Okay, yo, what up, Ronnie boy? Thank you for the $5 US, not tariff because it's US dollars, so that's nice. Took a long of 10,000 shares. I have no idea what ELPW is. At 24 cents a share, good. It's very important they put that 24/7 in there. You know, you get that. Oh, we got 10,000 shares. You know, it makes a difference. Holding for a swing. Okay. So the first thing I was going to ask you is what is ELPW? Why do you want to hold that for a swing? Yeah. The 52-week low is 22 cents. No problem with that as long. Yeah, I know you just want us to pump this for you, so I'll do it for you. Whatever. ELPW. We will be your Huckleberry.
You see metric. Before you pump it, you might want to look at that chart.
I'm not. I was going to pump it for my guy over here. So I was just going to say, like, as long as that's your out, 22 cents. Like this has been, reverse split. Not reverse split there. I don't know why that went up like that there. And now due for another reverse split. And you're going to wake up one day and this is going to reverse split again. And you're going to think you're up $1 million, but you're not, because the shares are going to get whacked down. Instead of having 10,000 shares, you're going to have 1,000 shares or whatever it's going to be on that reverse. And then it's going to do this again. So just be careful with that money. I know $10,000 shares times 24 cents, relatively, depends on who you are, but relatively small position there of just $2,500. So I think you could probably afford to lose it all, which in this name, get ready potentially to do that.
I'll tell you right now, I have never, every single time I've been in a penny stock in my personal account, I've always mentally prepared myself for zero. Otherwise, what's the point? Cheese in a chair. My son's baseball team won the championship this weekend at Tufts University in Boston, and they now get to play at Wrigley Field next month.
Beautiful.
I can only imagine how cool that would be.
It's awesome.
That Fenway and Yankee Stadium.
Yeah.
No. There was a second part to that.
No, it's just his SpaceX short is paying for it.
Well, I wanted to make sure we read the entire thing. My SpaceX short is paying for that trip.
I often make jokes about that too. It's like I only trade for my family, and that is true. Any profits I make just goes right back into sports. So yeah, man, my daughter, we actually passed on the Boston trip that just happened last weekend. But yeah, congratulations, man. That's
Wrigley,
awesome.
baby.
Yeah, take all the opportunities and spend all of the money, and actually even go in debt to give those opportunities to your kids, because you're building amazing memories,
man.
So
it is all about memories.
Memories right there. Yeah, now SpaceX now 650 in the money. We just took another out at 122.50. That was a while ago. It did make a move back to 123, but right back in. We're just getting lighter, man. We have literally 10%, like exactly 10% left. So I'm just going to let this go. If we can get a 121, I actually have, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing, man. I'm going to take out another 2%. Every way down is basically 2.5% on the way back in. So we'll take out another piece here at 122.15 and just keep on watching this thing go down. I mean, it sucks because, yeah, I bought at 170, I bought at 135. So my average price here, almost exactly 150. So yeah, not great movement there for SpaceX. And we'll see where it goes from here. My guess is lower. And it's funny, as I said to Joe, when we first started the show, I was $2 in the money on both of these names, both NVIDIA and SpaceX. We're now 7 in on SpaceX and 3 in on NVIDIA. So, you know, some stocks are going one way while others are going the other, including the NASDAQ, which is starting to bleed down. Congratulations to my guy Joe over there, who is short the TQQs. So he and I, both those positions, Neil's covered a good one there as well. So we're going to go back over to Sia now at the desk. It's 3:30 almost.
As we inch closer to the end of the trading day, the SPY has currently maintained its position in the green. It's up very close to 8% today. Let's take a look at the sectors and how they're doing at the moment. You have electric tech, NVIDIA showing strength right off the bat, up very close to 2%. Apple, however, trading flat with AVGO up 2%. And all these chip names have maintained their rally from earlier in the day. AMD, INTC, SNDK, Dell, SCX, MU all up in the green, maintaining that bullish momentum over here. You have TXN also up 3% on the day. Tech services, you have Google and Microsoft continuing to hold the same position they were earlier in the day, still in the red. Google's down 0.73% and Microsoft down 0.75%. Meta currently up 0.63%. You have Oracle still up as well. It just climbed to 4.04% right now. Also, Workday was cut to underweight from equal by Morgan Stanley earlier today. So Workday is also currently down 4%. You have finance, BRKB flat at the moment with Visa, MasterCard lagging with ACHW down 2.6%. Robinhood, however, up 6%, over 6%, inching close to 7%. JPM, BAC, MS all up above 1%. And you have GS up 2.4%. Moving on to retail trade, we have Amazon, Walmart, Costco, and now Home Depot joining the pack in the red. Shares sliding down 0.53%. You have ORLY up 3.6%. Finally, you have producer manufacturing, AMAT and LRCX holding the steady momentum from earlier in the day. AMAT is up 7% and LRCX up 4.8%, with CAT up 2.4% and GEV down right now at the moment. LITE continuing to lead the pack, 8.5% up on the day. There's WTLOs down on the day. Energy minerals, you have XOM still climbing a little bit there, up very close to 2%. CVX flat as before in the day. And the rest of the sector board does not seem like it has changed. We have consumer non-durables, KO flat from earlier in the day as well. PG is a bit towards the red with our PM is down 1.5%. Health tech, you have strength in Lilly today, LLY. Trading a bit above 1.5% mark. ABBV is up 1%. Also, MRK up 1.3% at the moment. J&J is flat at the moment as well. Consumer durables, you have Tesla up 2%. And rest of the names in that sector, just want to quickly check how GM's doing right now. It's up 4.5%, over 5, almost close to 5% right now. That's a pretty good look over there. Health services, you have UNH climbing over 3%. ELV climbing over 2.5%. Rest of the names looking pretty good. Not a probably good day for SOLV, UHACE, DGX, and LH over here. However, transportation, consumer non-durables, non-energy, and utilities, a bit of a mixed bag of stocks that don't know what they're doing on the day.
Hey, good look for GM. That we talked about how that was sort of a nothing burger this morning. So we'll get to that. We'll get to that in a second because I like that chart. If it was potentially breaking, I think it was $79. If it's up 5%, it's 100% broken that for sure. DRAM is up 10%, so that's been very good today. But it's made some fresh tops, putting in lower highs, and then took out, if you come to see where it broke out here right at 12 o'clock, so there's your breakout at 12, right off of the same level. It just kind of flat bottom broke. You can look for the VWAP retrace. It is 330. So usually we'll look at the early looks, but I did already show you guys that CRM is 2 million, still 2 million shares, NSA still 3.6 million to the sell side. That's supposed to be a sell. Verizon, who cares, 1.45. EWY, that ETF is going to be 900,000 to the buy side. UNH might be of interest for 700,000 shares on the sell. So I would strongly suspect that, like yesterday, if there's nothing burgers on the early looks, which unless you're into that NSA or like CRM, probably NVIDIA as usual. NVIDIA and Intel have been the big ones on the imbalance locator on a daily basis, at least in my opinion.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that you bet on.
Actually,
They're likely to have.
NVIDIA's actually been, yeah.
It's had NVIDIA and
I think
Intel.
Apple maybe
1 or 2 million every single day, 3 or 4 times a week. I think you're going to get those two with an imbalance on them. But I'm only giving this to 58.8 on the top. The other thing is, there's at least one last shot before we get to 350 that there could be another VWAP trade on BMNR. So if that doesn't happen in the next 10 minutes and I don't trade it, but if it does, I'd look for one last shot to trade this short off of the volume weighted average price. We're going back up to the desk. You can already see, I can't spoil it because he's right beside me, Adara in 1.
We're going to be talking about the Asian market. It occurred last night. We had a whole bunch of different indices in Asia doing quite well. But what should we expect from tonight's session? Here to get into that with us is one.
Thank you, Adara. So, Asian markets strongly rebounding overnight. Lots of recovery in semiconductors and AI stocks, offsetting that of Middle Eastern tensions. We take a look at the indexes. Taiwan up 4.2%, their largest single-day gain in history. Driven, of course, by TSMC, up by nearly 4%. Also, MediaTek hitting its 10% maximum daily limit. Really great stuff coming from Taiwan. Also, in South Korea, the Kospi up by more than 3.5%. A lot of short covering across SK Hynix, that was up nearly 5%. Also, Samsung Electronics up by nearly 7%, provided so much needed structural support for the region. Even in Japan, they were on holiday yesterday for Marine Day, but they came back and really did amazingly well, up by 3.2%, led by massive 17.1% surge in Kioxia Holdings. Other names included Advantes that were up by 7.7%, even Tokyo Electron up by 2.3%. So really good day in Asia, hopefully even better at the open. What should be focused on at the open for the Asian markets? Of course, there's going to be some silicon short squeeze sustainability. You know, you got to monitor your Taiwan as well as South Korean morning volume, especially after all those record jumps today overnight. Check if any macro portfolios add more capital into the funds, or maybe market might take some quick profits. In China, watch for some liquidity operations from the People's Bank of China. You know, they promised some reserve requirement ratio or RRR cuts. If that happens, great. But, you know, if that doesn't happen, the chip sector might face some mild pre-market cooling period in Shanghai. In India, the 24-100 zone is your defensive line at the open. They're facing a lot of pressure right now from heavy foreign fund liquidations and outflows, especially the banking sector. We saw yesterday HDFC Bank, they're pretty much down by 6.2% for the week. Not really good in the banking sector in India, but hopefully they can recover from that. And of course, we all know oil, definitely if Brent crude surpasses that of $91 per barrel, that might trigger some selling in Asian markets, especially in airlines, transport hubs, and tire manufacturers. So watch out for that in the open for the Asian markets.
Yeah, lots of sectors and lots of markets to keep an eye on. You can also keep an eye on this space. Juan and I will go over the European markets, 11:30 a.m., and then the Asian markets every day at 3:30 p.m. Back to you.
Thank you, Juan. And,
always good info from Juan.
Adara, yeah, always interesting there. And of course, Korea is also looking to ban all those double, triple levered ETFs and things like that to help.
Which is not the worst.
Sort of calm. I don't know. It's fine. I mean, whatever. We saw what happened with that Lucid LCDL or whatever. That went bankrupt, and then, all of a sudden Lucid popped up higher and kind of screwed everybody there. It's amazing that this is the only losing trade today of any significance here is Intel going long. They're basically like, how could I be losing money when I was long at 101.70 right there? It's at 105.50, taking out days high. First of all, go NVIDIA continuously going higher. But man, oh man, having a decent day, but would have been having a much better one if we didn't get stopped out there. But, that's going to happen. And I'm not going to cry over spilled milk. It was the number one idea today on the note, and we'll just keep on doing what we're doing, join every single day, and we'll be talking more about the sticky note. But there it was, there, Intel. We wrote down 99 long. It didn't get to that. So, but anyways, that was a little bit of an issue there for Intel in the day today. IBIT long, we could talk about that. Kids, they're breaking $1. It didn't happen. And then NVIDIA there with the long, and we have that one at least. So we didn't put SpaceX on the note today, but wow, there goes Intel taking out those highs. Again, like another part of selling AMD is to buy. I really like Intel, I think. They had AMD's still at all-time highs right now, and Intel still has 40% to go until they get back to their all-time highs. So I kind of like the idea of Intel versus AMD, but who knows where these names are going to be going. But for right now, that's what we're dealing with right now. Intel on the move back higher, taking out, what a 10 minutes there for Intel, just going nuts. And you can see it's a little bit opposite there of NVIDIA. So I'm
wondering if there's a sell and balance.
Specifically news about that. But
or
here we
flip.
Go. MDMA or MDA? Oh, MDA.
Do we have some love for MDA from Daniel James UK? There we go.
What's up, Daniel?
MDMA? Well, maybe it could be that, but no, it'll be MDA space. So, well,
Cotton.
Well, I mean, this is sort of the problem. Like, we've seen what's happening with the space stocks. Like, they're basically all of them back on the launch pad. But you're getting issues. Like there's no all systems go. What do they say? The countdown hasn't started yet, or if it has, then they fizzled out and they've delayed and they pushed it back because of cloudy weather or whatever. Maybe the wind's too strong, or I don't know. This trend is unbroken since the run up into SpaceX, and unfortunately, like maybe this is the day that it's happening. But the last time it caught a bid, the next day you fell off. Look for a couple of days. It's not enough to make a bottom. Oftentimes you got to say, you make the bottom and then break out a resistance level. Like pull up, the SpaceX strike's a good example of this. Like you make a bit of a bottom, show that you can actually, so this is holding the low, this would be breaking out a prior high. You think SpaceX has done that? You think Astis has done that? You think Rocket Lab is the one I was searching for, has done that? UFO, the ETF, have they done that yet? So I think if you like one of these as a long-term play, UFO with a little bit of a jout, and it can't seem to break out a prior resistance level, if you like them fundamentally, fair enough. You do your own diligence, pick the one you like, grip it and rip it, and hold on for dear life. But they are still, all of them, in downtrends until proven otherwise. So I don't think it really makes a difference which one I could pull up for you. They're all basically the same. Easy peasy with the super chat. Reversion on SNDK. There's the 0.2%. Sorry, $5 super chat for the 0.2%. Some reversion SNDK, but had to work. Up 9 hundo.
Some days you got.
When you start donating you 0.2% to Trader TV or enrolled in university, gratitude gift from Print Money Cash, SNDK. I would imagine if you were shorting that thing today,
would have been in trouble.
Yeah. If you pegged the early one and got it into VWAP and maybe
what time
through,
was that? About 10 o'clock?
Like this was just before 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Like that was it. That was the good short. And then maybe if you had the absolute top, you probably just trail out of it now. But I'm going to make the guess that that's the short that paid today on SNDK.
Do we? Yeah,
go ahead.
Thanks, Easy Peasy. No, I was just going to say maybe there was something about the timing there. Oh, yeah, I wanted to show
don't show us that.
No, I have practice tonight. So I was just looking at it. So this is Toronto right here with the blue. Dot, we push play, and these are thunderstorms. So that's 5 o'clock. My practice is not till 8 p.m., but it doesn't matter. There it is, 8 to 10. Like what? I mean, when do I even go to bed? But anyways, there it goes. Yeah, it's not getting any better. Shout out to Hamilton. Shout out to Buffalo. Right there. I actually saw a funny meme that you won't like, but I thought it was really funny. And it was after the success of the bronze medal game, the NFL is considering having second place and third place games. And the first team to put their hands up were the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
There. So
backup quarterback's got to play too.
Anyways, yeah. But anyway, I just watching the World Cup makes me just more excited for the NFL to come through. Always a great season in the NFL, I feel like. So that should be another good one here this year.
The third place game was an absolute joke. Like, what are we?
I said that. I couldn't believe they actually even did it, let alone counting those goals towards the.
At least,
because
all
no
I'll
one
say is
plays
this.
their system.
At least they had the class not to chase the Golden Boot with Jude Bellingham. Because I think that would have, and I'm pretty sure that was probably intentional, knowing the kind of game it was going to be. But if they just go out there, they scored like 6 goals.
Well,
if they started Jude, he might have had a hat trick instead of Saka, and then maybe he gets the 4th, and then all of a sudden he's got 10, and then if he wins, you win the Golden Boot like that.
Yeah, that's not
zero respect whatsoever. Just very quickly, because
go.
Because BMNR, this looked like the exact same setup. Goes into zoom in, not out, Neil. Thank you. Goes into VWAP. Topping tail, jump short, looks like it's about to go, then breaks the volume weighted average price. So there's something up with this because I'm going to show you guys IBIT in a quick little sec. Yeah, here we go. There's IBIT not running. I guess who cares about IBIT? ETH you'd care more about for BMNR. See how it's not moving? So that's enough for me to just quickly jump out of that reload. ETH is going nowhere. BMNR is going to go on its own. You have to respect the fact that the treasury name, that's what I'm looking for. The treasury names will fly. Because they'll have a little bit more short covering, and they'll just get their own reasons why they want to go into the upside. So for that one, with only 7 minutes to go, I doubt there's any kind of a re-entry there. Oh, where's NSA?
Oh, CRM?
Dang it. No, this is the one that was supposed to be interesting today. This is a delete NSA, but it's now down to 1.5 million. This was 3.6, now 1.5. CRM still, that's coming down on the buy imbalance. Early look buy imbalance of 2 million and headed to the downside. Okay. I'm your Huckleberry. If that one drops into the imbalances and actually still comes out a buy, then the reversion would be to buy it instead of to short it at 355. I'll put that one up.
I was going to say, no, I don't know about the story, but yeah, credit to England for not doing that. But often it's the club teams that will step in and not let them play useless games, right? So whoever Jude Bellingham,
no, that's probably
is,
you're right.
They just don't want him to get hurt. Like apparently that's what the thing was with Alphonso Davies is Bayern Munich there was like, you're not letting like one of the best players in the world play against Morocco when you guys are going to get pumped. And so apparently that's what the story was with Alphonso Davies. So I would say for Jude and even for anybody.
And maybe I shouldn't give credit to England for that. Maybe it wasn't a class thing.
No,
you're probably right. It probably wasn't.
Well, it's just like, why would the Bills ever say, Josh Allen, like, why don't you just go out and get like sacked about 1 million times?
But Mbappe was playing the whole game.
That's what I mean. So I don't know. I don't know. But I was just saying that would, to me, that's a smarter play. Don't let like these world-class guys get hurt for no reason. I mean, I don't know. The money is just so much. And
if they had a consolation games, the reason they can't have consolation games in the NFL is because there's no reasonable speed at which you can play without legitimately risking energy.
Soccer's the only one.
No, but like
the NCAA, do they say, you lost in the semifinals, therefore you're going to play to see who wins third place? Not. In NCAA or in baseball, they don't go, too bad, Jays, you lost to the Dodgers here. Just go play the Indians now.
I'm trying to think of even in high, like, was there ever in high school, did we have consolation? And like you went to like a basketball tournament, was there a consolation game? I don't think so.
So sometimes in hockey, there would be. Like for Olympics, there's
bronze, there's a consolation game?
Bronze medal games.
My daughter's 9U in-season tournament in the middle. So there's a third place game for 9-year-olds. So because then they'll on the Sunday.
No, but the Olympics, like if you're going to award a bronze medal, how else are you going to do that when it's a team game? Whoever loses the semifinals, that happens all the time.
Don't just give them both a bronze.
Anyways, I was just going to say, not worth risking.
It's a silly concept in my opinion, and I think it's a waste of time.
Yeah,
but whatever. It's not. It's a different mentality.
We do have those imbalances.
Just also because the imbalances are coming out in 4 minutes. All right, I didn't put CRM up here. Let me go CRM and then throw that one up on the side. Yeah, DRAM, we had it long early to the pre-market highs at the time, and of course it could have gone longer, but break down here, break the prior bar, going to jump out. I don't think I do anything until the close. Not doing anything until the closing imbalances because the NASDAQ's starting to come back. And again, CRM I'm going to be watching. NSA, maybe. This is a big maybe. I can tell you in our notes, which I have this is supposed to be about 6 million shares to sell, NSA. Right now, paired off 2.6 with 1.5, so this has a chance to come out a lot larger than it is. So if you see NSA pop in, it's because it came at a big sell, or maybe I got a chance to short it off the volume weighted average price. That's the big one that we're going to watch. Before we get to the imbalances in 3 minutes, let's go to Sia for a little bit of money talks.
Let's take a look at what the money markets are doing right now. You have the USD INR pair. So the Indian rupee had firmed a little bit today. I'm seeing it settled at 96.2 at the moment. Hopes of diplomacy between the United States and Iran had pulled the brakes off an oil rally that had driven the INR to a 2-month low, but it has firmed a little bit, I would say, today. Traders are also paying certain close attention to the scale of inflows that India's capital flow measures would attract over a period to bolster India's FX that's used to defend the rupee. We're also going to take a look at the dollar, what it is doing right now. It's trading around the 101.1 region. I would say it's climbed from earlier in the day where it was around the 100.1 region where it opened, poised for a fourth straight session of gains. Latest round of attacks in the Middle East have pushed oil prices higher as well, so that you have the dollar that's up 0.19, very close to 0.20% on the day.
All right, thanks, Sia. I wanted to say something about our team here. Like I was going to say to Sia before she leaves, like, your delivery and everything has gotten way better. So congratulations.
Sorry?
On your delivery of all the news has gotten so much better. And
Thank
I
you.
just really appreciate listening to you. And then I also want to say my guy over there won over there. What an improvement. I mean, for those Asian markets, I want to thank him for all his hard work that he's been putting in as well to get us all that. Because
to speak to Sia's professionalism,
it's added so much to the show. So.
There was a day, and none of you guys noticed
And
it.
she has great hair, if I could borrow some.
She was doing one of her segments, and we were having to, basically Fabian was having to put me on camera doing the turnaround, and I was having to pretend that I was talking and doing my thing as he framed me on camera, and I was staring right at Sia while she was live on air, and she didn't get distracted one bit. I'm like, how is she not cracking up? Because I'm doing all this, right in her line of sight, and you guys wouldn't have even been able to tell. Because for me, there's no chance. I can't even ignore the fact that Fabian's on the, I see him on my program monitor, and I can't ignore the fact that he's up there and hopefully fixing that camera that we're all in love with so far. I can't do that. But professionalism.
No, but I was
abound.
pinching myself. That's how I didn't smile or laugh, because that's my trick. If someone makes me laugh on air, I just pinch myself, so there's no reason to smile.
I'm going to pinch myself, and then maybe I won't have
Interesting technique.
any SpaceX shares long in my personal account.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, you could use that Wishing Willow.
No, they're still there.
Obsession. You
I
could
still
watch. Yeah, I watched Obsession last night. Yeah.
You know what? Forget that. I'm just gonna order it and watch it on Friday night or something.
I don't ever have. I mean, we all don't have a problem. That just came naturally. Thanking Sia and one. It's not. We don't have scripts here or anything like that. And if we did, probably the show would be 10 times better.
You didn't get the email?
We don't. Oh yeah. Oh, there's the email. Yeah. Please mention that Sia is doing a good job. Yeah, no. But anyways, thank you to Sia for that one. Only 30 seconds left now until the N1, of course, until the imbalances. So here we go, man. They're all going to hit very, very soon. We're pretty light on everything. I did put an out at 124 just in case SpaceX does pop through. We'll hold a little small bit, but big out at 124 if that does happen. We are now down. I mean, we got a 122, Phil. We took another piece out. So we have 5% left here. Told you 2.5% every time. So here we go. It is now out, and it must be a sell. It's going lower, breaking through 123 right now. SoFi somehow coming up with, hey, man, we just talked about SoFi. SoFi coming up with a bid. We like that one. Intel with a sell, yuck, but it's going higher and saying forget that. NVIDIA with a sell doing NVIDIA type things, not doing much there. Microsoft with a sell, and that's taking it personally as that's getting to the downside right now, 397. And there it is, Brian Shannon in Netflix. We talked about Netflix there. He gave a $50 look at that, maybe 60 for a downside play there on Netflix. Other than that, man, SMCI might be somewhat of interest there. And I don't know, we looked at, we've talked about CLBK there. This is probably a buyout. There's huge size right there at 1095. So this name probably not going anywhere, may get delisted. CLBK, SoFi buy, NSA. Didn't someone message us about NSA?
NSA is the one that's supposed to be a sell.
It is a sell.
Yeah, CLBK that's not a deal.
It's not. It's 9 million shares.
What the heck is that?
With a huge offer right there. So I don't know if this is doing anything right there, but someone's going to have to push the buy button to break that.
It looks like
and it looks like this has to be a buyout.
No,
the deal must be done at $11 or something. But anyways, whatever. What is CLBK? CLBK. It is Columbia Financial. I don't know. But anyways, this is what it looks like.
Oh no! There was
split.
No, this was on.
Yeah. Anyways, okay.
There was something. Yeah.
We'll figure that out. But anyways, that's what CLBK looks like. And Road, I don't know, taking the high road at $105. I don't even know what this is either. But this is what's going on your balances today, and there it is right there. 1.1 to the B on a sell side. 1.1 billion sell. Sorry, not buy. I'm gonna get some more out here on SpaceX. Just there it is. I'm on the stock. So just a little bit of a punch out. It's not doing too much. We'll get lighter and lighter on this name, and we'll just get ready to wrap this thing up. There, NVIDIA doing what it's doing. I was gonna break out of this trade if it took out 206.40, but right now we'll just let it go for a minute. See what winds up happening there with NVIDIA. Columbia Financial announces completion of second step. This is from Stocks Unhinged.
So
it was
like
thank you
some
so much.
complex, weird merger.
Yeah, I'll put it up there. Here it is. Let's send this through. Instead of going to Adara for it, we could just get this. Announced completion of secondary step conversion, 1.7 billion stock offering. So maybe someone's buying up that offering right now, but who knows? Anyway, CLBK there. Thank you for that information as it's on the imbalance locator stock. Sunshine, I think that was something like that. Okay, over to Adara, I just heard.
Be aware, guys, Microsoft, a little bit of a spike here. This probably was imbalances, but there also were a couple headlines here for OpenAI that I think are worth mentioning regardless. For one, the Wall Street Journal reporting that OpenAI is adding 2 independent board members ahead of its IPO. We know that initially their filing was indicated they could go public as early as September, but the company even admitted on social media that they might not ever go public, and a lot of people are expecting it won't happen until next year. Regardless, these 2 new independent board members have been added according, again, to this report. Specifically, they are the new bank founder and CEO, David Velez, and the CEO of Bank of New York Mellon. So, bank CEOs. The second report here, though, from Axios, saying that OpenAI has admitted that a Hugging Face breach here was caused by one of its own models. So if you get more details, we'll keep you posted here, but back to the guys in the meantime.
Thanks, Adara. It's about 1.5 minutes, 90 seconds, and you've already got SoFi pairing off. So I no longer even see it. Maybe it's a fugazi, but we'll just go for a quick little reversion on SoFi. I didn't add it to my watch list to be able to see its imbalance alone, but you can already see. Like SoFi was in there out of nowhere because it's a NASDAQ stock, right? Like all the stocks that we see and give you the early look on, they're all New York. So it's nothing special about SoFi that made it sort of that out of nowhere. Everything on the NASDAQ's that way. If it breaks 60s, I'll get out. At 57s, the high is 59, so 1 penny above the high. But with 355 looming, it could break it before 55 hits. And that NSA is now up to 5 million shares, but I'm going to give it till after 355. It's still underneath the expected size of the imbalance. 5 million shares expected with that NSA. So because it's not big enough, I wouldn't want to blindly take it before 355. But I'm going to go for the reversion. It's been a while since I tried one of these. On SoFi, just needs to hold till 355. It did pair off most of the imbalance in the first place. That's why we look at these imbalance trades.
Join us tomorrow and every day at, of course, 8 a.m. And we want to thank everybody that's still here with us right now. Blicky Spears, many of you have been here all day, so we want to say thank you so much. Stocks Unhinged over here, Commodity King as well. He's saying Oracle, go take a look at that. Take a look at IoT, Commodity King, that's for sure. What's up to Robe Girl as well? Snowman is here. But Kevin Mendoza, so many of our viewers keep coming back every single day. So thank you for doing that. Northwest Sasquatch. Oh, that's where the Sasquatch is. It's in the Northwest. I was trying to find one of those things, get rich off that. What's up, B-Town again? Yeah, what's up to Brampton? That's Neil and I are both from there, if that's what you mean. And then what's up to Girl Trader? Hey, what's up, Girl Trader? Another nice Girl Trader there. So shout out to that. Neil is the GOAT. We say thank you to Durante. There as well. Girl Traders there again. Deep Tranquility, yo man. Muscan is there, 5299. Don Bakar, remember you from the morning as well. But thank you to everybody for all of your contributions today, including you, T-Money. Just saw you there in the chat as well. All right, just quickly, we covered more of SpaceX right there before it pops up. We're going to get out if it breaks through 124. We just got a good fill down there, like 123.20s there. Breaking it out through 124. We're out of that one. Can't get enough. It's back to Sia right here with just a quick little crypto update before 4 p.m.
That is right. You are very right about the quick little crypto update. It will be quick. I'll rush through this right now. You have Coinbase Global, Robinhood, all the stocks that were tied to cryptocurrency were up, jumping earlier in the day as Bitcoin has touched its highest level since it's been on since the June 16th. Currently, BTC is trading around 66,413 region right now. Looking good over here. So Coinbase earlier in the day had almost advanced 12%. You had Robinhood that had jumped 9%, and TerraWolf had jumped 8%. Currently, Hood is up 7.18%, Wolf is up 5.7%, and you have Coin up close to 10% on the day with that. BTC is up close to 2%. ETH trading around the $1,900 region, up 1% on the day, and Solana down very, very flat, barely anything, 0.08%, but trading around the $77.7 region.
All right,
Thank
quick
you
as you
very
like
much,
right there.
Sia, appreciate it.
Yeah, dying into the close is Google. Still can't get over, and we'll see if we can do better tomorrow with some of our stops. But Intel being the losing stock there goes up to 106. And someone said rip Google there, so I don't know. I mean, rest in peace, not the other way around. Yeah, Google, woo. Yeah, ugly close for Google today, down to 347. And some of those lows, man, we're actually right back into like sort of where we were the last couple of days on that Gemini worry. We were kind of cruising there, and then they delayed 3.5. And there was news, regarding Google today about that. But all attention is tomorrow night. I believe we're staying late, I think. Tomorrow night we'll double confirm that. I don't know. When is Google reporting in Intel there? Do you know the times yet? Have you
Google is going to be 4 p.m. tomorrow, Tesla 4:05 tomorrow. At 4:10, you're going to have IBM and ServiceNow, and at 4 p.m. as well, so same time as Google, you're going to be getting Texas Instruments on Thursday. You're going to be getting Intel at 4 p.m. and Deckers at 4:05 p.m.
Okay, that's right. So it's not Intel tomorrow. I was thinking it was Intel tomorrow. I was waiting for Intel there, but it's Thursday. So
that's my bad.
We'll stay late with Joe tomorrow. All of us will.
No, that was my bad. I said Intel. All day long I've been saying Intel.
Joe just told me he definitely wants to stay late tomorrow. So we're staying late tomorrow. Thank you, Joe. Joe, thank you so much for volunteering, man. I mean, everyone in the chat. Put some ones up in the chat if you want Joe to stay late tomorrow right there. Joe's putting a lot of ones in the chat there. Good job, Joe. But yeah, everyone, look at it. Everyone wants it. Sia said 0 for Joe? Ouch, Sia. Okay, yeah, everybody, look, Joe, come on, man. The people are giving look at this, man. People don't forget, Joe. So, people want the Joe. Look, multiple ones over here. All right. We'll see if we can. The problem is Joe's per rate billable on the hour is huge. So we're going to have to pay him a little bit extra there tomorrow on his billable hour. But only 1 minute left right now. We'll do our best to join. I mean, at least it's 4:15. It won't be too crazy there. Joe can wait to go get those Farm Boy sausages until a little bit later there. I wonder what's for dinner tonight.
Well, I know what's for dinner for us. We got like a fresh bread and
bread?
Yeah.
Sandwiches?
Oh yeah.
Okay. You're leaving us hanging there.
No, I mean that's what we're gonna do.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll auction with this NSA in here. We scalped it a little bit, but I'm just gonna throw it into the print, which is gonna come in about 15 seconds or so, or less than 10 seconds. And as always, that closing bell is brought to you by ticker VFS. Want to shout out to them and give a big thank you to VinFast for sponsoring said closing bell. And now, the casino is closed, everybody.
Yes, it is. I'm gonna just.
Well, at least that's the theory. That's the theory. Where did it close?
Right here, right where it was, 123.50. So we'll close in and around here on SpaceX and just get out of our rest of our shares here in the after hours. And then same thing with NVIDIA, went up to 207.50. I was actually waiting at 208 and didn't get a fill there, but we can easily punch out, and we just got a fill there on SpaceX, and we'll punch out of NVIDIA. There's SpaceX right there. So a little last second fill there at 123, 40 or something. We punched out of that one. We don't want to be in that one anymore. But yeah, good day overall. And thank you to everybody for joining us. We'll be back here tomorrow where there's many earnings to come, right? I mean, we're excited to bring that to you. We just
It's
ran
going to be a
through
busy
them,
day, man.
there again. So again, thank you to everybody for joining us. Everybody on TikTok.
Be in the right spot.
For sure. Yeah. Google puked all over itself at the end of the day. So I don't really.
Yeah.
I'm excited for the report. I don't mind if Google goes down a little bit more, see if we can get some more shares in the longer term account. But yeah, it should be another good day. What a day for memory names today.
Huge.
SanDisk up 12%.
DRAM double digits. Micron
was 12% as well. Cerebras, talk about the memory names. They're up to 17% today for Cerebras. SoxL up 15. Coinbase up 10. SK Hynix. Neil's got Cerebras. They're up 18. SK Hynix up 14 as well. Oh man, what a nice day to be long the memory names.
I didn't even see this one. That's absolutely crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Apparently there's some small capper here that might be doing a. Nah, that's not good. So anyways, the CLDX seems like they might have missed on a study. And that is what happens. We're just talking about Vikings. This is what happens when you get a smaller biopharma name that has a phase 1, 2, or 3 failure. You get things like this. So sucks to be you, but memory chips are absolutely fine and blowouts for them as well. But you know what? Tomorrow's a big day. We might have talked about who's reporting after the bell, but do not forget, before the bell tomorrow morning, and we'll cover live, GE Vernova. If you don't think that they matter big time when it comes to the AI play, because data centers need power, and they are all about powering data centers. Oh, goodness. IBM as well. Yeah, but IBM's.
That was the one. I was confusing IBM with Intel. Okay, good show. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to Sia, Adara.
I got it back.
There's a drop. Thank you to Joe. Thanks for volunteering for tomorrow night. It's going to be awesome. And shout out to Andre, Tiffany over there as well. We've already said thank you to him. Thank you to Fabian for putting up that camera right in the middle of the screen there, and we'll see if we can move that maybe. But it's a good one there as we get more and more cameras going on here as well. Big shout out to, I think, Darren Sear already said it. Ramin, that's over there. Big shout out to Sharif. And more importantly, to everybody out there who's watching. We wouldn't have a show without you guys. So, all right, stay dry if you're in the GTA. We'll see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Go Blue Jays? I don't know.
Nah.